I've enjoyed using Photoshop though. I've
Photoshop.
learned that it's helped me. And my brother is a teacher, and so I've actually started making thumbnails for his stuff. He sells like different things like worksheets and stuff. So it's
Mm-hmm.
actually helped me in that. And so I've been all right with it.
All right, we're live now, though. We're live, Rev. I am, and then we can get back to the thumbnail discussion because I think it's interesting content, and I'm a fucking content gerbil. I like pushing out whatever the fuck I want all the time. I'm a slop creator. I am God. Not really, though. But, anyways, this is Rev Plays. I don't know if anybody's even here yet. No, the chat's dead. So, but the reason I was saying, Pixar and Photoshop's obviously much better. But, do you know who Brandon Herrera is?
I do.
Okay, so you do know Brandon Herrera. Dope, based. Well, King 50 caliber AK guy. I heard him actually fucking talk about Pixar in a podcast. How he does. This is when before I started my channel, maybe I don't know. And he said that he liked making his thumbnails on his phone, and the sticker function was really nice. Oh my god, but we know you're fucking unstable, light chomps, but that's because you're my light chompy boy. And I was like, oh, that's pretty simple. So I fucking, on slow days of work, will edit like 15 thumbnails, and then just, all my thumbnails I do pretty, well, it used to take me a lot longer, but now I've gotten it down to a fucking, kind of a science. I don't know, I feel like my thumbnails are half the time better than my fucking actual content.
I was gonna say I really like your thumbnails. I find them entertaining every time I look at them. I don't know how you're ever gonna like. You never cease to amaze me with those. Every time I look at them, so I was like, man, I wish I could do that. But I guess I kind of pigeonholed myself into my thumbnails with the oh my goodness, I have lost it. The character I have on most of my thumbnails. I like that character a lot. So I have to figure out a way to get him on there.
Dude, frontal lobe curl bar. Jesus, dear God. You know what I would? You know what I would do for you if you were making your thing? I would create a body for your character. Now, do you know who? I'm gonna pull up his channel real quick. God damn it! How am I so retarded? You can pull it up too on your end, because I don't know how to fucking dual bullshit this. I'm too fucking stupid to figure that out. Look at Maddie, what is it? Maddie McMuscles? Matt McMuscles. It's literally Matt, M-A-T-T, McMuscles. Look at his channel, right?
Okay.
And then go to videos. You see how he has that body for everything?
Yeah.
So that's his character's body. So what he does is he gave his character a little bit more body than your character has. So it can be pointing and doing the fucking soy face thing. Another person that I would use a good inspiration from is, now this guy's super fucking, why is the YouTube reply button not working? I don't know. Maybe wait, what is a YouTube reply button? You mean, oh, dude, that is actually a thing right now. YouTube's having trouble, bro. YouTube's having really fucking autistic trouble right now, dude. Sorry, chat was saying something about I've been having trouble replying to my own chat. Sometimes I'll click on it and it'll just go fucking retarded. But go Nuxanor or Nuxtaku, I mean. Now this guy's super fucking. What was that one? What? T-A-K-U. Fuck. Autism. So this guy, he's a VTuber. So, but you see, well, his all look, they all look the same on this one. So Nuxanor would be a better. So if you type in Nux ANOR. I think his thumbnails on that channel are a little better. No, they're the exact same. So, but you see how just adding the finger in and pointing creates so much?
Right, yeah.
So, if you just took and added a little bit to your thing, because I mean, your your channel has good branding. We've already established that you have fucking good branding. It's just God damn it, I got some bad fucking. I think if you created your character and because the problem right now is he's too small, and you're either putting the character way too small or he's way too big, and you're not really getting anything other than the face. It's doing almost everything right, but it's not doing the clickbait thing. Not clickbait, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because they're going to call everything fucking clickbait. Everything is going to be called clickbait. I've had videos that I say are the worst. Like a game was the worst. Talk about it. Yeah, it's Rev. It's Rev. It just does the oh, this guy isn't the guy who acts like he has connections to the people he reacts to. He doesn't. Oh. I don't know which guy you're talking about, like Chomps, or if you're talking about Nuxenor. I actually find Nuxenor pretty fun to listen to. The problem is he is a fucking nuclear meltdown way to where like he's like a Fallout. Always because he's a VTuber. So people are always looking for shit to like get him on. And back in the day he used to bring a bunch of famous YouTubers into his thing, and then yeah, so he used to bring a bunch of famous YouTubers into his thing, and they would react to cringe. And when you do that type of content in the anime community, there's going to be shit from 3 years ago that was going to be popular, and it's going to make you look bad now. And that's kind of what's happening, because it was like one of the characters was like a hentai or something, and it was like reacting to YouTube cringe. And this character was a known hentai thing, but it wasn't at the same time. I don't know, it's a long rabbit hole, but that's basically. And Nux also gets himself in all sorts of drama all the time. I don't really know all that. I just find him actually kind of entertaining. I don't get into why the fuck, as long as he like, because he's always been vehemently against that lolly bullshit. So reacting to cringe with other YouTubers is not something I'm gonna get mad about. But if you like, you have like Bosch horse porn on your fucking camera with like a child, yeah, dude, I'm gonna fucking get pissed about it. It's me.
Well, we all know Snail's cringe. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Snail's cringe. Sorry, Rev. I went on a whole different tangent there because, like, not that I want to play Nux fucking Defense Force all the time, but I feel like a lot of the shit that people get canceled for is fucking reaching. And the fact that this all came from Hassan Piker calling him a pedophile because of the fact that he 3 years ago had used a cringe edit of a character from a hentai. It's a bit of a fucking stretch, bro, just because you're getting owned right now for supporting, like, literally platforming terrorists. It's a bit of a fucking reach, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole I don't want to get down to. Mainly what I wanted to show was how he did his thumbnails, because I think his thumbnail design is actually fairly brilliant.
Yeah, I really like his thumbnails. The way he was pointing things, he kind of like directs you to the.
Yeah, and yours. That's one thing. Whenever Hassan Piker says anything, he should be forced to watch this video. Dude, fuck yeah, dude. Hassan Piker, and dude, this is a funny story. Rev, I don't know if you've had to deal with like crazy fans yet, like crazy chat.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I had a stream where I said Hassan Meltdown, all in caps, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, and then I just made a vagina with all the different keys. I didn't really do that, but I expected this thing to be a meltdown, right? I expected this fucking video to be a meltdown because it's always a meltdown with Hassan, right? It's fucking easy. It's easy reaction bait, right? Problem was, it was a guy who's making a video that was like recent, but the reaction or the actual content of the video was something that happened fucking 5 years ago, dude, with him and a guy named Larry Elder. And I was like, the guy kept talking. I was like, I want to get to the actual what Hassan said. So I'm watching this, and as much as this pains me to say it, Larry Elder was taking the L in that fucking argument because he kept strawmanning. And I was like, bro, it's not hard to beat Hassan in a debate. Everyone does it. Literally just waking up and saying something to Hassan beats him in a debate, and you're losing. How is this? And I didn't agree with any of Hassan's points, but Larry Elder wasn't putting good responses in. And I said this was a nothing burger. Hassan collected some W's, moving on. Went on to reacting to other stuff. Well, because of the title, dude, I had a bunch of fucking Hassan fans spurging out in my comments section on the stream, bro. They were arguing with me about everything, dude. They were so pissed at me. They were like really mad that I wasn't taking a side and just like, because I kind of try to sit in the middle, but where I really set him off is I compared Hassan to Nick Fuentes. And,
Ooh.
Well, yeah, I think they're both fucking extremists, dude. They're both extremists.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like,
That's that set them off. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And I didn't care. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't watch extremist content. My bad, buddy. They're like, you just have seen his clips, and I'm like, yeah, dude. I don't go out and watch fucking Nick. It would be like somebody be like, oh, you just know the times that Nick Fuentes has said the Nazis are good. You haven't watched his actual streams. I'm like, yeah, dude. Do I need to? Do I need to like take time out of my day and watch somebody who literally denies the Holocaust to prove that he doesn't or something? I don't know. I don't have time for that. It's like the same thing. If I see somebody like celebrating the death of another a group of people just because they're playing or they're pretending a war is a fucking football game, I'm not gonna go watch their stream. I think that's cringe, dude.
Right.
But it was a bad fallout. That was not fun. Did not enjoy that. Fucking what happened? It died on my end. Light Chomps, I was talking about how nice England is and how I don't hate it. There we go. But
word for word, I can back him up there.
Dude, look at you go, Rev. You're playing all this. What other games do you play? Like I know you play like fucking the fucking bug game, the one where you drop in
Helldivers too.
Helldivers.
Yeah.
I know you play Helldivers. And then Fallout, obviously, and Stalker. Are those really your kind of thing right there, or?
That is like bread and butter. That's where I like to be with games. Anything like that. I do find myself sometimes in like the survival base building sort of games as well. I've spent far too many hours on Ark Survival Evolved and the newest one. Well, not even the new one, the prettier remake. And then the one that we were supposed to get for free but we didn't.
Mm-hmm. You were there's like, have you seen on Steam? I heard it was actually pretty good, but they actually made what's the fucking movie that everybody compares Helldivers to? The one where the movie's actually a terrible adaptation of the book. Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers, yeah.
Talk about. Yeah. I don't know if you know anything. Do you know anything about the book?
I haven't. No, I haven't read the book.
So the book's more of a like. The guy was in the military his whole life, so it was more like Warhammer. You know what I mean? Do you know a lot about the Warhammer lore? Or it's just basically I didn't know a lot until I got fucking roasted. I got roasted by the fucking fan base of Warhammer after I made my bolt gun review because all I wanted to know was more lore, and I didn't have the time to read 400 fucking novels. But I found out recently, I was doing a little research into the book because there's kind of the argument right now of like, there's always been that argument that pops up about Warhammer, is it fascist or whatever. And then I was like, well, I mean, it makes sense. And then people always make the Starship Troopers reference. And I looked into Starship Troopers, and it's actually like the movie is almost a parody of the book. Because the book is for military action because the bugs are the ultimate evil.
Yeah.
But the movie...
But in the movie, it's not.
The movie is a critique on unnecessary warfare. Kind of, it's
right,
and it has the ideas of like fascistic. And I don't get me wrong, I like the movie, and I'm on the defense force where some people are like, oh, it's a terrible adaptation. I'm like, that's fine. Like if I enjoy something, I'm gonna enjoy it.
I thought it was really good myself. I liked because that was the whole sort of thing behind it was the propaganda. The bugs are really evil. They do it in Helldivers 2 as well, but the bugs are evil. They don't have feelings. They can't feel, anything. That they're just ruthless. And you get to the very end of the movie, and the guy says, "Oh, well, this one's scared." Wait a minute. We're like, wait a minute. I thought they weren't allowed to I didn't think they had feelings.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
So I mean, it did a lot different from the book, and I guess the book's completely different. But I can still watch the movie and find some enjoyment out of it. That's 100% fucking factual.
Yeah.
But they made a Starship Troopers game that's like a first person, and it kind of did what? It's like it's an indie project. Like when I mean indie, it's like not like boomer shooter, but it's a lot like it's the co-op run and gun kind of like Helldivers, but it's just first person, and it came out before Helldivers did. It just didn't have the marketing power of Sony behind it, and the fact that it had the first Helldivers game actually had some love behind it as well. What the fuck was that game called? I can pull up Steam.
Reading the chat, I think Starship Troopers is the
that's the canon.
That's the Pornhub version.
Yeah, dude. It's all about bugs shitting on your chest. Are we talking about spreading democracy the most star-spangled way possible with guns and super salute? Dude, I watched something the other day. It was kind of like a parody of Warhammer, but it was like more racist with a lot more child kidnappings. What the fuck was it? It was like Captain Hate or something. It was like an animated thing. I'll look it up in a second. I'm gonna find this game first. Extermination. Starship Troopers Extermination.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
They had objective-based gameplay as well. I watched a little bit on it. I didn't get into it though. I guess I never just took the leap to play it.
Yeah, it was just something I thought was fairly interesting. I almost got it because, like, I liked the first movie a lot. The second movie was okay too. I mean, like, I think I've seen all the movies and they're all okay in their own right. They're not good, but I have like a soft spot for the shitty fucking straight to DVD sequels sometimes. Sometimes I don't though, but there's that rare occasion where it's got enough to me where my dad used to watch a lot of Sci-Fi Channel, so that's where that comes from. My dad was like, oh yeah, I'd walk into my fucking living room, right? And my dad would be sitting there and he would be chilling, watching some TV show or movie, and I remember one vividly. There's this giant spaceship in space, obviously, because that's where they fucking exist. And I sit there and I look at him. I'm like, Dad, what are you even watching? He's like, I don't know. And I'm like, is it any good? No. I'm like, then why are you watching it? Well, it's got to get good. I've been watching it for an hour. And that was a normal conversation. He would do that all the time, dude. All the time. And it was always a sci-fi original movie. He watched so many of those pieces of shit. It was like he'd find the most fucking awful movies to watch and then just sit through them, hoping they would get good.
You know, I have seen some movies that really they didn't start well and then they ended quite well. So I get that, but I don't know. That's been far and few between.
Yeah, but you're not finding that off of fucking sci-fi originals.
No.
Not back in the 2000s. You weren't. Like, maybe now, because I watched that show Happy, and that was a sci-fi original, and that was fucking good. But there was no fucking way. There was no way I was going to fucking like. It was like Lake Placid 4, and I'm like, Dad. I was like, are all these movies? Please put down slow mode so I don't have to, or I don't know how to read a really fast chat to find racial slurs. Dude, we're not, the chat's not even moving that fucking fast, dude. And I'm like, I think I have the one racial slur that's like actually moderated, because I don't know the other ones. I mean, there's probably a ton. I know my favorite one of all time is either Chalk Demon or Mayonnaise Monkey. I fucking love Mayonnaise Monkey. Now, if you don't know, Rev, those are racial slurs toward white people. And I can say that because I'm like 95% white, I think. I'm like a sneeze native.
Yeah, that's like me. I've got Choctaw in me, but I'm mostly white.
Wait. What is it? I'm an Indian outlaw. Half Cherokee and Choctaw. My baby, she's a Chickasaw. She's one of a kind. Dude, I fucking love. You know the thing that's sad? Have you noticed that the music industry is boiled down to like the old heads at this point, because even like somebody like Tyler the Creator's almost hit an old head point, right? And Choctaw's a type of Indian and not a podcast fucking snail. So can you calm down? You're like, I'm gonna Choctaw on that thing. Dude, that was actually, I think, the only good reference since that fucking bitch created a Bitcoin.
I think I saw a post not too long ago that said if you bought Bitcoin from a girl that got famous from spitting on wieners, and you bought it and you fell for it, it's your fault.
Dude, and you know what? You know what the greatest...
Totally your fault.
And I honestly kind of feel bad for her. And here's why. I don't think this bitch, like, had any malicious intent in any of this, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think she became a meme. We live in the world of the internet now where you can turn that meme into massive fucking success, right? Without even sucking your cock. I just put in cock-sucking sounds because it's fun. But you can get there just because you said something fucking funny once. And the fact that she turned it into a mini empire for whatever, however long she is. And, it's like she capitalized on what she had, which if I was in the same position, I'd fucking try to capitalize on it. Why wouldn't you? I mean, you know how much money that fucking podcast made for how shitty it was, for how short it was, and she got probably a good portion of it. And,
yeah.
And then she probably was convinced by a fucking management team that this crypto thing was a good idea. It's what everybody's doing. She's got Logan Paul in her ear. And all the douchebags that were around him, because it seemed like Logan Paul really was one of the ones helping push her to the fucking stratosphere. I feel like maybe she was fucking just had too many bad people around her.
Yeah, I mean that's all. The case.
That's all conspiratorial, but
I mean it makes sense though.
Yeah, it's just like. It's just kind of sad, bro. It's kind of sad to, like, that happens. But at the same time, the bitch is making tons of money. So, like, fuck her. What? Dude, your phone survived 4 years without a case? I mean, what? Did it, like, murder somebody? Are the cops coming after it? Why is it trying to catch a case? Yeah, have you ever played, like, so I got a chat here a second ago, and, we were talking about the music thing. I'm going to get off of 87 Topics, Rev, and I'm going to talk a lot, so anytime you want to talk, just fucking tell me to shut the fuck up, and I have something to say. I will not get offended. I am a very, very, I appreciate bluntness.
Alright, noted.
Noted. 10-4 there, good buddy. I was gonna say, have you ever played like some of the other first-person RPGs that are out there? Some of the old ones.
What do you have in mind?
Well, I'm looking at what I got in front of me right now, right? Like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Oh no, I haven't played that one.
So, that one. So you know who? My one of my favorite people. I fucking jizz on this dude's cock 24/7. Like, he's one of my favorite developers of all time. It's Tim Kaine. Fucking love Tim Kaine. I think he's one of the most brutally honest. Without being brutally honest, he knows how to just tell you things. His channel's fucking amazing. If you haven't found Tim Kaine's channel, but he created Fallout 1.
Yeah.
And he worked on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is considered like a classic. And then, luckily, me and my another one of my mods from chat, Light Chomps would know him, but his name is High Glowy, and he was like one of my first big. Him and Light Chomps were my first big people that showed up in my chat. Much love. The Norwegian would like you. Which Norwegian? There's a lot of Norwegians. There's a whole fucking like ethnic group.
A country full of Norwegian people.
Yeah, dude. I bet I'm actually a little Norwegian. It's it sucks though because like my grandfather and uncle were both 6'4", and then I'm over here. I hit 6 foot, and then I capped out and started shrinking. I got fat. That's why you start shrinking. My spine's collapsing upon itself because of my morbid obesity.
Oh, I feel that.
But Tim Kaine, I think if I looked at the games that Tim Kane's worked on, I don't think there's one I haven't liked. I mean, other than Fallout 1, I'm not fucking playing Fallout 1. There's no fucking way. And then there was another one that was ARPG like that. I'm not playing ARPGs unless it's Diablo 4, because I actually like Diablo 4. I haven't played any other Diablos. I probably would like them too, but...
I think you'd like 3. I like 3 a lot.
See, that's the one I think I would like too, and I eventually want to play it. I'll probably get it on my fucking Switch so I can play it while I take a shit or something.
It's a good shitting game.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, it is. I agree. Do you play Fallout 1? I dare you, dude. I'd rather cut my own fucking toe off than play Fallout 1. There's no fucking
dare,
way.
though.
There's no fucking way I'm playing Fallout 1. I'm sorry. It's like, do I
Not
want...
even if I double dog dare you?
Dude, you could double dog dare my fucking crusty ass cheeks. And they would shit back at you, dude. With, like, the pain of 70 fucking hot Cheetos.
All right.
I
guess he's not playing Fallout 1.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'd like it. I think I'd get annoyed really fast and then quit. Because that's what I do. Like, I didn't even finish Diablo 4. I got bored. It's kind of my problem when it comes to ARPGs. I dare you, Fallout 1. Me and Rev are bubbling on you right now. How about no, dude? The only RPG that I will play that is close to that is fucking nothing. I don't want to play those type of games. I really don't. Have you played Fallout 1, Rev?
I've watched videos on it. I haven't played it personally, though.
Yeah, but you've seen videos on it. Do you want to play that shit?
I mean, I'm a big fanboy of the Fallout realm,
yeah,
so you know, I would watch it.
So am I, but
yeah, I'd play it. I don't know that I'd play it on. Yeah, I don't know that I'd play it on the channel though.
That'd be rough, dude. That'd be fucking rough.
I'd find it. I would have so much. I have a lot easier time, sort of getting into the Fallout London or Fallout 3 or something that's like in person, you know, first person.
Yeah, I think you should play Outer Worlds. I don't know if you played Outer Worlds.
Oh, I've played the mess out of Outer Worlds, but I would stream or put videos of that too.
So you've played it. Snail hasn't played it, right? Snail hasn't played it. The first time you play Outer Worlds, it's okay. The second time you play Outer Worlds, you start actually looking into the different dialogue and the different play styles. There's something about the Outer Worlds world that, upon first looking at it, like, because the first time I played it, I don't know if you had this experience. First time I played it, I was just like, I went to like different planets and I was just murdering everybody.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I'm like, holy shit, dude, because it was the first person RPG that I'd played in so long, so fucking long, and even just regular RPG that would let me murder fucking everybody. You just could fucking kill whoever you wanted. It was like Grand Theft Auto in space, but an RPG. And and I was like happy. And then I remember I played it a second time, and I started like, at first I was like, okay, this is kind of cringe humor about like capitalism or whatever. But then I started thinking of it like a Monty Python sketch. And how, like, when you watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail, the whole time you're not really thinking of how it's like the real world comparisons. You're thinking about how this is a really fucking weird world. You know what I mean? Where you're
right.
And that's how I started looking at the Outer Worlds. Is it's just this fucking weird world. They have their own language. And you're just there watching it, and you can literally sit there and watch it basically. In the Outer Worlds, you can sit and watch the factions kill each other. You don't have to, and then there's even times where you don't even have to pick a side, and then if you want, you can go out of your way and work really hard to make both factions happy and then create peace. And there's a lot of I've seen a lot of people complain about the Outer Worlds because the story's really short and the main story isn't that deep, but I think a lot of the side quests actually are, if you're willing to put the work in. You know what I mean? I don't know if you put that much work in the Outer Worlds and some of those side quests, but almost any side quest where you're talking to the two different factions on a planet, you can find a way to work with both of them without losing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that I did it with my playthrough, but, you know, that was Obsidian that made Outer Worlds, right? Was that them?
Yeah. Tim
Yeah.
Kaine was one of the directors on Outer Worlds. That's why I started fanboying. Is because I fell in love with that game. And it wasn't until the second playthrough. It's still too short. The game's still much too short.
Yeah. I thoroughly I enjoy some of Obsidian's other works. I really liked their take in in the Fallout universe. I love New Vegas. Some people are, they don't like it. I love it.
I don't think anybody said they don't like New Vegas.
Yeah, I've met a there's a very few amount of people that I've met that have said they don't like it. I think it's my favorite line of DLCs other than Far Harbor. I like Far Harbor.
So,
but I would say that I really enjoy their DLCs that they put in New Vegas.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret on why people kind of don't like New Vegas now. It's because of their fucking fans. New Vegas has the worst fucking fans. New Vegas fans can eat the meatiest, most fucking fat dick because they are the angriest Fallout fans. Because they really started cropping up. Far Harbor was the New Vegas experience people wish Fallout 4 had. Yeah, I never could get into Vegas because I can never get into the city. Oh, dude, everybody does that. Everybody does that. I don't think anybody fucking plays New Vegas and doesn't try to sprint their happy ass into the city.
Yeah. It's sort of like the main attraction to the game is big old city in the middle of the wasteland, alive and bustling and all the casinos and stuff.
Dude, I actually didn't like New Vegas the first time I played it. And it's a stupid reason why I didn't like it.
Well, now I have to know the reason.
Well,
What is it?
I'm from Nevada.
Dead man, I
Born and raised.
Okay.
Walks again.
I have gone to Vegas a million times. I have my great grandparents used to live out by Mojave. Mojave Lake or whatever. What's that lake called? Whatever, Mead. They used to live out in the desert out there, right? And so I used to walk around that as when I was a kid. I mean, it was still about 8 hours from where I lived. It was it was like something I knew. I mean, and even where I grew up in high desert, there was still only thing that was around was sagebrush and fucking dirt, And my thought process was when I would play New Vegas for the first time, because I played it like much later than everybody else did. Everybody was like, dude, it's just like during the winter I play because it's just like going outside. And I'm like, and then I played it, I'm like, yeah, dude, it's literally what I do on the weekends. I get my cousin and we go shoot shit out in the fucking hills. I was like, if I wanted to do this, I'd literally just go outside. And there was no escapism for me because it was fucking my backyard. You know what I mean? It was just kind of, there was just something I'd seen before. I couldn't I wasn't escaping to a new world. It was just fucking Nevada. Which they did a great job of that. But I fucking grew up in that. So it was annoying for me. And then I ended up playing it again after I moved to Utah. And
I would go towards the town.
Ooh, what the fuck? $500? There's no way. That is a sick bow, though. I want it in my butthole. Okay, I don't have any way of fucking buying that.
You and I use bows far differently.
Yeah, dude, because you use bows like a little bitch. You don't stick them in your butthole. And that's really sad, and I think you should work on that.
I will have to take that into consideration next time I have a bow.
How do I get the fuck out of here? All right, now I don't have to talk to Shaman anymore. Why am I so slow? But after when I get homesick, I play Fallout New Vegas now, and I have a much more broader respect for it. But first time I played it, I was like, okay, this isn't for me. And then I didn't play another Fallout game for a long time. And then I played Fallout 3, and it fucking hooked me, dude. I was so hooked on Fallout 3. I was like in love. I liked the fact that I go from this like war-torn nuclear fallout city to like areas of trees and stuff, and it was just all this weird different biomes. And I think New Vegas suffers really bad in the opening areas. with the idea of there's nothing really going on. I was talking about real Vegas. They wouldn't let me in the city.
Wouldn't let you in the city.
And that's because you're too much of a gooner. You follow the buses around with half-naked ladies on them, and you're just like, huh, gooning.
Gone with the wind.
But yeah, dude, that was my reason for not liking it. It had nothing to do with the game. It was all about the fact that it was just more Nevada boring shit that I've already seen, that I was already bored with because it would have been my entire fucking life. And
for big jobs.
I was like, dude, I don't need this. I don't know. Any retort? Got anything for me, Rev? You're quiet. You're scaring me.
Oh, what? No, it cut out on me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, I was thinking for a moment. I was like, I've never heard of it said that way. You know, that it was because you were from Nevada. I didn't think about that.
Nevada.
But I would get that, you know, like if there were a Fallout that came out in the middle of Kentucky, I was like, well, I've been everywhere in Kentucky, so this is okay, cool. But I was thinking about going to, you know, thinking about New Vegas and whatnot. I think for me, I think it would be fun because I haven't been there. I haven't lived there. I had decided at one point I was going to go to visit all the places from New Vegas, like go to Good Springs and all of that. But yeah, I was thinking about as well with Fallout 3. You said how it hooked you. I will say that Fallout 3 has one of my favorite quests. I really enjoy the Tranquility Lane quest. I don't know why, but I think it's so much fun to be in that little whatchamacallit, simulation in the middle of this game. And I don't know, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think Fallout 3 has some of the best scares in the entire series. I fucking died again. Las Vegas, New Vegas. Dude, Snail knows. He calls Las Vegas, New Vegas.
Something wicked this way comes.
I also remember getting to New Vegas, and because I'd played like Grand Theft Auto and stuff, I ended up getting to New Vegas, and I was like, dude, this is nothing even close to as cool as real Vegas. Like, I know that's such a fucking lame thing, but at the same time, I had this bias because I'd been to Vegas so many fucking times, dude, and I'm like, well, yeah, I was like, I guess, and I just had so much. I think it was also overhype at the time. It was like when I watched the movie fucking Bridesmaids, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so fucking
Little
juicy,
guys,
and it's
the
such a
big
great
jobs."
movie." And I watched Bridesmaids, and I'm like, "Oh, it's fine. It's like it's got funny moments. I don't know if it's as funny as The Hangover, like everybody told me." It was like overhype, I think. Overhype in the fact that it was in my backyard. So many things were working against it, and later I understood the hype.
Yeah.
You know what is exciting to me? Have you seen what God, what's that studio behind the? They're behind the Wastelander games.
Oh, I can search that real quick. since you're
In
playing.
Exile. In
Oh, yeah.
Exile. So they're behind Wastelanders 2 and 3. So In Exile's making a first-person a steampunk RPG. I don't know if you've seen footage from that.
What is it? What is the name of the
game? Clockwork
game, yeah.
Revolution. Oh, he saw me. He saw me. I'm fucked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream right in your ear, buddy.
I only jumped a little bit.
Dude, I don't know if you ever played Blood West, but it is a stealth game.
I have a rendezvous with destiny.
And if there's one thing I'm really bad at, it's stealth games. First thing I do in Fallout is look up all the best ways to get the best weapons, and then I go get the best weapons.
Oh, this Clockwork Revolution looks really cool.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm
Looking at it on the
saying.
Steam page.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It looks fucking amazing. It looks like such a good game.
disgusting filth.
It looks so good. It looks like steampunk meets and I like steampunk. It seems like Chomps is crying about steampunk. Doing Fallout is mod it usually. Yeah, dude, I do the same thing. Once they put mods on console, luckily that's when after I got Fallout 4, they already had mods on console. And I got a little hyped the other day about Starfield because they put that Doom mod in, and I'm gonna try it. Again, I don't know how good or bad Starfield is. I haven't played it myself, so I know Snail is always back and forth on if he hates it or if he doesn't mind it.
I know for me, I overhyped myself with it. I was super excited about it. I enjoyed it, but at the same time, to me, it felt like there were actions or things that I did that should have mattered in how the rest of the quests progress that didn't. And that to me things I was doing felt so inconsequential, like with
Peter Tea Party. Sorry, I read chat there. I apologize.
Dusty road.
No, you're good. I read it too. I watched it pop up. I was gonna say, I think there's a lot that needed to be done in the writing that's not there. And even like if you think about when you were making changes or when you did like quests in Fallout or some of the other games like that in Skyrim and whatnot, if you did these things, these quests, then even the people in the cities would make note of that. And it actually seemed like you changed something, but here it doesn't really feel like it.
I mean, even the Outer Worlds did that. You know what I mean?
Worlds, yeah.
Outer Worlds even did that with their little world. And again, I think people put a lot of weight on the Outer Worlds when it's just a fucking AA game. Like it was a new IP, AA game under the rule of 2K. So I think what they did with the time they were allotted, and because they got the game done in like 3 years. I look at that, and then I look at kind of Fallout 4 and even Starfield, what I played of it. I look at the fact that here's Obsidian makes fucking Outer Worlds and gets all of the fucking pressure from all of the failures of the Bethesda. And I never thought that was fair, because people fucking murdered the Outer Worlds.
Yes, so Snail said what I was trying to say. He said it a lot better, that it was an experience, a good core experience wrapped in a far underbaked game world. That's what I was thinking. Was it felt underbaked? That's where I was going with that. I think I talked my way all around it.
Oh no, I knew exactly what you were saying. I was there. You were talking about the story, which I know a lot of people, that was a critical misstep for the game.
Wretch.
And things that got me so far, I've only played a little bit. I think I played 4 hours, if that. I found the Batman armor.
Oh yeah.
Which I thought that was cool. And I think the gunplay is easily the best Bethesda style gunplay we've ever
hands
gotten.
down. Yes,
I think the
really
movement, I like the NASA punk aesthetic. But I can already see that it's got a jank to it. And a lot of people falter that for the creation engine, but I don't think it's the creation engine's fault, because I think the creation engine, that game looks fucking good. People were saying that the creation engine, because it's old and stuff, that game looks bad. I'm sorry, have you seen some of these games that come out in fucking Unreal Engine 5 that are I'm sorry, what was that game that came out recently? Veilguard, dude. That game looked ass.
It looked like I was playing on my Sega Genesis.
Yeah, dude. It looks ass, dude. The safest thing they ever read. And, I think a lot of people... This isn't a defense of Starfield, because, again, I haven't played the whole thing. But I think a lot of people expected it to not be safe. And I don't think it's due to Xbox. Because Fallout 4 was safe. I think Bethesda and a lot of studios right now are trying to be safe because they didn't want to muddy the waters of the internet. I don't have anything to back that up really. It's just kind of how everything's going in the gaming industry right now. It's just playing things safe. And well, yeah, but Fallout 4 also came out 10, like, I don't know when Fallout 4 came out. When did Fallout 4 came out? Do you know, Rev? Like 2014?
14 or 15.
Yeah, so it was almost like 10 years before Starfield. It was like 8 years. And the landscape was a lot different. And I remember people complaining that 4 was too safe. So, 2015. But you look at the landscape, I mean, the chaos that was birthed from... Oh, shit. The chaos that was birthed from like 2016 and on, I don't want to get on into why it became chaos, but the chaos that was birthed about a bunch of studios going safe, and we've seen a lot of like great IPs die because they're trying to be too safe, or they're getting distracted by other things going on in the weird internet culture because they think that the internet is a cut of what people really want. And they have this discontent because they think they're listening to the fans, but they're not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And but while also trying not to get bad publicity at the same time. Like, it's
Disgusting filth.
It's one of those things that, dude, how far does this fucking dude's hatchet reach? Jesus Christ.
I need to stop this bleeding.
And I think that had a lot to do with it because people even complain about the Outer Worlds being too safe. And I think that game did some wild shit. Like, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted. You could side with whatever you wanted. You could, like... And at any moment, you could be what they call the bad guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I felt like Fallout 4 never let you be the bad guy. Quote unquote. You couldn't really side with it's not
pseudo bad guy.
Yeah, dude, you really couldn't side with anything other than the synth, which the synth it was more of a moral gray. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you can be with the synth.
Right.
They're like a moral gray, and it's like, I don't really? Is that what we're okay? And
I mean, they threw the Nuka World DLC at you, then you really could,
but
somewhat
still be a bad guy. Snail talked about that. You're not really a bad guy.
Not really a bad guy, but
honestly,
I think that was their attempt at it.
Yeah, it was, but it was the safest fucking attempt at being a bad guy ever that I'd ever seen. It was like, oh no, look at me, I'm a big edgy boy. Oh, I can kill everybody and be the leader of the fucking Raiders. Whoa.
I'm a bad guy now.
I'm a bad boy.
Raiders.
I'm a bad boy. Yeah, fine. It's what... it's just like one of those things that and I think that when it comes to a new IP, you're going to see a lot, like, and you're a big studio, they're always trying to be safe. And it's sad, but it's also just kind of how we're gonna work, dude. And that sucks, and it's annoying, but I saw Starfield being about as safe as it is. I was curious about the gunplay. That's all I cared about, was when it came out. Mm-hmm. I downloaded it on my I didn't download it. I played it through cloud gaming on my phone. Because I have a Backbone controller.
Mm-hmm.
Which, god damn it, do I fucking love. I love this Microsoft ecosystem thing they're doing right now.
Oh yeah, I've got a Backbone as well. I really enjoy it.
Dude, it's just so much better than... I think a lot of people have this idea that the console model should be the same. Oh my god, they're not. There's two of them. Okay, we're doing this. Blood West doesn't fuck around, dude. Blood West is like trying to be an RPG meeting a FPS game while at the same time being scary Western thief. I mean, I'm interested in what it's doing, but I'm in the first area and I can't even get fucking 3 foot away. There's so many bad guys. But I don't know. It was what was I saying before I became a little bitch?
I got very distracted by the fact that you were being a little bit.
It's so hard, dude. It's so hard. Well, dude, this goes into something that I actually got distracted on earlier. The music thing I was saying. Have you noticed that the music industry has become like almost a parody of itself? Like rap music is now only talks about fucking. I remember like my dad when I first started listening. All rap's about is like partying, crimes, and sleeping with women. And I was like, that's not what it's about. But now it's like about partying, drugs, and women. That's exactly what rap's about. It's became a parody of it. Yeah, it's a fucking parody of itself. Bro, weird native guy. You're not gonna help? What the fuck? And then like country music, it was the same type of thing. It's only about trucks and losing your woman and like lame shit, right? Oh my god.
Right.
And what did it become? Exactly
what they said it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Everything's became a parody of itself because everything's safe. Everything's fucking safe anymore, dude. It's just like the society we live in. We live in a really desensitized, safe society because we're more focused on these weird like the sad thing is Postal 4 is considered an edgy game when compared to the other Postal games. It's kind of a safe Postal game.
Yeah,
and you
that's saying something.
You literally use a catapult to fling Mexican people over the border in that game,
yeah.
and people complained that it wasn't edgy enough. Which is like, that's just the society we live in right now. We live in a society, which I think is something that's missed a lot because you got these people fucking. Put me in. Okay. How do I put Snail in? Hold on. Does he just call, or do we have them create a group chat?
There's a way to add him to the call.
All right.
If you go to the add friends to DM, it's up in the top right. Two over the search bar.
I got a fucking autism real quick.
Oh yeah. I don't have there. Snail or add him.
So the search bar. Oh. Snail. I got this. What? Oh, dude, I forgot there's an I in Snail. Wait, hold on. No, add friends from DMs. Ah, there you go. Create DM. I sent you a fucking. There he is. We got him. Wait, what happened? Everybody here? You clear?
Yeah.
I see Snail there, so we'll see. Our unfettered access to information, frequently vomiting tidbits, info at us. The only thing that ever stand out to us is the safest, easily categorizing things. Yeah. That I think that's the biggest problem with like every. Everything
guys.
Right, Snail's here. See, Rev's been scared to cut me off and tell me I'm being fucking annoying.
Wait, hold on. Who's? Oh, that is Jiffy talking. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
If you're wondering why I sound so crispy, I got a new mic.
Oh, okay. I was actually wondering why you sounded a bit robotic and anemic.
Oh, dude. Well, I always sound a bit robotic and anemic, except for I'm not anemic because those are my lights making me look so pale. I want you to fucking know, Snail. I talked about this.
Right. No. I forgot. It was autism. Okay.
Autism. You're right, dude.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm a little retarded.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little retarded.
Did you ever look up the song, dude? The fucking I'm gonna eat that leftist ass.
No, I didn't, but I'm gonna look it up right now. I've just been kind of fucking around with my load order.
Is there cheats for this game? Because I will fucking cheat the fuck out of this game. I don't even care.
There's probably mods.
For Blood West?
Yeah, probably.
It is fairly popular. And then New Blood. As soon as New Blood sticks their fucking logo on anything, it becomes like 15 times more popular.
That is crazy.
I don't even know if you know who New Blood is.
No, I don't. Are they the developers for Blood West?
No. Hyperstrange is the developer. Or no, it's another. Hyperstrange was the original publishers. New Blood is a publishing company. A Medieval, Ultra Kill, Smoking Aces, Dusk. I'm sure you've heard of one of those games. They're like
Dust sounds familiar.
they're like the big FPS indie FPS publishing company right now. Like when they put their name on something, usually the game's good. A Medieval is probably my least favorite of theirs, which I got a little annoyed. I saw 15 best boomer shooters or something list, and I saw a Medieval as number 1. I'm like, go kill yourself, whoever wrote this. You're fucking trash. You have bad opinions. A Medieval is a good game, but it's 8.5 hours with no story. So it's just levels, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm an FPS guy. But, like, you can only take my weapons away and let me refine them so many fucking times before I'm just like,
well, yeah.
I'm a little bored.
No, that would be awful, man.
Yeah.
I need like story or something, just something worked into it. You know?
And I don't even need a big story, to be honest. As long as it's something to like pull the chaos together, you know.
Something that progresses you and does stuff like that.
Yeah, because the problem with like a Medieval is it's sci-fi fantasy, but it's more like fantasy weapons and stuff, but in different parts of space. So it's like, it's hard to explain. It feels like you're playing a regular fantasy FPS game, but you're in a different galaxy somewhere, and it's still the time of the dragons or something.
Right.
Which is interesting, and aesthetically and atmospherically, it all works really, really good. I'm fighting all of these, what I'm guessing are cosmic entities. Not Lovecraftian cosmic, but more like fucking Marvel cosmic, if that makes sense. More like Galactus-esque creations. And I'm like, this is all well and good, but why? Why am I doing this? Like, sometimes just a voiced protagonist who says something every once in a while can make a difference. Like, I would be playing, like, Duke Nukem 3D, and I'm like, oh, I get it. He wants to fuck the babes. Right? You know?
Oh, yeah, as he does. He's Duke Nukem.
Exactly. But you know his point. You know why he's doing it. I mean, it's like... And you look at like a 5-hour experience of like an FPS game that's just all levels and all like all gas no brakes. I'm like, yes, give it to me. I'm fine. I know what I'm. But like that game is 8.5 hours, and I mean, and that's like probably every time I see a game's like duration, most of the time I add about 5 hours to it, or like 4 to 5 hours, because not that much, like 3 to 5 I think is a better range, because you're gonna get lost a lot. You're gonna fucking do a lot more exploring on your first playthrough, and usually that's kind of like when they put the playthrough up online, it's kind of a brass tacks number.
Yeah, it's not very like accurate. You mean?
Yeah. It's accurate if you played the motherfucker before, because then you just run through it and you're like, yeah, I know where everything is. So it took me 8 hours just punching in and punching out.
Right, but if it's your first time, you might take a little longer just to look at things.
Yeah. And like a Medieval is probably one of the prettiest, most fun playing games I've ever played, but I got to the end of it and I'm like, this would have been so nice if they would have just added a little something, maybe a couple Berserk references or something to get my dick hard, but I'm bored.
Right, they couldn't at least do that. Right?
Yeah. And don't get me wrong. When the game's gameplay is a 10 out of 10, and the atmosphere and level designs are all 10 out of 10, and the story's a 0 out of 10, you're still gonna end up with like a 9 out of 10 game, because at the end of the day, you're playing a video game. But because like there's games with amazing stories, but have like the fucking worst gameplay ever, and nobody fucking talks about them anymore. Right,
because of the gameplay. I mean, you're still playing a game. You have to be able to enjoy the gameplay, right?
I've heard the game Jericho has a fucking amazing story, but Clive Barker didn't get somebody who can make a game correctly, so nobody fucking remembers it.
I remember playing the demo for it and thinking, "Wow, this sucks,"
Dude,
and I just never played it again. I played the
guns-
Darkness demo after that, and I was like, "Wow, this is awesome." And
Yeah.
I never played the Darkness either.
The Darkness is fucking amazing. It is clunky though. Have you ever played the Riddick game?
No, I haven't. But I
Ooh.
played the Darkness 2 to completion,
Not
as well as like
even.
some of the side
So
content.
you would actually like the Darkness 1 and the Chronicles of Riddick game better because they are light RPGs. But like
Oh,
light
really?
RPGs back in the day. So they're kind of the best example is somebody said years ago that internally at Bethesda during Fallout 3 they were playing Dark Athena. Or not Dark Athena,
Right.
Butcher Bay. Hold on. I can't remember where I got that, so like it could have been something that somebody showed me in high school. I just remember that Butcher Bay release 2004. Oh yeah, that was way before fucking first Fallout or Fallout 3. That's what I meant. It was Fallout 3, not the first Fallout. Obviously, the first Fallout is not going to be.
I still think you should play the first Fallout.
Yeah, there's no way.
At least
2008.
give
Yeah,
it a
yeah, yeah.
good
So
try.
that like
Look,
you can feel
the double dog dare still stands. That's
yeah, I
all I'm
don't give a
saying.
shit. Though I've already told you, Snail. The only time I'm playing either of the first two Fallouts is whenever that
Yeah.
fucking Eastern European son of a bitch finally releases the boomer shooter Fallout 2.
Oh, you mean the Doom version?
Yes.
Okay, is it a Jeezy or is it?
I have no idea what that fucking dude's doing because I can't understand the language he's speaking.
Oh, true.
And
Maybe he got drafted or something.
I don't think he's in that. He posted a video 3 months ago, and I started to read some of it, and I'm like, dude, I'm so distracted at what's going on right now. I can't follow
Oh,
this.
fuck.
I'm like, you've got the wrong guy here, Chief. And I was doing it waiting. I was curious about it because I knew one of you fuckers were gonna bring this up if both of you were gonna be here. We're gonna bring up the fact that I refused to play the Fallout games, the first two. And I looked up that thing. And I'm like, oh shit, he's still posting, so it's still in development. He's just speaking fucking Eastern Europeanese, and I'm not.
Turn Europeanese.
I don't know how to handle that shit, bro.
That's fair.
Bro's got the gobbledygook machine on 5,000, and I'm back on fucking dial up. But like, there's a couple games that I could tell you guys that you guys would thoroughly enjoy, that I think you guys are missing out on. That's for sure. Like Undying, Clive Barker's Undying. I think if you haven't played that, that game has a fucking expansive world, and it didn't really have great light RPG mechanics, but it almost feels like a precursor to what's that fucking studio that made Dishonored. It feels like a precursor to Dishonored, but with a Clive Barker jizz all over it, which I love Clive Barker.
So you were ready to lick that all up. You were like, oh,
dude,
cool.
He literally gave us fucking Hellraiser. Of course I would lick that seat up. It's fucking
Okay, fair.
I mean, and he
All right.
wrote the original story that Candyman is made off of.
Oh, really? So
Yeah,
that was
did
him
you
too.
not know? Do you not know the lore of fucking, or not the lore, but Clive Barker is. I'm gonna show you like. You didn't know you were a big Clive Barker fan until you fucking. All right, ready? Hellraiser. Fucking no. These are the worst fucking pop-ups of his movies. He's done way more than this.
You know what's funny is I've seen Hellraiser, and immediately after watching it, I was like, this is so fucking dumb.
You didn't like Hellraiser?
I hated it. I thought it was so stupid. I thought it was one of the dumbest movies I've ever watched.
I actually really like Hellraiser because it's not about the monsters. It's about
people.
it's about sex. And
Oh wait, hold on.
the degeneracy of like over sexualization. I thought it was a brilliant look at that.
We're talking about the movie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it's
okay.
based on sex. Like the whole thing is about like being a sexual deviant.
Well, yeah, and then Hellraiser's the Punisher. Like he's
Yeah, I mean-
effectively the punishment that you reap by being over sexualized.
Yeah, well, it's just not, and it's not always over sexualization, but it's just like the look into being a fucked up individual. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
So I thought it was an interesting take because like everything else at that time was just trying to be trying to be fucking. If anybody else would have made it, they would have turned it into a slasher flick.
Probably, yeah. And I guess Hellraiser really isn't that. So, I mean, at least there's that, right? Like that's not
Yeah.
a bad thing.
Now
That you put it that way, it kind of makes a little more sense.
Yeah, dude, it had a little more depth than the regular bullshit. But I mean, it's not the deepest, but I did like that it tried to tell an interesting story of these people, and you're focused on these people, and then these Hellraiser creatures are just like this other world. Now, the best Hellraiser one I thought was the one where they go to hell, because then it's just you're getting more of that shit that you want. But Midnight Train, I remember being okay back in like 2008. But Candyman, Nightbreed, there we go, dude. Nightbreed, that movie was fucking gnarly. It was a Cronenberg flick. I think he was played by, finds himself in the in the care of serial murdering Dr. Decker, played by David Cronenberg. Dude, if you look at the stream right now, you've seen this bitch before.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Nightbreed in a really long time, but I remember loving it.
I see the Nightbreed right there. Yeah.
And Candyman, the original Candyman, is just one of the most brilliant slashers ever made, because it decided to actually tell a story other than stupid fucking rich kids die.
That sounds like definitely not the slasher I've watched, like, or at least not a slasher like I've ever watched. I'd say my favorite slasher is probably Halloween, though, for reference.
Oh, dude, this shit's on Halloween. I like Halloween a lot.
Are you
really,
sure?
yeah, dude. I mean, in terms of like,
That's
there
some
is
big
some
words.
cheesy dialogue in it, but he's not just your typical like I'm a tough guy slasher. Well, he's like, he is an embodiment of God, what are those called? The stories that people tell that are like wives' tales. He's like the embodiment of a wives' tale. Who Candyman is. He's all urban myth. He's an urban myth, and the only way he has he's manifested because of the power of his urban myth. And like,
Gee, that's cool.
And the whole movie's about her. She's like she works at a college, and her thesis is about urban myths. And so she's in the inner cities, kind of talking to people about the Candyman. Which I'm gonna stop saying that as much, because if you say it 5 times, they'll come kill you.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I was counting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm safe because I haven't said it once, but I'm gonna say it one time now.
You're supposed to say it in the mirror. You're supposed to say it in a mirror, and I have my fucking camera looking right back at me.
On.
Yeah, but
this is my favorite Candyman right here. I just sent it in the Discord.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Yes!
Man, Sam.
Oh, dude, the ghost of Kiev himself. The fucking ghost of Kiev, bro. He was the shooter of the real shooter of everyone. Rev,
Sam Al-Hayadi.
dude. I want to
I
kill
love how
a
every
son,
time something
Pika.
happens, they blame it on him.
Oh, always. So I don't know if I didn't put it on screen. So Rev, do you used to know who this guy is?
Sam Hyde.
Yeah, Sam Hyde. Do you know Sam Hyde?
I do not.
Bro's the guy who led to the downfall of iDubbbz.
Yeah.
Do you know who iDubbbz is?
Nope.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
So there was back in the day, there were there's still commentary, but it's not the same commentary. It used to be people like Leafy is here. There was the Leafy is here. Clown is Colossal is crazy type of guys that were out there just shitting on people all the time. And then there was the drama YouTube side, which was like Keemstar and the guys, right? And there was also like it was like the early days of like streamers and stuff, and there was iDubbbz came out, and he did this thing called Content Cop, where he would categorize every type of stupid shit that this creator would do, And he did these funny videos where he was talking shit about them as a content cop. They were funny, they were decent, and then iDubbbz decided to try to like stop being that, and he was like, I'm gonna do actual documentaries. And Full Force is still an amazing documentary on Airsoft Fatty, still good. iDubbbz kind of still, you can kind of feel has that vibe where he's kind of being an asshole throughout the whole thing, but it's fine. It's iDubbbz. You kind of expected that. Well, he was going to do one on Sam Hyde, because Sam Hyde was kind of at this time, he had just lost his show. He had a show on Adult Swim. He had this Adult Swim show, and one other creator on Adult Swim found out that he had right-wing views. And because he had right-wing views, he petitioned on Twitter to get Sam Hyde kicked off of Adult Swim. Now, it wasn't even that he'd like donated to something that had ties to something else. It was not something Sam Hyde had said. It was like it was like rungs of a ladder type fucking investigating that this random fucking loser at Adult Swim did. So he got the entire crew kicked out of Adult Swim after their show being probably it was the most popular show on Adult Swim at the time. Well, after this fallout, iDubbbz decided he was going to do a documentary on Sam Hyde, because nobody knows shit about Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is this conundrum of just being a comedian where he'll tell you something and it'll be absolutely fucking false about his life, but he'll like make it a thing because he thinks it's funny. It's very Andy Kaufman energy. He'll go on stage and bomb just to see people pissed.
Yes. Oh, it's so fucking funny. He once gave a TED Talk.
He did a TED Talk on, wasn't it on, like, diversity and equity or something like that? It was like...
I think so.
It was on, like, social issues. He did it on social issues. And he's being such a fucking snarky dickhead the whole time, and they're eating it up. They're clapping at everything he's saying, and it's just, he's up there with a beanie on and a scarf.
And like a fucking like an armor plate.
And he's
And, okay, so I've got it pulled up here. I've got it pulled up. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing if you guys don't want. Obviously, it's 18 minutes, but we can show a little bit of it to Rev for his own information.
I will definitely
if that suits you.
I'll put it on, dude. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
I fucking love Sam Hyde.
Do you want to host it then?
Me host it? How do I do?
Or do you want me to host it?
How does one host something?
Well, just play it in your browser. That way your OBS captures it. And if you want, you can also export that on share your screen on the Discord call.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's the share your screen button? Turn on camera.
Should be underneath all of our
That's
faces.
what I was just reading the shit. That was more me thinking out loud because I'm half fucking retarded.
No, it's true. I got that, yeah.
Alright. Screens, capture devices, link. No. So, wait. Reps, capture devices on. No. Virtual camera, OBS, your link cam, okay, screens. Screen 1. I'm gonna hit. Wait. That just.
It should just work with your browser right now. Like you
yeah. I'm looking at all. It's trying to tell me all the bit rates and stuff, and I was like, resolution 720. I can do that one because it won't try to charge me for that shit. Got it, dude. I got it. All right. Now link it to me, and I will put this shit on.
Just kidding. It's porn. Oh fuck! Wrong link anyway.
Dude. When I start streaming on Kick, I can do that. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah. That's when you can do that. All right. So this is the Sam Hyde TED Talk.
Oh, it's so good, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah. Rev's not ready for this, dude.
No. He's not ready. But you know what? It's fine. He's diving right in.
I'll prepare myself as much as I can.
Yep.
Copy message link. this is so good, dude. Oh, it's Discord. Dude, that's not what I fucking wanted. How about you shut up and don't do that to me again?
How about you suck my mean willy, PC?
How about you suck my mouse, Mr. Garrison?
Why don't you suck my balls, Mr. Garrison?
Fuck you, So
Dude, I think you're sounding like the off.
yeah. I was just getting ready. Are you guys ready for this shit? Make sure to tell me.
Bring it on.
2070 paradigm shift. Sam Hyde is a video journalist and documentary filmmaker from Brooklyn, New York. His works span every continent and have been featured on television and in print. Discovery, Nat Geo, Vice, and others. He recently returned from Mogadishu, the most dangerous city on earth, where he has shadowed the heroic Al Muhammad women on their quest to clean up the streets and restore humanity in their war-torn country. In 2014, he will be investigating the methamphetamine trade in Mongolia.
And see, this is the cool thing about what Sam Hyde does. Sam Hyde's comedy is transcendent in a way, because not only is it something he finds really fucking funny that not everybody might think is funny, but it also exposed, like, he likes to fuck with establishments. He likes to fuck with systems and show people, like, hey, this thing you thought was like solid, yeah, no, it's not solid, bro. This shit is a house of cards. And that's basically what he did with TED Talks here, doing this bit. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but in the early 2000s, TED Talks were like, they were the thing, man. They were, you watched a TED Talk, you felt like you were having arcane wisdom imparted upon you by a craft master.
It's how everybody feels after. It's how like every fucking gym bro feels after listening to a Joe Rogan episode. Basically,
yeah. It is what Joe Rogan is to gym bros today. That's what TED Talks were to millennials in the early 2010s. Everybody watched them. Everybody took them as gospel. And this, just reading this segment alone, anybody who knows anything about Sam Hyde will tell you right away, wow, TED Talk really is garbage, isn't it? Like,
well, it was like the funny thing, the best part about this too is I remember a little bit before this time, there was a guy who wrote a bunch of fucking false journals, and then he went to these other journals and then corroborated his own work on that journal to another journal, corroborated that work so that the high-end science journals would publish his work, because it was that easy to move around these fucking bureaucratic bullshit fucking ecosystems. It was that bad, and it would just kind of put that a lot of these science journals are bullshit.
Yeah, because the paper, so to speak, would move so slowly, and there would be so many little itty bitty decisions and hoops to jump through that by the time people found out it was a fake, it was too late, right?
And that's how he was able to convince. This is how this fucking random comedian was able to convince the fucking TED Talk people that he went to Mogadishu when he probably never left his fucking house.
Not once. He probably hasn't even left New York.
But all right, let's get into this.
All right.
His work spans every continent and has been featured on television and in print, Discovery, Nat Geo, Vice, and others. He recently returned from Mogadishu, the most dangerous city on Earth, where he shadowed the heroic and women
he thinks he's welcoming like an esteemed journalist up on stage. Bro has no idea.
Dude, the funniest part too is this is back when we thought journalists were esteemed, bro. they weren't just shoving shit out there to get impressions. They were doing the same shit at this time, just people didn't know about it yet. It's like, you think IGN really likes Dragon Age Veilguard that much, or are they getting clicks because they're pissing people off? It's it's like, we know what you're doing, bro.
They got the only guy in the office who likes it to write about it.
Paradigm shift. Sam.
What is he wearing?
Ladies, this is what peak male performance looks like. You might not like it, but this is it.
Dude, his fucking face. He looks so genuine, but he's wearing fucking Roman garb over, like, bed sheets.
Can I have this water here? Is this anybody's? I'm claiming that right there. All right. Some notes here. Did I just drop the mic back? Oh, good. Okay. Keep that on me. Otherwise, you guys can't hear me. Give me like 25 seconds here.
You gotta be kidding me.
Give me like 10 more seconds.
Oh, I fucking
Can we turn
love
this up a little bit so I don't have to like turn my head into it? Can you like, how about now? Test. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. You're doing a good job.
I love that he knew the optics of getting up by the TED side too. Yeah, because like you can see, there was. This is like a little tangent, but I was fucking when I was in college. We had the theater program was fucking forced to do this thing to help the cops and all the dispatchers. We had to go to a place that all the dispatchers had to meet up, right? And I was supposed to be somebody who broke their back. And every time somebody came near me, my whole thing was I decided that I was gonna like actually be crying. And anytime they would say anything to like, because I knew what they were gonna say, I would just take it in the opposite direction. Like my dog was like molested by my neighbor, and he's like, "Well, it's gonna be okay." He's like, well, "You'll go home to your family." I'm like, "My family was murdered in a serial killer rampage. He took their skin and wore it, patched it together, and then he like was at my house. And if it wasn't for the first responders, so I appreciate you guys so much." This poor fucking guy trying to do his job while I'm decked out in makeup to look like I'm a fucking injury victim is sitting there bawling, laughing, and his superior kept coming over. "Dude, you need to be serious." They kept swapping people out on me because when they come over, I would just act like I was passed out when the superior would walk over.
Oh man, okay. Can we reset the clock so I have another minute extra, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay, hey, I wanted to start sitting down anyway. Guys, pat yourselves on the back right now, okay? Let's do it. Come on. Everybody, I'm not gonna let you stop until I see everybody doing it. Let's pat ourselves on the back. There we go. You two, you're patting each other. That's cheating. You couldn't keep your hands off her, could you? Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. She's a cutie. Hey guys, that pat on the back right there is for saving the world. I'm looking at young minds right now. You guys are all intelligent. I know that you did good in school. I didn't do that. You especially. You're very smart. Look at us. We're the machine that keeps the world going, okay? I'd like to start this talk off with a parable, a story, if you will. I was at a college, a second tier, not an Ivy League school, a second choice school. And I was in a class, and there was a student in that class, okay? And the teacher, he was spouting some horrible nonsense about how it was something about how women's rights are not legitimate, something that everybody knew was false. But if anybody had spoken up, he would have taken extreme joy in failing them. Okay, nobody spoke up. One person raised his voice. One person started talking. The teacher couldn't believe it. The classroom couldn't believe it either. But in the end, he had logic on his side. And at the end of the day, he proved his point. That student was Albert Einstein.
The way he fucking says it.
He's making it sound like it's your fucking basic community college outside Brooklyn. And then he pulls the German physicist Albert Einstein out of his ass.
That student was Albert Einstein.
Whoa. And the crowd goes wild.
Oh my
And that
god.
same sense of and that same sense of childlike play and innocence that we know from Albert Einstein, I can sense it in this room today. TEDx, Drexel University, next X. So you got to be thinking to yourselves right now, who's this 22-year-old kid up on stage with a chip on his shoulder and his heart on his sleeve and the world in his eyes? Well, that's a tough question, asking somebody to define who they are. I much prefer to ask, what inspires that person? What inspires you? What inspires you? What inspires you? I want an answer. What inspires you? You better find something, man. Don't worry about it. Possibilities. What inspires me is teaching African refugees how to program JavaScript. What inspires me is finding out how to...
He just broke. He just fucking broke. He's trying to hide.
I know he...
You can hear him crack
What inspires me is teaching Africans JavaScript is such a fucking fire line. Because like I love that he's just playing on the ridiculous nature of all of these fucking people that were talking. At the time, it was like, we need to focus on this and we need to bring this to this place, and it's like, bro, they're just trying to eat, dog.
like the best part is he just keeps doubling down and yeah, especially that's another good point. They're just trying to eat. Like he's going out of his way to do this charitable action when it's nothing that the African kids fucking need. They need food and stability
water
and like
shelter.
a functioning government and shelter. And shit.
And he's like, I'm gonna teach him fucking JavaScript.
We'll have trains to get resources to the moon. These are the challenges that tomorrow's going to face, okay? How are we going to get clean drinking water to 2 billion Chinese people? You got an answer? Get inspired. I'm going to be picking on you. The second thing that inspires me are ideas. Ideas are amazing. Ideas are like currency. Ideas are what drives the world. Ideas are what we need to get to the next stage. And not just great inventions like the train, little things like this microphone that enables me to speak to the unwashed masses. TED Talks. TED Talks are great.
Unwashed masses, and then he just dies, bro.
And then he immediately covers his fucking face because he knows he's gonna lose it.
He's like, I completely get where he's at right now, because like I'm sure that there's a part of him too. I remember when this happened back at this time period. It was just like, how the fuck did he do this? How did he manage to like convince himself to get up on that stage and then do this? Because this had we've seen stuff like that. Like you'd seen stuff like this, like Borat and stuff, but he was doing it almost without the camera. It would hit the internet and stuff, but it wasn't like for a movie, you know.
Yeah, it was. You mean Sam Hyde, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was just for like YouTube. He wasn't expecting, thousands upon thousands of people to watch it, right?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't. He was using guerrilla tactics for comedy when like other people were doing it because they had established, like they had a studio behind them. They had all this stuff. Sam Hyde was just like, I'm gonna fucking do this, and this, like Borat was like a lot of those type of movies and stuff. They're edgy and stuff even for that time, but they weren't. They were still safe in a way compared to what he was doing, because they wouldn't have ever pushed TED Talks and stuff because that would have looked bad.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
I wanted to say I feel like this form of comedy, this form of guerrilla comedy, still exists today, but in the most base possible form, in the form of public harassment content, where like you're literally just harassing people on the street. It's not entertaining. It's not even particularly clever or
No.
funny. There's no punchline.
Well,
You're just
Right.
being a nuisance.
It's because they're looking for easy content and not putting the legwork in behind the joke. So you have
Right.
like the thing to make this type of Borat style comedy or this Sam Hyde style comedy is you have to come up with a plan, hone the bit, and never give up the bit. You have to go full in.
Yes, you always double down.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's like the best way I can describe it. I mean, because if you were gonna harass people in public, you would have. It's like that gym guy. There's one guy who does that. Like he's like a janitor. Like his whole bit is he pretends to be a janitor and then he picks up bodybuilders' weights.
Yes.
Like the reason that works is because he's not really harassing them. He's the joke in the situation. You're always the joke. If you keep you being the joke and not the obviously the this is the joke, the establishment's the joke, all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, you're the ridiculous one in the outfit up there being a douchebag.
Right.
The main focus is going to be you at first, and then it'll be the secondary thoughts.
It's pointing out. It's pointing out something, an obvious something that needs to, be seen with TED Talks and whatnot. But it's not necessarily anybody's expense but his own.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
It's just something like we used to play pranks on stores when I was in college, right? We would go in and I would do the pikey accent from Snatch the whole time, and my friends with me it was just because we were sick of people with the niceties that people have to use in retail, and like different bystanders use these niceties and they pretend they know what you're saying. And I would purposely not say anything. I would start with actually asking questions in the pikey accent, and then I would just go to garbledygook. I'd just be talking about the weather and all this other shit. And my buddies were like, "Oh yeah, we just need this and this," and they would like say this, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, I knew what he was saying." No, you didn't fucking know what I was saying. But it was about like the whole joke was the niceties of people. But the funniest part for my friends and me trying to keep it together while one of us is being the asshole. And I love this type of shit.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh man, you know it'd be funny. You know it'd be a really funny elaboration on this in the modern day, and partly branching off of your idea of fucking with retail workers. If you were to like go to a store and like you'd film an interaction. Say you're pretending to be like, I don't know. Say you're pretending to be deaf. Right, you pretend to be deaf and you get up to them and you're like whatever, and you wouldn't moan, that's fucked up, but like you'd like point at your ears and you'd like wave your hand to say like, hey, I can't talk, or I can't listen, I'm deaf, or like whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you'd see what their reaction would be, and and then you'd do your transaction, whatever, and at the end when they're like, and branching off niceties because they have to say something, have a good day, right? Turn back and look right at them and say, thanks, you too, and walk away.
Yeah.
And drop the hammer. I was never deaf. I just fooled you into believing I was deaf.
The problem with
like
that,
be funny.
Those ones are really funny. The problem with that, though, is the then combative nature that could happen from it's like making it. And it's worth the bit. But not on the internet landscape today, because at least not for at least the next couple of years. Because I think there's gonna be a pendulum swing back to a little bit more edgy comedy. Because right now that people are gonna take that as you faking whatever, and
you have a good point.
Because that's why Sam Hyde doesn't have his YouTube channel really anymore, because it's all like re-uploads. Because of that, I mean, same thing happened to Mr. Medicare. It's the fear of losing everything you built, and so that's the challenge in that. So, God, it sucks that we're in that space though. So you'd have to figure out a way. You'd have to figure out a way to do something like that.
And it's such a shame because it presupposes that deaf people don't have senses of humor. Of course they do. They just can't listen to jokes.
It's half the
That's
stuff,
why the joke is visual.
Yeah, half the stuff is that we have now is people being mad about it because they're overcorrecting for a past that like has been long gone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's an overcorrection, and because we're such a privileged society that we have nothing else to think about other than other people's problems. But other people's problems are mundane, so you have to find the outskirts. You know, you have to reach to other things that you can fill your fucking day to day with, and then that's your new cause to fight for, which is hilarious in themselves. I mean, I think a real fun way to run that bit is if you remember that fucking Dateline show where it was always about like there would be like a little girl and she'd be like white or black and she would pick up the opposite race doll and the mom would come up and she's like, you can't have that, and then it was always waiting for somebody to step up to be the nice person. Do you remember those shits?
I've never seen one of those personally, but I kind of have the gist of what you're explaining.
It was like different things as well. Like there would be one guy sitting in like a restaurant and somebody says super cross to him about, you know,
I just remember the one with the little. I remember the doll one, and I was like, oh, thank God somebody stepped in, you know. And I was like a kid. I was like, yeah, that kid can have whatever doll they want. You know what I mean? Really stupid. But if you were to do that same thing, like, if you had somebody with you to run the bit and you were like in a wheelchair, right?
Right.
And the whole time you had somebody playing it as like getting mad that there were steps or a bump, and this other person just showed up out of nowhere and was being this asshole about like you're being ableist and making all these jokes. And at the end of the bit, the fucking guy stands up from the wheelchair and says, "Can you just fuck off?" Like, that's how you would get that bit to work, because the guy in the wheelchair was never actually paralyzed.
Right.
So he was the one being ableist from the beginning. That's how I think you could run that joke in today's society, because it makes fun of everybody in the situation. But
that reminds me of. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I ran out. That was all I had.
Okay, I was gonna say that reminds me of this French Canadian skit show we have called Just for Laughs Gags, and it was filmed in Quebec, and there was like. The whole idea was they would play practical jokes on people in public, but then afterwards they would be like, "Oh, hey, you're on camera. It's just for laughs, gags, hui hee hee, hon hon hon," whatever the French say. And it was super funny because they would do shit like that all the time. Like they'd have elaborate setups where like a car would start rolling and then they'd be pushing a guy across the street in a wheelchair and it would roll into the wheelchair, but at the last second the guy in the wheelchair would take off running. And then onlookers would just look and they'd be like, what the fuck is going on? And it was so funny. Dude, anyways, I don't want to hold up the video too much unless we're done with it.
Oh yeah, let's go back to this
idea. Where would we be right now? And we have to talk about it because great ideas don't come in all shapes and sizes. 9/11, September 11th. And we're going to use some reverend.
Sam, where are you going with this?
Great
Sam, where are you going with this?
Great ideas come in all different shapes and sizes. 9/11.
No. Sam, where are you going with this? Sam, please stop.
Here, not be silly about this, but look at what they accomplished with no weapons. No guys who didn't even speak English.
Oh,
and that proves that sometimes great ideas are actually horrible ideas. So, I'm Sam Hyde. I'm an important thinker. I'm a creator, innovator, artist, idea. But above all else, I'm a passionate, childlike innovator. I've been all around the globe.
The globe.
I've been all around the globe working on cutting-edge projects of all kinds. And I'm here to ask you one question. Where are we at? Where are we? We've got all this great technology. We've got 7 billion people in the world. And according to UN projections, it's going to go up to 50 billion people. That's a lot of mouths to feed. And I don't think they're going to be able to feed themselves. So we better start coming up with some robots to bridge that gap. The West's sick addiction to fossil fuel is going to make this planet uninhabitable for the future generations. You'll know what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie An Inconvenient Truth. It's essentially what's going on is we're too selfish and we're driving our cars too much. And that's getting nature out of the picture. Now, we looked at the data. And what we found surprised us. What we found, right there, what we found was that culture is a sewer. We've got lewd media. We've got nasty bedroom things on TV. And they're sexualizing young girls, and it's getting to the point where even I have a problem with it.
Getting to the point where even I have a problem.
We're sexualizing. Keep in mind, he's in front of a live audience.
We're sexualizing young girls. It's getting to the point where even I got a problem with it.
I was all right with it up to a point, and now... Oh, goodness.
It shouldn't be that way. Folks, we're all world citizens.
Bro, that chick in the background laughing is what's killing Sam Hyde. There's some bitch back there who didn't know that she signed up for the greatest comedy stand-up bit of all time. And you can hear her cackling in the background at everything he's saying.
And it's dead silence otherwise.
We're all world citizens living together with one social contract, one economic future. We're all tied together. There's no more individual anymore. It's just the hive. So we have to stick together. We have to stick together and learn how to share. We have to learn how to share. Now, studies show that we work hard. It's true. Everybody in this room is a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. I know because you're here. Okay? But studies show that we don't play hard enough. We got to play harder. It's because it's that sense of childlike playing that's going to save us in the end, Albert Einstein. But hunger, poverty.
I think he just says it again.
Albert Einstein.
It's so great because at this time you'd hear these drawbacks to the beginning of the speech because they were like actually like always these highly written, highly time sensitive things, and they were always drawing back to their first fucking quote. And he just like says something like Albert Einstein. Oh, it's so perfect, dude. It's such the perfect fucking parody of this TED Talk.
Okay, we're on this right now. Can you control the slides? Get on the right slide. Go ahead. It's fine. There we go. Trash economy. Go back. Okay. I was in Rwanda. I was with a little startup you may have heard of, Tesla. Okay? Elon Musk was there, a team of innovators, artists, creators, ideas, thinkers. We were there. And we were giving iPads to this village of Africans. And it was so freaky because, they're so intuitive. You just doop, swipe it, and it works. But these guys, we gave them like 2-hour tutorials, and they couldn't figure out how to use the freaking things. The problem is us. The people in this room right now, the solution is us. The problem is greedy corporations. We do things that matter. New York Times. I'll just skip ahead here. By my calculations, we have 5 years until the world ends. Unless we can start to reverse things like pollution and war. Pollution, war, these are big problems. Fix it now! Close your eyes. Everybody in this room, close your eyes. I'm not going to do anything weird or sensual with you. Close your eyes. We're going to change some minds right now. Everybody close your eyes. Okay, close them. Seal them up. Seal them up good. You, especially you. I want those eyes closed. Get on it. Make sure your friend has their eyes closed too. Now look, this is a pivotal moment in human history. Right now, in this room, Drexel University, TEDx, NextX. This is the time to be doing this. Take this moment in. Breathe deeply, okay? Neurons are firing in your brain right now. You're more alert. You're astrally projecting. You're getting a little bit high on the sound of my voice. I have a nice timbre to it. I know that I'm a good public speaker. You're drinking bulletproof coffee. And you don't even realize you're getting all jagged up in the head listening to my presentation. You're going to remember this forever. 2070, future, now. What? 2070 predictions. The next 50 years are going to be some serious stuff. Seafloor farming, 75% of the world's surface not being used by agriculture. On the seafloor, you're gonna have sea beets, sea yams, sea cabbage. Have you ever had a sea salad? Have you ever had sea cheesy baked potatoes that blew your socks off? Because you're gonna be. 2070 coming up. Trash economy, the abundance of trash. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to put it on an island? Are we going to make it somebody else's problem? Or are we going to take the initiative?
They already did that. That's Puerto Rico.
Oh, yeah, it's true, actually.
Yeah, an island of trash.
And
yeah,
take this problem by the horns. Trash economy. You use cubes of trash as money. Everybody becomes rich. It's a gold rush. Walk with me. Most of the major cities will be replaced with vast pleasure domes used exclusively by the Excelsiites, who are the neo-upper class, while the displaced hordes of lower-class depth grovelers will live underground in tiered cities, endlessly toiling away for nuggets of neoplasmin. Video games are going to get more realistic.
I love that he just does it. Sometimes he just says stuff and then just like, yep, that's it. There's nothing scary about that one. It just exists.
Cities will be great pleasure domes.
Dude.
Super fuel efficient vehicles getting 80, 100 miles per gallon, it's not that crazy. You think I'm nuts right now because I'm suggesting something high tech like that? Flip side of that coin, gas, $10 a gallon. You can't win them all. But
that's what you pay up in Canada, right, Snail?
I mean, basically, yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Let me check this out. Gallons to liters. Oh, fuck. My space bar doesn't work. 2 liters. Yeah, so it's 3 3/4 of a gallon. No. Sorry. 3 3/4. So, all right. Let's do this.
How much do you pay for a liter? How much do you pay for a liter?
Near me. For a liter, I pay $1.50.
Okay. And a liter, you need to multiply that by 3. At least the 3.5, right?
3.75.
Okay, so we'll just round it up to 4 because I'm already seeing that both of our education systems has failed us. So you're at you'd be $4.50. We're at $6.
$6. Yeah, so $6 per gallon.
Yeah, you're at $6 per gallon. Like a little less. You're at like $5.75 per liter on your thing, but or no, $5.75 per gallon. I mean,
yeah.
You're paying that Oregon fucking. I lived in Oregon for a while, and I remember during COVID it jumped up to $6.
Oh my god!
Well, I mean, during COVID, dude, that was how like it got so bad, especially West Coast. Dude, it's so funny. I hear people complain over here in the South when they're like, "Jock, can you believe gas is $3 a gallon?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, it's fucking great." I know you guys are complaining because you're paying like 3 nut hairs and a fucking calf for a gallon of gas. But over where I was at, we were paying like triple what you're paying down here. So, like, and that was like during the worst times. They're complaining about like this being the worst, but during COVID, they were at the same.
Right? COVID was arguably worse for gas prices.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying over here in the South, it really didn't hit them as hard gas-wise as it did, like, the West Coast.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, we're paying, like, $3.25 now. This is the fucking worst it's ever been. Can you believe this? And I'm like, yeah, dude, over in Oregon, we were paying like 6 something.
You were like, yeah, I can believe it, in fact.
Yeah, dude, it's like the rest. My parents would still murder some probably small Ethiopian child just to pay what we pay over here.
Would you teach him how to program JavaScript? Though?
Yeah, I would have them teach the Ethiopian kid how to program Java while they were starving to death, just so they can murder him after the job was done.
Well, you know, the thing is, he might already know how to do JavaScript because Sam Hyde's been over there.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, true.
Yeah, dude. Whoa. He taught those fucking ingrates how to learn on an iPad. He told us how hard that was.
It's true.
Right.
And then something about Albert Einstein.
Yeah, because Albert Einstein told him to, obviously.
Well, yeah.
We're going to have solar power also. Race riots. Extreme racial tension and unrest. It's called the knockout game, and eventually white people are going to get tired of playing it. That's all I'm saying.
Jesus Christ.
We have 2 minutes left? Okay. Playing games with me, huh? Can we get the original 18 minutes back on here?
Original 18 minutes.
Caught me. I'm unprepared. Now, 2070, due to the massive birth increase, we're going to have a shortage of milk. What this means is the Neo-Earth Good Government League is going to have to genetically modify all humans, male and female, to lactate once a month. Once every month, you're going to be going to a lactation processing center where they'll hook you up to all kinds of weird things. Now, due to some fluke, about 3% of the population produces milk, about 500% as much milk. So they're going to have to be farmed constantly, and it's very painful. But they're going to be rounded up by FEMA,
very
and their milk will serve the greater good.
Bro, Sam Hyde needs to get a hold of the Handmaid's Tale and ask him where his fucking money's at.
Oh, true. Yeah. Is that in the Handmaid's Tale?
Well,
or?
only a small percentage of the women in the Handmaid's Tale are able to have children. So they're used as, like, reproduction things.
That's kind of fucked up. Why would they do that?
I don't know. The show's pretty dumb considering the only safe place is Canada.
Oh, it's Jesus Christ. I think I'd rather just kill myself.
Dude, I remember when my wife was watching it, she's like, yeah, they're trying to get up to Canada because that's the safest place. I'm like, what about the U.S.? They're like, the U.S. is controlled by this hyper-religious. I'm like, yeah, because a religion won over the U.S.
Oh my God.
The place that's so mad at religion all the time is the place where it won out. I was like, the Handmaid's Tale is kind of a stupid show, but I do think that it's funny that there's overlaps from this speech to then be used in the Handmaid's Tale, which is like a critical look on like religion and like women's rights.
Yeah.
And Sam Hyde's using it as a bit for a joke, and the whole show takes itself seriously.
Guys, what's the one problem right now that's not going to be around in 2070? The elderly and the disabled. Because we're just going to kill them. We're just going to kill them. So we looked at the data.
Because we're just gonna kill him. A little bit of ethnic cleansing.
Kill him.
Or not, it wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. It would be like age cleansing and then fucking disabled cleansing. Jesus.
It's very ableist of you, Sam. Jeez, you okay?
We got robots policing the streets. 2070, we got gay marriage. Surprise, surprise, bigots, okay? Sorry, in 2070, gay people are going to be allowed to get married. Get used to it. Make me sick sometimes. SodaStream will do for soda what 3D printing did for assault rifles. And
Such a good joke. Bro's cooking.
You're going to be seeing a whole lot more of these great Apple products. The iMac. You're probably thinking this is some pretty deep stuff, and you're right. State-enforced homosexuality. I don't have a problem with that. It's equal. Facebook as your birth certificate. Mac iPads built into every school desk for every child. 3D printers are kids' toys, and the newest 3D printer, your kid is going to be printing up 3D Muslim Barbie dolls.
Oh, dude, you know what's sad? They have 3D printed kids' toys.
Yeah, they do.
Have you seen the pens?
No, I haven't.
It's a pen. It's basically like a pen that puts out a 3D printed resin, and they sell it at like every like Walmart and shit. And you can create small little toys with it. It's like a glue stick for your hand.
Oh, that's so fucking crazy. What?
So that's something that's existed at least for like the last 6 years. It's funny because a lot of this shit ended up being like, think about a classroom. What's a classroom anymore without like a school issued laptop or tablet?
Oh yeah, that's very true. Which I actually kind of find a little messed up.
Oh, I do too. I mean, but it's sad that this fucking crazy speech, so much of it has become reality. Like,
yes,
like some of it, like I'm like the game everything that was good, but like it's just like the like weird dystopian 3D printing in class, or like your kid just sitting in the room 3D printing, like, then they make it for your fucking hands now, like little fucking pens that just spit out fucking resin that you're like, yeah, go fucking hog wild.
And you know what's funny too is we think these things are technological advancements, and we have arguably like an okay grasp of them. But the kids who grow up with that stuff just as toys, they're gonna take it for granted. They're gonna have no fucking idea how it works.
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact that I was working at a call center, and it was like a security company. I won't say which one, but we worked with like homes and businesses, and we basically, some problem that a lot of places were having is their Wi-Fi didn't reach like Wi-Fi kind of just spreads until it stops going. Well, yeah, that's around the time I was working there, they started you know how they have those things that you can put in your house that will cap off your Wi-Fi after a certain point so that your signals spread more evenly?
Yeah.
Well, at that time, that was kind of a newer technology. This was like 6 years ago or something. I don't know. And I remember I was on the phone, and somebody was like, wow, my cameras just don't really get the Wi-Fi out there. I was like, well, we have something. I can throw it in, and it's like I can give you like half off on it. It'll cap your Wi-Fi to a certain distance, and your cameras will work better. Because the reason you're losing feed is because it's on the back side of your house, and your Wi-Fi's on the other side. And she's like, well, why can't you cap it just from the router? I'm like, well, I was like, Wi-Fi's kind of a
because that's not how it works.
I was like, yeah, Wi-Fi's still a newer technology. She's like, Wi-Fi's not new, and I'm like, are you being real? Because like 20 years ago, we had dial-up.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think you understand how fucking like if new to you is. It came out yesterday. Yeah, of course it's not new. But in terms of fucking human evolution and technological advancements, Wi-Fi's a pretty fucking new thing.
We still don't have a full grasp or understanding of the range of effects Wi-Fi radiation has on the human body.
Yeah, dude. I mean, all the time. We still haven't seen like the first people to go through their whole lives with a cell phone. Like, there's people that had cell phones. Like, it would have been the millennial generation that got them, like, when they were in, like, middle school.
Right.
But we still haven't seen the ramifications of that.
We're just now starting to notice the ramifications of children having cell phones early on in life.
Dude, look how much of a bad effect that Cocomelon had on kids' development.
Yeah.
And it was all like, oh, parents are like, oh, it's just kids shows. Because in their head, in people's heads, the same thing that I correlate with, like, people who still believe in, like, the 90s console model that's dying out right now. It's like, oh, you have this idea of what things were, and you're correlating it to now when the places like Cocomelon are using this for as much engagement as possible and as long as possible, so it's all cut hardcore animations. Basically, these people looked at every single kid's media and said, how do we make it more engaging? A lot of jump cuts. a lot of clip animation, and what that does is ruin a kid's attention span. And but people are having this thought in their head like, oh, a kid show can't be evil. They can't have this because they're thinking of Mr. Rogers. They're thinking of old Blue's Clues. They're not thinking about how they're with YouTube and all these internet like video sharing sites are all trying to fight for the best and most amount of engagement.
Absolutely. Like me personally, I don't think I ever want my kid using the internet before they're like, I don't know, around 10.
Yeah, dude, middle school, I think that that's the time when a kid starts making their own personality. Like, you start to get it in elementary school, but you understand, like, I used to be a weird, like, obviously superhero culture and stuff is bigger now, but back in the 2000s, if you wore a fucking Spider-Man backpack, you were clowned on. And I used to be the little fucking Marvel nerd, and I didn't understand why people would make fun of me, and I realized it was because I was refusing to understand other people's interests, and I was trying to force my interests onto them. And it wasn't until around middle school right before middle school that I understood this, and I regrafted myself, not really changed who I was, but started, like, okay, I'm going to wear this instead of the Spider-Man shirt, and then I'm going to appeal to hear what they like, and then correlate with what I like and find some common interest. And that's when you start building those personalities. And you don't think about that shit until about middle school because you're a selfish little prick that would literally watch the world burn in 2 seconds.
Hey, yeah.
Gay men have actually developed reproductive organs.
What a time to jump back in.
Organs inside of their area, and a new generation of children are born from inside gay men. What else we got here? Good luck searching for Al Qaeda on the internet in 2070. You'd have better luck going next door and asking them in person. What else we got here? You are not going to like that one. Nobody's going to like that one. Let's do this here. Can we get one final pat on the back, everybody? Pat yourselves on the back. Please do it. You are going to be the future. That's a good thing. You're going places, kid. You're going, man, we're so screwed. 2070, Israel, straight up ripped off the map. Bye! Bye, bye! Bye! Not my choice. It's probably what's going to happen. Okay. Anybody else have any predictions? What do you think's going to happen? Now it's time for you, because you are you plural is the star, like YouTube here, like the Time magazine cover. You guys are the star. I'm just some crazy guy. I'm not cool. What predictions do you have? 2070. Make a real one. Let's have something real here. You don't know that. I'm going to have your mind uploaded to my BlackBerry. You'll be here.
BlackBerry.
You'll be fried chicken or frozen. I know it. Anybody have any predictions? What do you think is going to happen in 2070?
I think it's going to be better than what we have right now.
I think there can't possibly be anything worse than what we have right now.
Which implies it's going to be better.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me here.
Thanks.
What do you want me to walk through here?
Right here.
Okay.
We have a question right here. Okay.
This is for Mr. Hyde. Obviously, your presentation made a big impact on all of us, but I'd like to know what messages that you'd like us to take away from that exactly.
I don't know, man. I guess that's up to you. I don't know. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of crap. Any more questions?
We have a question there.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Richard. So, what do you think will be the future of the space program? In other words, what's going to be the next step?
I don't know. I think, I think we have to have something that politically motivates the country to actually do the exploration. History shows that the countries that explore have the highest standard of living. When you go back to
sweating so much?
China, Portugal.
He was wearing that armor over top of himself.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
And that shit was
That'd be a
probably
reason.
plastic and fucking really hot.
Yeah.
You don't sweat when you wear your armor?
No, not generally. I use talcum powder all over my body.
You just douse yourself in it? Before you,
Yeah, block my pores out.
Yeah, what I do is
yeah.
I actually, I have an orphanage in my backyard, right? I have this orphanage. At least that's what it says on the front door. What it really is a sweatshop.
Do you like? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
it's
do you
a
discriminate
sweatshop.
on like what kind of kids you
think
put in your
I'm
orphanage?
doing? You think I'm doing? Well, I don't discriminate. Well, if I see a kid, I just kidnap them.
Okay, true. So they could have parents. You'd never know.
Somebody clip that.
Anytime, please clip this. Anytime you see like there's a kid gone missing, just don't talk to me. Don't. I don't know you. You come to my house.
Speak to a lawyer.
I might make
get a
out
warrant.
to you with you.
Yeah.
I will ferociously make out with you, and you will be very confused. You'll be like, "Why is this man making out with me?" And I'll put a finger in your butt, and you'll be like, "Okay, I'm leaving. This is not what I signed up for." And then all the questions are gone. So
State enforced homosexuality at work.
Yeah, exactly. At work. Yeah, exactly. Right. So I don't even sweat anymore, and I mean I do, but you can't tell I'm sweating because this skin is actually orphan skin that has been worked too hard. So there's a secret: when an orphan works in a sweatshop too long, they die sometimes. It's real sad. We hold we hold a little service. I let them take a 5-minute break. And then I use their skin to graft onto my skin. I learned it from Oprah, really.
Okay, yeah, cool. So she personally taught you this technique.
Yeah. It's how do you think Oprah's looked so great and been a majestic queen for so long?
Well, it's no secret. Adrenochrome.
Yeah, dude, exactly. I mean, the fact you're not using this right now is the problem.
I mean, let's be honest. We're never gonna be
living in the pleasure domes of Chicago or New York, right?
Dude,
so
I'm still waiting.
Be in the tiered cities.
I'm still waiting. I constantly am sitting sadly in the middle of my living room crying because I'm not in a pleasure dome at this very moment.
Exactly. One day you'll be there.
Exactly,
one day.
dude.
But can't we just be inspirational and make a pleasure dome where you are? Like.
Well,
have your own pleasure dome.
I would have to stop abusing myself on a daily basis to make that happen. I mean, the amount I beat myself off is just so painful at this point. It's just like
you should really be careful. You don't want to bruise yourself and then break your fists, and it's just not awful. Punching yourself.
I heard it makes
once
you go
you break
too.
your fist, you're having a good time because the blood lube is working from the scabs.
Blood lube, excuse me, sir. Are you describing Are you describing self pleasure?
No. I'm talking about jerking off to the point that the scabs rupture.
Oh, okay, I see.
The real fun. If you haven't gotten to that point, you're just not having a good time.
I might have to try it sometime. Yeah, you're right.
When other people are out there using lube, you need to use sandpaper.
Yes, you have to get in on it and sort of. I mean, like, we already have all this moisture locked away within the human body. We need to harness the power of the cardiovascular system.
This is things that me and you were talking about idealistically, and Rev's over there living it. He's a Stalker fan.
Oh, he's a Stalker fan.
Mm-hmm.
He's just already a glutton for pain. He showed up to the first bridge in the first Stalker game and was like, "This is life. This is where we need to live."
Like max coarseness sandpaper.
Yeah, dude. You're like, if I can't throw a bolt, if I can't throw my nut at some radiation, am I living?
Metro's like, yeah, we're here to have fun, but you're also gonna feel kind of bad. And Stalker's like, fun? What's that?
Dude, stop! I played the Souls games, the Souls games where it's like, oh, skill issue. You can grind your way out of a Souls game. A Stalker game's like, oh, you want to grind? Figure out where to go first, and you're like, what? What are you telling me? It's like nothing. We're telling you nothing. I'm gonna hit you with some Russian gobbledygook, and you're gonna walk out into the wilderness looking for a picture of the most generic NPC since Half-Life. No one got that reference. Am I talking to no one?
No. I've never played Half-Life.
I just played Half-Life recently, bro. You have the same 3 NPCs throughout the entire game. They're all supposed to be different people, but they're the same 3 character designs.
Oh my god, I'm really happy I've never played Half-Life.
If you play Half-Life, my buddy told me Black Mesa is the way to play it because it remade the entire game through the Half-Life 2 source code.
Okay. All right. So use that.
Yeah, just buy that instead of buying Half-Life 1.
All right.
It's
Black Mesa.
Half-Life is it's fun, but like not as good as everybody makes it seem, dude. I've never had so much anger while platforming in my entire fucking life.
That's kind of what I figured, because like I've been disappointed by a number of overhyped experiences. People being like, "Oh, this game's so good," and then I go to play it, and I'm like, "Yo, this was trash."
Well, and I don't think Half-Life's trash. I would, because it does still have probably the best part about Half-Life is from the moment you turn that game on, you never leave that first person perspective, and you never lose control of the controller or keyboard or whatever. So you're experiencing everything through Gordon's eyes. There's like no cuts. It's seamless to next area. You never have like, oh, I'm gonna cut to this and then I'm gonna be in a new biome. No, you are walking to that new biome. It's what later would inspire games like Doom 3 and Halo and all these other ones that did that same storytelling method. Half-Life did it first, and they did a really good job of it. Just the gameplay is fucking clunky. It's more clunky than playing the Quake 2 type games. Because at least those have fun shooting. Everything in Half-Life's very spongy. I'd play it on normal or easy just to fucking if you ever play the original, because it's dude, I was getting so irritated with that game, especially at the end when the platforming just wasn't being my fucking friend. That last area of the game is all platforming, and you kill stuff, but there's this thing in Half-Life where you have to crouch jump. You have to jump then crouch to get over things.
Right.
And it works sometimes.
But not all the time. And when it doesn't work, it's awful.
Well, and also you have to convince yourself to jump and then hit the crouch button on perfect time. And there is no other game that does that.
That is annoying.
Yeah, dude, it's weird. It's weird. I got stuck in an area because supposedly there was a training area at the beginning of the game that I just fucking missed somehow. I went right past that bitch, found Gordon's locker. I was like, hey, this is pretty good. Got in the suit and then started playing the game. And I got to like 30 levels in and I couldn't figure out where to go. And I looked up a tutorial or a walkthrough and it showed him like jump over a box. I tried to jump over like 40 times. And then it clicked to me all the jokes about crouch jumping with Half-Life. And I was like, oh, this is a thing. So then I look up how to crouch jump. And then I see somebody going through a tutorial at the beginning of the game. I'm like, the fuck was that where I was playing? But,
jeez. All right, I'm going to leave you guys here for tonight. I'm going to get ready for bed.
All right, sweet boy.
You guys have a good night and have fun. All right. And yeah, I got some brand new things I have to mod into Fallout 4.
I am going to send you a video because when we talked about Mr. Medicare, you didn't seem to know who he was, so I'm going to send you a link.
I remember you telling me about him. He's Cancer Daddy.
Yeah, but I'm going to send you the Bulba Garden video, the one I told you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to send you that because that was something I was going to send you the other day and I forgot. I'm just reminding myself now. But I will catch you on the flip side.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
Like, subscribe. God. So, Red, what was the game that got you into gaming?
Oh, man, I got to go all the way back. Let's see. Because I started, my parents got me, like I said, Sega Genesis. That's when I started playing on. So good old Sega games, anything like the, oh, man, what was it, Sonic the Hedgehog. I played it on Sega. I played a lot of like, I don't know if you ever played it, but like there's like was it Bejeweled or something like that? I played the mess out of that for some reason as a kid. But then once I moved into like PS1, that's really where I started getting into like Spyro. Spyro was my game.
Spyro's pretty
over
fire.
and over and over again. Yeah. So I played it a lot. That's really what started it for me. And I would say that. And I don't know. Have you ever played the game Siphon Filter?
Yes, I actually had. I was really pissed because they put Logan Shadow and the other PSP one on PlayStation 5, and they never thought to add settings in to replace the button look for joystick. When they remastered it and put it on PS5, I'm like, why the fuck would I use the face buttons to look around when this isn't a fucking PSP?
Right. Those are my games.
That was the first I remember playing Siphon Filter and thinking it was cool because it was like a more edgy version of. It always felt like an edgy version of Splinter Cell. Like, because he could kill people. Like, you could kill people in Splinter Cell, but not to the same. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, yeah, and I think, thinking about it now, it may have been. I don't know if it's. I don't know why I enjoyed it so much. It's kind of scaring me now I think about it. But in Siphon Filter, you could tase people and then just hold it.
Yeah, and then light them on fire. You could light them on fire in Siphon Filter.
And I thought that was the funniest thing as a kid.
Yeah, so I remember I had both of them on the PSP, and there was only one that was rated M. The other one was teen, and the other one was basically just Splinter Cell, but like I remember it just being cool that I could play a Splinter Cell type game on the PSP. But I remember the other one, whatever one was the fucking M-rated one, which it was either Logan Shadow or the Mirror or whatever. And I remember I could just hold it and they would turn black and fucking crispy, and you're like, Jesus.
Yeah. That was something, but I played that a lot, and then I owned a whole lot of consoles. I didn't really get a PC until I was old enough to work on my own and save up for it and stuff like that. But so I did most of my gaming on PS1, PS2 when it came out, and then 360, Xbox One.
Okay. I remember the first my first console was the Xbox.
Okay. Yeah. So you got the the original Combat Evolved and all of that.
So Halo, like I wasn't supposed to play the campaign or anything, but I did. But like my dad would let me play when my mom wasn't home and shit. And I remember Halo. It was Halo 2 because we got it after Halo 2 came out. Yeah. And I remember Halo 2 was just my shit. And then like what was that other game? GoldenEye. Not GoldenEye, Nightfire, dude. Oh, what a game Nightfire was, bro. Nightfire was so good. Like anytime I hear people like talk like GoldenEye is still the GOAT of James Bond games, I'm like, you obviously didn't play fucking Nightfire.
Nightfire, yeah. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Of course, I like GoldenEye too. But
GoldenEye for me, the problem with me and GoldenEye, I think, is the hype that we were talking about, where it was like with Snell before he left. Is GoldenEye gets a lot of hype that I don't know if it ever deserved. I think it got it because it was like showing that you could do an FPS game on console. But if you're looking at the games at that time period that were FPS games, it was honestly a step back in terms of performance.
Yeah.
Like,
I can see that, yeah.
Like, in terms of gameplay and like overall gameplay, it was definitely a step down. Like, you were looking at stuff like Quake and so there's Quake 2, I mean, was around that time, and Turok, even Turok, they came out on console,
Turok,
plays way better than GoldenEye did. But GoldenEye, had an IP attached to it, I think, is what helped it a lot.
Yes.
And because I don't even like Time Splitters 2. Because Time Splitters 2, I feel like, is that same way, where it's just so clunky and doesn't feel right. Because like you pick up GoldenEye today and play it, it doesn't feel good.
No, not with everything we've been able to, improve upon.
But when you play,
as far as
like,
mechanics go.
even Doom doesn't feel that even Doom doesn't feel that bad. You know what I mean? Because Doom feels clunky,
right.
But it doesn't have, like, that stupid fucking aiming design and because, like, when you had to hold the cursor and, like, float it over the screen to zoom in, nothing feels fucking bad as GoldenEye does in terms of, like, actually trying to do real aiming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, I agree 100% there. It's been a minute since I've even played GoldenEye. But it is, it's one of those games. It's like, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost a collective memory for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, and I get that. It's like
It's
I also think like Resident Evil fans can be the most annoying people ever because they want the game to still be as shitty. Like that camera angles are shitty. They are.
You're talking about the ones that would like switch and you'd go
RE1, 2, and 3.
Those are awful,
dude. And people are mad that they're not that way anymore. There's a lot of people that are mad with like the remakes.
I quit playing it.
And they give me a migraine. They make me feel sick.
Yeah. That's why it made me motion sick.
Yeah, dude. It's just
in many ways.
Because like even like some of the ones that were like, as much as I still get kind of motion sick from fucking like Devil May Cry, and because Devil May Cry does have those camera angles, but they're a little wider. I don't get as bad. It's still like I'm not gonna be playing Devil May Cry anytime fucking fully through the game because it does make me sick. It's still better than fucking Resident Evil, because Resident Evil is such tight camera angles, and I don't even think the scares are genuine at that point because it's just all jump scares.
Yeah. Because there are a lot of games that do the scares so much better because they're not jump scares. I think about one of the jump. I don't know if it's the jump scares. I don't know if you ever what is it? Condemned Criminal Origins. You remember that game?
I haven't played it. I heard it's good though.
So, it is good. It's got a very interesting story behind it, and the atmosphere is just fantastic. And there's one section of the game that I remember. It's almost seared into my brain just how good it was and how it scared me to death. Because you were walking in this room and you're investigating something, and all the time there's just these mannequins that are placed around random places. You don't think anything of them. And then it's like a very situational thing. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but if you didn't go back into that room, you would never known it happened. But I did. I forgot something, and so I turned around, and all these mannequins had moved to the front of the door, and it scared the piss out of me. It was that was one of the things that is just seared into my brain as a jump scare that wasn't it didn't make itself out to be. You didn't know it was coming at all. Sometimes I think jump scares. They often telegraph themselves a lot in games, so with the music and whatnot.
Yeah, dude, I feel that same. Like, I remember a game that when I was a kid scared the shit out of me. Was and it's not the whole game isn't scary, just one level. It was early level in Area 51.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever played the original Area 51.
I don't think I played the original, no.
So it was like it was built off of the id Tech 3 engine, same thing, or id Tech 4 engine, like Doom, right? Doom 3, I mean. And there was a scene in it where you're going through, and there's like a sickness that's like zombie almost. Like it's not quite zombies, but it's like alien induced or something because the whole thing's Area 51 aliens. And you get up to where one of your buddies are at to turn on this switch, and he has your buddy he has a hold of him by the top of the head and the shoulders, and he rips his head off. And I'd never seen gore like that. I was like, oh my god, that's blood. This is gnarly. And I play it back today, it's shit. But at the time, I remember being so afraid because it was just like, I did not expect somebody's head to get ripped off.
Right, and you don't. It's not a common occurrence, so, especially as a kid.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I was thinking back on it now. That whole mannequin thing wasn't even a jump scare. It was just, I think it was scary in the fact that they knew it might scare somebody if they went back into the room, but they didn't, on the nose make it a jump scare. Well, I think that's what I appreciated about it. It was, I could have gone on and never known.
Those are always the best. Those really are the best. I just when we were talking about like the genuine moment early on, a memory unlocked for me, where I was just like terrified. I like when a game isn't even a horror game and it hits you with something scary.
Dude, I think about that, and I think about the game Subnautica. That game never advertises itself as a horror game, but it plays off of the idea of like being under the depths and not knowing what's around you, and it is genuinely terrifying when you get into the late games because you're in this deep dark ocean and you have nothing, no way of knowing what's around you.
That's like the fear of. Yeah, I've heard of it. I just haven't played it because it always says it's too slow a pace for me. That's the problem I have with like a lot of horror games. It's just the slow pace of it all. And I get that it's supposed to build tension, but it's like, bro, I remember I played that one.
Well, like, yeah.
What's that one game?
Subnautica's not even a...
It's not even a horror game.
A horror game. It's survival crafting, yeah.
And that's why I didn't play it, was the survival crafting part.
Yeah, that's slow, yeah. It's slow. Sorry, what were you saying? I interrupted
No, I was just like, what I'm trying to remember what the name is for the fear of the ocean.
I will search that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's like...
The phobia of the ocean.
It's like partially just a fear of the depths.
That's thalassophobia.
Oh, there we go. Elastophobia.
Yeah, thalassophobia. An intense and persistent fear. It can include the vastness of the ocean, sea waves, aquatic animals, and being far from land. I live on like the TikToks to show the different phobias.
Oh, really?
And yeah, I don't know why I find them so interesting, but like the AI renderings of like thalassophobia and whatnot, and like these just big old sea creatures coming out of the darkness and whatnot. Pretty cool stuff. I like AI for what it is sometimes, but that does entertain me on TikTok.
Dude, I honestly think that AI gets such a bad rep. What the fuck? Why is this guy trying to kill me? Dude, literally some dude just tried to fucking blitzkrieg my asshole, and another guy did. This game's fucking hard. This neck break.
I've been watching it. Yeah.
I bought it because it's stylistically gorgeous, but I don't know.
I really like the style.
I don't know if I like it that much. It's not
the game or the style.
The game. The style is amazing. I'm fully fucking.
It's interesting.
Sold in. I mean, I like the. It's good. It's a decent 2D, but it's not. It feels like you're in like. There was a movie called. Oh shit! It was where the bitch gets so strung out on heroin she ends up using a double dildo. Requiem for a Dream.
Mm-hmm.
This is giving me vibes of Requiem for a Dream, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking into it. But the gameplay itself is weird. So you pick up guns and then you throw them, and I got it because it came out this year, and I was like, this seems interesting. I'm gonna give this a shot. No. But I think I'm getting my ass kicked constantly. It's still better than there was this game that I wanted to play really bad, and then it hit Game Pass, and I played it. It was called oh god, it was that fucking like platforming ninja game.
It's
like First person, you have a katana, you like jump around. There's two of them.
Ghostwire, is that what it's called?
No, Ghostwire is the one with you're in Asia and you have like ghost powers. Like you're killing demons in Japan. That's Ghostwire. Ghostwire Tokyo is what it's called. It's called. Fuck, dude. I'm looking it up. Katana FPS platforming game. It's gonna be easy, dude. I got this. It's Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner, that's it.
Yeah. Dude, I knew you were right with Ghost, but I didn't. I didn't like. It was like Ghost sounded right, but I knew Ghostwire was I can't remember that studio that made it. The ones who made Evil Within, which I think the Evil Within is one of the most criminally underrated series of all time.
Yeah, both. I like both of them.
I haven't beat the second one yet. I got partway through it and got really annoyed. I think it was like the third open area. And you get to that... Yeah. You know when you get to that... and there's like a lot of the boss monsters in that third open area. And they're kind of fucking douchebags.
Yeah.
It just makes the exploration a little annoying.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I remember getting to that part, and it was just like a lot of crouching, and then whenever I tried to kill something, I always ran out of ammo, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, what the fuck is going on? And
yeah,
I got really annoyed there, but I was really liking what it was going for. I like the vibes of Evil Within 2, but I just think Evil Within 1 was so special. And it got wrongly shit on because everybody wanted him to make just fucking Resident Evil again.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of those. Evil Within is one of those games that I like to play. Just wanting to remind myself of it, but I just enjoy it. I enjoy it every time I play it. I don't know, how to say it any way else other than I really do enjoy that game.
Oh yeah, it's great, dude. It literally is Resident Evil 4 without the shitty gameplay of the original Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
But with the iconic drunk detective. You're literally Max Payne in the Evil Within, or you're Max Payne in the Resident Evil series. That's what it is. It's Max Payne meets Resident Evil. And I love both those games. Give me a half second. Give me a half second.
Huh?
I have to pee really bad. I will be back in 2 seconds.
All right, I'll hang out.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
That's all good. It's okay. While you were gone, I was giving my own personal rendition of Les Miserables. It's great.
Oh, dude.
I was singing. No,
I actually was in that. I was in a college performance of Les Miserables.
Oh, that's one of those plays I can watch. The musicals I can watch over and over again too.
So my favorite musicals that I actually will tolerate, because they're tough for me to tolerate. I don't like Wicked type musicals, like the happy fucking. It's that. I don't know how to describe like the Disney or style musicals, but Sweeney Todd.
I think that adequately. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd's one of my favorites. We got The Producers. which is funny because I don't know if you ever watched the original Producers movie.
Mm-mm.
Did you watch the musical one? The remake
yes.
with... Well, okay, so... Jesus Christ, there's a stripper. The musical is actually a remake to Broadway. The movie is a movie version of the Broadway play, which is the most awarded Broadway play of all time. It has the most Tonys, wins. Which is crazy to think about. It destroyed Hamilton. It's destroyed Les Miserables. It's like the closest one was Hamilton to getting the same amount of Tony Awards, and it's all based off of a Mel Brooks movie from the 70s. Because and the original name of the movie was Springtime for Hitler.
Oh yeah.
Because of that song.
Yeah.
And they had to change the name because there was I watched a Gene Wilder clip from the other day where he was talking about it, that there was one of the studio heads said we have to change the name because we don't want to make fun of, or we don't want to offend the Jewish population, when the whole movie isn't really like the point of that play is it's so bad because they're trying to scam the government. And in the original movie there's only one song, and it's Springtime for Hitler. That's the only song in the movie. I mean, they sing stuff, but not like have full songs. It's the opening song of the play late in the movie. But Gene Wilder kills it in that film.
I just enjoy him as an actor.
He was the best in everything, dude. I can't think of a single thing. Him and Richard Pryor's movies together are like the funniest movies ever. I don't know how many of them you've seen, but there was like one of them where both of them are in jail, and it's so funny, dude. The whole movie they're in jail, and they actually filmed it at a real prison, right? And Gene walks up to Richard Pryor. He's like, "Yo, Rich, how long do you think we could last in here?" He's like, "We wouldn't last at all. They'd be fucking us. They'd be fucking us so hard." He's like, "There was a motherfucker in that jail who literally, he talked about how he murdered like 15 people." And I was like, wait, you only have 10 more years? They need to keep this motherfucker locked up forever, or it's going to be my ass getting murdered. like Richard Pryor was like a fucking comedy, like he was not just a legend, he was like a gold mine, dude. He was the
right.
Dude, Richard Pryor's, I don't know if you ever listened to his stand-ups and stuff, but dude,
I have.
Oh god, I love Richard Pryor.
Do I have any of them memorized? No. But dude, I have listened to them.
I have like his Live at Sunset that special I've watched so many times. It's just like the fact that was I don't know if you know, that was the second recording of Live at Sunset. Because the first night the doctor told him he wasn't ready to perform yet. Because he's still...
That's what happened to the first one.
Yeah, he didn't have the clearance to... Oh, fuck, I'm dead again. He didn't have the clearance to do it because the doctor said that his mind... Because he just lit himself on fire smoking crack. Like, he burnt like 60% of his body. Because of like, he had a crack pipe blow up on him. And...
Oh, wow.
He'd been in the hospital for months. So when he came, like when they said he was like, he was cognitive, he was better, he had healed, like he was at like 80% healed or something, but he still had some mental problems from the whole situation. So he kept getting lost on stage. He just kept he would start a joke and then finish it with another joke, and then get lost at where he was at on stage. And it got so bad that he told the audience that if they wanted to, they could come back the next day and he would do it again, or he'd just give them their money back. and the next set, because he only did 30 minutes the first day.
Yeah.
The next set was the one that was filmed and everybody saw. And it went perfectly. And on top of that, there's a point in the one of the funniest bits is he's looking for his water, right? He can't find his water, and he was like, "I'm motherfucking thirsty. Where the fuck is my goddamn?" And then he turns around and there's a stool over there. Motherfucker's trying to hide this shit. Scared the shit out of me. There's a fucking. He's like, "When the fuck did you guys put this water over here?" And it's like, normally it'd be like it would just be funny that he did like it was a bit, but like it the genuine look in his eyes, you could tell he actually got lost.
Yeah.
And I just realized what this game is. This game is first person Hotline Miami.
Huh.
Because I mean, it's not instant death. You have a little bit of leeway, but it is about figuring out the best way to get through this without, like, because you take a lot of damage. And I'm playing it on easy right now, and I'm getting my ass kicked because of how difficult this is. But this is first person Hotline Miami. Have you played those?
No, I haven't played Hotline Miami. No.
What a degenerate game!
I do.
So much fun.
Yeah. I do know the games. I haven't played them.
The Hotline Miami games are like a crack fiend. Like, you are just like you become the crack fiend because you're just like so hooked on the gameplay. You're just willing to go through the same like fucking ball and gag torture over and over again, dude. It's insane. I don't know why.
I don't know. That's for some people. I don't know that I can do it. It's funny that I don't have the patience.
What I'm saying is I usually don't have the patience for that type of shit, right? But there's something about it's like the flow and the music's so good. It's like that synth 80s synth punk music.
Yeah.
And you just get in this vibe where you're doing the same thing, but you're like outsmarting the. It's a puzzle. It's not shooting like you think it is. I was fully. I really liked Hotline Miami until the level where you can't kill anybody, and then there's a level that's like really hard because you can't find weapons or something.
Oh, is it like you have to sneak around and?
Yeah, dude, and
try and
it's
find a way around.
fucking awful.
Oh, that sounds tedious.
It was very tedious. My buddy was literally, me and him were going through the game, and I was like, dude, this is the worst. How the fuck did you do this? And he's like, oh yeah, this is the level that took me the longest to play. And I'm like, oh, awesome, that makes sense. I'm not doing this anymore, because if you were having trouble, because we were drinking at my house, like all of us were over, it was having a few drinks, and he was like, any level that I did, he would replay and do it at like 15 times the speed. And then I failed on that one. He's like, do you want me to get you through it? And I was like, please, I don't like slow paced shit like this. And he got through that section partially and then died. And he's like, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I hate this this level, and I'm not playing it anymore. I'm like, that's fair enough, I guess, dude.
Right?
I'm not finishing it then. And then the second Hotline Miami literally starts with a scene that made me uncomfortable, so I just didn't play it. It was really brutal. And I was like, this is too brutal for me. I don't know. Like, the last game, you were an assassin, but I never felt like you were a monster. The second game's like, no, you are a fucking monster. And I'm like, I don't know if I like that. I really, not a big fan.
You drew the line.
Yeah, that's the line. That's the line. And I have, like, and I'm, like, cool. Like, I don't feel like it, just because a game has fucked up shit in it, it should be banned or whatever. I'm not going to be like that guy. But...
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I don't have to play it if I don't like it. It's the same time when I see, like,
Right.
Like, if I see, like, cringe shit in a game, I can drop the game and stop playing it because I don't fucking like it. There's, sometimes I'll put myself through the game to see if I like it. Like, I did that with Immortals of Avion, and that game can fucking, like, die. I hate that game so much. It's so stupid. It's such a bad game. If it has RPG mechanics, that seems fun. It does, but not done by not by that studio. It has it's like all got that MCU style humor, and then the whole end realization is racism. But it's making jokes the whole time, so I'm like, okay, so are you seriously trying to make this like a deep story that has things of racism, or did you just want to put that in there to lecture me and then crack more MCU jokes? Like, I don't know what's your vibe here. You can't do both things and make it work.
Pick one and say it with your chest, honestly.
Yeah, dude, exactly. You know? Exactly. That's my. That's why I was confused on it. I hated that game. I was like, when I got to, there was the line literally when you find out the game's about racism, is he says so there's this group of creatures that what they do is they siphon magic, right? Well, when humanity was created, these other creatures were created because if humanity's magic got too much magic, it would end the world or something dumb like that. And they were in a balance. Well, the whatever Siberian being was decided to not like bestow wisdom on the humans, so they just dropped these fucking creatures that siphon magic off of people, and people were like, these guys are bad because they steal magic. So they were shoved to like the undergrounds, and they were seen as like monsters, but they weren't monsters. And he finds this out, and he has like one of them that's kind of his friend, and he's like, they'll understand. And he like picks him up. He's like, why? Because I'm one of the good ones. And I'm like, oh god, dude, we're doing that. Oh. I'm like that. I was like, I haven't heard shit like that since like the 90s as a joke. Like, one of the good ones. Like, I was like, are you doing a bad SNL bit? I don't. Like, it was like a serious moment, and then he starts doing that mock, like, the guy was like, I'm so sorry, whatever, and he's like, literally that's in the dialogue, like, the few next things later. I'm like, what's your fucking objective here, dude? Are you trying to be serious, or is this, like, all a joke? Because, like, because it goes into a lecture on racism, but it's also doing this mock voice in between to make fun of the other character, and I'm like, I'm just so confused at what your goal is here, because you could have told a story with some humor in it. I have no problem with that. But when you're doing this cringy millennial humor every 2 seconds, it just ruins any vibes you had going for this. I don't know, dude. I was so disappointed with that game. And it was one of those games that I literally forced myself, like you said with Starfield, where you're like, I'm gonna be hyped about it, but not like I was cautiously hyped, but I had this willingness to ignore all the bullshit. And I ignored it for a long time because that cringy humor comes out right away. And by the end of the game, I'm like, I wasted my time thoroughly with this. I fucking wish I would have never touched this game.
Oh. Well, you know, wait. Speaking of first-person magic, isn't Avowed coming out? Isn't that Obsidian's game?
Yeah, I think I might be falling into the same trap with Avowed because I purposely listened or ignored all criticisms that could be coming at Avowed because I'm like, I'm willing to see it out. The problem with it is none of the people I like who work at Obsidian headed this game off. Like, at least with the Outer Worlds 2 that's also might be coming out next year, Tim Kaine was still on as a contractor. Playing like he was they would send him copies of the game and he would play it and give criticism back and what he would change. He was an outside consultant. But with Avowed, there's nothing like that. And I've just seen like tirades from some of the developers on Twitter about like social war shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, Is this going to be one of those games? Like, it's one of those, at this point, it's become like a canary in a coal mine type situation, right? Where I'm worried because they have that kind of millennial attitude that it's going to be filled with a bunch of shit that's just not good writing. But I want to give them a benefit of the doubt because it is Obsidian. So I'm a little worried about Avowed. Mainly because the art designer is out there just being saying shit all the time. But again, like, you can have people that are like completely opposing viewpoints to where I sit, and then make something brilliant and not put in a bunch of bullshit where it's like a lecture for 2 hours in a game. And I'm hoping that Obsidian stands behind their motto, which has always been player freedom and player choice. Because even like the Outer Worlds was very heavy on you doing whatever the fuck you wanted. Where you could be an idiot and fly into the sun, and you could be the ultimate asshole and kill the main good guy, or you could side with corporations. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted in Outer Worlds, even though it wasn't the most in-depth thing. It still had. That's how I opened that bitch. Okay, I literally punched it and did everything I could. Okay, whatever.
I was beginning to wonder how you opened that door. I'm glad I finally saw it.
I kicked it before, didn't I? I swear I kicked it.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, dude. I guess I just didn't kick on the exact right spot. And I want to believe that Avowed's gonna be decent. But there's a part of me that's worried because of all the bullshit that Obsidian's been like. Basically, what happened is they caused a bunch of drama on Twitter. Basically, said that their goal is to only hire people of color. Is one of the things they said, and then like it was just weird. It was just a weird fucking naggy, and then they like purposely tried to make like they were like had inside messaging leaked where they were just excited that they made like people mad about the whole thing, which saying that you're only hiring based on certain races on Twitter is just a weird thing to do as a dev.
Yeah,
like, that's just. And then like they then like celebrating it internally that they're hoping that anybody who doesn't side with them is like hates the game and stuff. It's like, dude, like that's you should want to like not like appeal to every audience. That's stupid, but that's weird to want to put like that type of messaging right before your game comes out.
Yeah, it seems like a horrible business model.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And like again, I want Avowed to be good. I'm not gonna like jump into this culture war bullshit too hard because like those same type of idiots who were like anti-woke bullshit were the same type of idiots who said the Indiana Jones game was gonna be a woke mess, and it ended up not being that. Wow, look at that. You're wrong. It happens on occasion.
Yeah.
Like, it's like not everything is going to be DEI bullshit. Wow. Look, so surprising that sometimes people just want to make a good game. It's like don't fucking call wolf when there's nothing there. Because you saw one person that had blue hair. It's not that big of a deal. But at the same time, it's like luckily Game Pass exists so I can like try games out, you know?
Right. You can try it. Yeah, it doesn't cost near as much.
But I want Avowed to be good. I want it to be more dark fantasy, but like I'm worried that it's gonna be tonguey and cheeky. Oh no. Is that the whole game? No, it wasn't. Oh, dude, I think I beat the game. That can't be the whole game. I just went to... Oh, I just restarted the whole game. I'm not doing this.
I can see... right now, I'm watching you on the leaderboard, so I don't think I've got there just yet.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't let me leave the leaderboard.
Really?
Yeah, it needs an update, though, so it might have added extra episodes. Like, I don't know if the full game's released. Oh, no, released in November 22. I don't know about any of this shit. I just, like... Sometimes I have played games that, like this. I played Beyond Sunset recently, which was fantastic, by the way.
Oh yeah, I watched you play that.
Yeah.
That was the one in the big city, right? We were talking about it being a almost like a Streets of Rage.
Yeah, dude, that's what but it was, I didn't realize it was early access. So it's supposed to release in a couple months. But I'm so excited what they've been doing with GZ Doom. I know you guys are kind of in the mod community of like Fallout, but the shit that's been going on with GZ Doom is crazy. I don't know if you have any been looking into it any deep at all, but
I've been looking into the Ashes game you told me about. For me, I'm at that point right now as a very small creator that I'm at the liberty of, I'm still developing a channel at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I'm in the same spot.
And yeah. And so I kind of have the freedom to do that. I think I've just sort of stuck with Fallout for now. One, because I love Fallout. Like it is one of my favorite franchises. And I've always enjoyed the mod, watching mod playthroughs, and so why not play through it, play through a mod or two.
Absolutely.
And so like I've watched mod playthroughs for a long time. Bunch of YouTubers that I watch now Snail, but before that I watched like Alchest Breach and all of them that did Fallout mods and whatnot. So that's sort of where I've landed for now. I thought I was going to do Helldivers content, but it never really took off for me. And a lot of what they wanted in the Helldivers community too, just looking at some of the comments for under some of the more prominent Helldivers 2 YouTubers, they don't want sort of the super edited and cut up stuff. I've now that I've done this, with Snail helping me figure out how to edit a lot better. I've enjoyed doing that. I can't really do that with Helldivers 2, not how they want it, not how I want it. So
yeah. Well, and the problem with Helldivers 2 is it hit its saturation point already.
Yeah.
The problem too when you pigeonhole yourself to too niche of a niche. And Snail will tell you this too, because he did it with Dead by Daylight when he first started. He was a Dead by Daylight creator, and he fucking hates that game, and he hated all the content he was making.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Because Helldivers 2 turned into a chore. Now I play it just to play it.
Yeah, that's So I was gonna do. I branch out because I was doing daily news content for a little bit, and all those videos were really bad. And you've heard me talk that before, but when I moved over to retrospectives, but I decided I was gonna do one a week, which, not gonna lie, is fucking stressful. I have like, this weekend when I'm off, I need to make 3 videos to get back up to having 2 months of content ready.
Yeah,
and I might just decide to do Nevermind and just goon until I explode. But yeah, just pigeonholing yourself, and I was scared of doing that to myself. So I have I try out different content all the time. Recently, my fucking slop content has been doing really good. Which is kind of sad, but hey, eyes on the channel is always a decently good thing.
Yeah.
Because my Wicked video got 1,000 views. Which was just a stream clip, because I'm going to start stream clipping everything that I react to on stream. I'm clipping up for content as separate videos. And as long as I can get more people to my channel, that's all I care about. And my wife, actually, I was talking to her because she's out of town right now, but when she comes back, because I was realizing that I won't be able to have as much time as I've had now, where I'm streaming and I'm clipping and I'm doing all this stuff. I'm doing this right now out of boredom. And when she comes back, I'm gonna have like the baby and all this other shit. So she said she'd help me with my stream clips, which is huge. It's gonna be huge because I mean it's not complex. All you have to do is cut before the beginning, cut at the end, upload to YouTube. I can handle everything else as long as you can. Somebody could go through and do that for me, and that she said she'd do that, which thank God, because she stays at home with the baby. I'm like, dude, that's gonna be huge for me. But I've been I try to rotate as much content so I don't get stuck too hard in a niche. I'm hoping it will consistently give me the freedom to stay. I mean, yeah, I focus on FPS games mostly and it's not even that that's where I'm trying to be in that niche. It's just because that's my favorite style of game.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I picked this genre because it's the most diverse genre out there.
You know, and in fairness, I enjoy watching you enjoy what you're playing, right? Like that for me. You know, I like that you enjoy what you're playing, and I am entertained and enjoy that you are having fun with it. Because I've watched YouTubers that are playing it, and they're obviously not having fun with what they're playing, and that you can read it in their faces and their voices.
Oh, absolutely. You know? I played games where I just feel bored and I want to be done with it. And I just feel like that's not engaging content for anybody.
Right. You know, and that's like, so, you know, Fallout London, been playing it a lot. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I have been frustrated by some things in Fallout London while I was playing it. And I wear that on my sleeve too when I play. You can hear it in my voice. But you know, my hope is that it comes across as, you know, yeah, I'm frustrated, but I'm having fun, you know. And so I'm still, I guess personally, still trying to figure out how to you know, portray that more to everybody, you know. So but what I was going somewhere with that, but this is me going on a tangent this time, and I apologize.
Dude, you don't ever have to apologize. That's why I had you on today, because I want to like talking with people, especially when I'm doing like random streams like this, where I didn't have like a lot of plans. Oh no, I can't go back through there. I don't remember what I was doing. I'll go through here. Like, are you watching this gameplay right now?
I am.
So this is a GZ Doom game.
Okay.
Like, it is. This is like probably the prettiest GZ Doom game ever made.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I don't know how they made this. I also am lost because this game is on a spaceship and it's like kind of a dickhead to you. And it doesn't tell you where waypoints are, which I sometimes hate. But it's just really pretty, and like the gun models and everything like look way above what a GZ Doom game can create normally. Because this, in comparison to even Ashes, which Ashes I believe is a really good game. I think Ashes is a phenomenal game, but you can tell it's a like GZ Doom games are obviously a step above Doom, so when you're looking at it, it doesn't feel like a Doom game. But even like Sunset, Beyond Sunset is the one you watch. This is like, you would think these are two different engines. This and Beyond Sunset.
Yeah.
But exact same engine. Which is
wild.
Yeah, dude. Could you imagine like people putting out like crazy content like Beyond Sunset, which is already what happened? The save game is incompatible with your version. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing anyways with this game. I'd have to start the whole bitch over. So this was one of those games that I started. Usually I tell myself I'm not going to play more than the first level, right? When I first buy a game, I always play the first level to get a feel for it, to see how I like it, because I hate those people that buy a bunch of games. Mainly it's those fucking physical media collectors who buy endless amounts of games and then don't play any of them. I've never played this. It's like, why though? You literally have this fucking ultimate... You have this fucking... You have all these games and you've never opened it? What? How?
To be fair, I do that.
And I don't get me
Do that a
wrong.
lot.
I have done that, and I had that problem. And so now when I buy a game, I play the first mission at least to say I have played a bit of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I at least turn the game on. Like, even when I buy a game from my original Xbox, I put it in, I turn the game on, and I try it out. And I can say that for every game I own now, pretty much. I think even if I get, well, except for like that's downloaded on PC, obviously you don't have all the free space to deal with everything.
Right.
What I was gonna say, there is some games that I think that you would really like Vampire the Masquerade. Because it was made by Jesus, dude, it just fucking threw my shit to another world. Uh-oh. Let's fucking... Oh, this is one of those Square games. Let me see if I can adjust the thing later. I hate when the games are... Wait, crashed? What the fuck? Way to go, Vampire the Masquerade.
That's a good first impression, huh?
I actually have played it before. Fired it up and started to play it before, so I don't know why I did that. That's confusing. But it has like where you can pick classes and they're all different vampires and stuff, and it's pretty sick. I think if it crashes my whole shit again, which I can't even see my OBS right now because it. You ever fire up? Do you have one monitor or two?
Two.
Okay. So do you ever fire up some games that'll knock your second monitor completely clear, where it's not deleting everything, it's just moving everything?
Oh, Fallout London does that.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking wild annoying.
It's annoying. Yeah.
I know how to fix. I know how to.
Yeah,
fix
because I
this
can't.
game
Half the time I can't see my OBS because I keep it on my second screen.
Yeah.
And it just shoots it over to the side. I'm like, where'd it go?
Yeah,
it's not even on the screen anymore.
Some of those games will like be heavy doing that, and it pisses me off. One that does it really bad that I've yet to be able to play on stream because it always crashes is what's that game called? Blood 2. Blood 2 fucking destroys my Nexus mods. We're gonna mod right here on stream, buddy. I got a mod Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines to work. I wonder if it's in the second one's coming out supposedly eventually. And like this year, but they've been saying that for like the last 2 years. The studio definitely said that they are they like that they're liking the way their game looks, but they will never make another third person game ever, or another RPG like this, because they used to make like isometric RPGs, and they wanted to work on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines because it's such an indie darling. Not indie darling, cult classic.
Cult classic, yeah.
Yeah, and, dude, I misspelled lines. I saw an official patch, but let's just... I'm going to go here to view all. I'm going to go... There it is. There we go. Boom. And so there's hot mods. Unofficial patch. Is that the most popular rated one? Looking this up, so... I can't remember what this was made on. I think it might have been made on, like, Source. There's so Tim Kaine picks his games really, really weirdly that he wants to work on. It's usually something in a different engine. Download manual. Download. I want the mod manager download. What's the difference? No. You've done mods before. What do I do here? Just download the mod?
I've done the mod manager download myself.
Okay.
Because I used the Vortex or what, through Nexus.
What's the Vortex?
Oh, I wish Snail were here right now.
Download latest version. Jesus,
Yeah,
bro.
the Vortex app.
Oh, okay, so it's like an actual app. I'm pretty sure when you download any manual mod from here, it when you have the Steam copy, doesn't it?
Hey, there's Vortex.
Steam might have mods for this game. I never really thought, because doesn't Steam sometimes
maybe on the workshop.
Yeah, so if I go to the game itself for my library home, because I found one for, what's that fucking game? It's Wolfenstein something. The Wolfenstein, the 2000, the one on original Xbox.
Oh, Wolfenstein. Uh-oh. I've lost it. I played them all.
So, store page. Maybe it'll have the mods here. Yeah. View page.
Is it? It's not New Order, is it? It is New Order.
Yeah. No. Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
No.
It's Return.
Oh, House of Wolfenstein. Yeah. Return. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I could buy this. It's only $846. It's the Activision bundle. I'm getting 10% off. Jesus Christ.
Oh, $846.
Yeah,
sounds like a steal.
Yeah, do you know what's in this bundle? I'm actually fucking curious now. Bundle info. We're about to find out. So, Geometry Wars. Ooh, dude, you can't live without that. It's basically Red Dead Redemption before Red Dead Redemption. I know there's Red Dead Revolver, but this is more open world like. But it was like, you're talking PS2, early 360 era. You just skip right to COD 4. That's weird. Must not have released on.
Alright.
Must not have released on PC. COD World at War, Prototype, that's a classic. What the fuck is
I played the mess out of Prototype.
Prototype 2 is the better game.
Yeah.
I actually like the story better too. A lot of people say that it's not as good, but I think because they don't like that the character from the first game goes evil, but he was a dickhead throughout the whole first game. Even when he's being
wasn't
nice.
An enjoyable person in the
he was just a fucking prick. He was just a prick.
Mm-hmm.
Even to like his sister, he was a prick. And then he becomes he like I there was not a point in that game where I didn't see him going to the dark side. Oh, dude, this is...
No, I agree.
This is a pretty big fucking selection of games. Oh, Arcanium. This is the other one that that he worked on. This is a Tim Kaine game as well.
Huh.
I think he did this one as well. So, but I think if I just put the... I need to do some research on how to mod. That's going to be its own thing. But that game, this game is supposedly really fun. I want to play it more. But like I remember because I played Butcher Bay, and I loved that RPG because the whole game's like it's basically like Fallout in a prison. If I had to describe it.
Yeah.
And
that's pretty cool.
I liked it so much that I wanted to play more games like it, and the first game that was always suggested after it was Fallout. And that's why I played Fallout. Was just out of the love of Butcher Bay. It's probably, if I had to make like a guess on a game that was like close to or maybe even better than some of the movies, is Butcher Bay. It's just got such a good story. It's about how Riddick got his eyes shined. It's I don't know if you watched the Riddick movies.
Yeah, I've seen the Riddick movies. It's been a minute, but I've seen them.
You know when he's talking about going to a prison that's so dark you'll never see the light of day again?
Yeah.
This is the story of that. So it's a prequel to the first, or to Pitch Black.
Okay.
Which blew my mind when I first started playing the game, dude, because it's like, dude, it's not even, it's not a, it's a tie-in, but at that time you were like, it wasn't like those games where it's just a movie tie-in where they're like, oh, we're just fucking doing it. No, this was like an actual tie-in, a part of the universe. Like, this is canon. It was so good. And that same studio ended up making, they went on to make, they made, I think they made the first 2 Paydays. I'm pretty sure. So they go from, they made Chronicles of Riddick Butcher Bay. I don't think they did Dark Athena. Escape from Butcher Bay. Starbreeze Studio, yep. Yeah, so Starbreeze did the first 2 Paydays. I don't know if they did Payday 3. But they kind of lost.
I thought somebody else did Payday 3.
So, yeah, they did Payday 2 for sure. Their website fucking sucks.
I didn't play a lot of the other Paydays myself.
Here we go, Wikipedia. So they made Chronicles of Riddick, Payday 2, A Brother, A Tale of Two Sons, The Darkness is another game they worked on, Enclave, which supposedly is good. I've never played it. They worked on the Syndicate series. But it ended up being a failure. Many staff moved to rival company Machine Games. Oh! So, really? There's probably people at Machine Games who worked on... That's why the fucking Machine Games... That's why Machine Games Wolfensteins feel so much different than the other ones, because they kind of have those elements almost... It's not quite RPG-like, but it's like the storytelling of an RPG, I would say, with the first Wolfenstein that they made. New Order. I feel like their ability to tell stories very reminiscent of Butcher Bay, but Butcher Bay obviously felt a little bit more... It had that clunky Fallout 3 combat, so it was like different. It was like the grime that you're accustomed with the Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3. But that makes sense. I can honestly see that. That is a interesting perspective or move. Huh. Interesting. You learn something every day.
Yes, you do.
Dude, that's fucking sick. Dude, you know what the best part about PC2 is? The fucking fact that these indie games that are just like insanely good are just that you would never hear about. You would never hear about it if you didn't have a PC, because they never hit console.
No. Unfortunately, they never make it a console, yeah.
Well, and there's some engines that it's just impossible for them to make a console. Like, I have 3 games right here. Flash the Blade X, Reaper, and Reverend, and also DOSman down here. They're all made off of Easy FPS Maker. But that console has no ability to make, or these games have no ability to make it to console because of that engine. Same with GZ Doom, because GZ Doom is considered a mod, and especially with PlayStation, getting a game that's based off of mod hardware is licensing nightmare. And you would have to basically download a game and then overhaul that, or be able to have GZ Doom and then completely respec that game to make this other game. And it's all happening in the background, sure, but when it hits it's not like a traditional engine, because it's off of the source of another source. It's like modception at this point. so that game has no ability to be on console because there is stuff with the internal hardware that prevents stuff like that. It's against modding and free space and stuff.
Yeah.
Which sucks, dude, because there's some great games that, like, just... I didn't realize how great PC gaming was until I got a PC, and it was just another world.
Oh yeah, I never went back after. I mean, I have all my consoles, but I thoroughly enjoy playing on the PC a lot more as well. It's just I don't know how to describe it other than that.
Dude, it's just there's no way to describe it. It's just so good. It's literally broken, and like the fact that you like there's sites like abandonware sites and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you constantly have the ability to play any game that ever existed on console.
You no mess with Lo Wang.
Jesus Christ, that needs to, Oh my god, dude, I just, like, lost my eardrums. Lo Wang just screamed in my ear, you just, like, fucked Lo Wang in the ass or something. This was the first game I ever played. So maybe not the first ever. I don't know, like 100% this is the first. But my first memory was my grandparents had, this computer, right? It was so old that it had like the fucking printer with the little dots on the side, right?
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was.
That is
fucking old.
Yeah.
And
that brought back some core memories myself.
Well, on top of that, it also had 2 games on it. It had Doom 2 and
You are tiny grasshopper.
it had Doom 2 and Shadow Warrior. And I like this game just looks so much better than Doom 2. Like,
I really like that menu.
Dude. Well, build engine games were just like fucking wild, dude. Like Duke Nukem was build engine. And it was just like something I was like, this is so sick. And I remember like people who I knew family members who had Segas and stuff, and I was like, where the fuck is games like Shadow Warrior? Because this shit wasn't on console at the time, because consoles were like almost weirded out by gory stuff like during the Sega era, like this era right here. Like, even, like, Doom 64 tones a lot of stuff down. Duke Nukem's 64 toned a lot down. And you didn't think of, like, 64 games for the, like, hyper-violence. Even, like, the FPS games of that, like, the 64 were toned down FPS games. Like we talked about with, James Bond.
Yeah. This is the first time I'm seeing this game.
There is so Shadow Warrior.
Damn, I'm running into walls now.
Shadow Warrior is one of the 3 big there was obviously more than just this Duke Nukem and Blood. But
yeah,
this Duke Nukem and Blood were the fucking kings of the build engine era. So like you had like the problem too with the build engine era is it didn't last very long. This engine was kind of hard to work on. And on top of that, it was quickly outshined by Quake. Like, it just, like, it wasn't even the same world. Because Quake was actually 3D. and this game is not actually 3D.
I mean, it looks great though.
Oh yeah, dude. It was the. This is the king of the 2.5D graphics. Also, dude, the thing that makes me sad about this era, like, not lasting as long, is these were also called the attitude shooters.
Where'd they get that name from?
All the characters have an attitude.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense.
You had,
Go Speed Racer, go!
Okay, I don't want to be... Oh, wait. How do I exit? There we go. I'm gonna go get the Speed Racer car. Anime reference right away, dude. But it's like 90s. This is the 90s, so I was like, what the fuck? Can I not control that car? Odd. The whole thing that was like, so they all had attitudes, they were all obnoxious, they were all kind of assholes. Like, Blood probably had the most serious character out of the three.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Blood.
I have not.
It's like cult and gothic. What's your deal? Oh, you're snoring, cat. My cat just like growled, and I'm like, what the fuck's your problem? Okay, I think I fucked that car. But it was like yeah, I need the silver keys, so what the fuck? Okay. Well, which one of these controllers is for the silver key, you fucking cunt? Alright, whatever. I'm gonna keep running around like an idiot. But it's just like they all had their own attitude. They were all voice acted. They were all like Shadow or Lo Wang. His name is Lo Wang, so I'm guessing you can figure out what kind of guy he's gonna be. I mean, just think of what his name represents.
Yeah.
So he's like an overly horny old samurai assassin. And then you have Duke Nukem, he was your typical stereotypical like 80s action movie hero. I don't remember where to go. Oh, I'm good. Whoa. I died. But he was your typical 80s action Arnold Schwarzenegger Stallone type guy. And then you had Blood, which was kind of your edgy Western horror tough guy, kind of like your Clint Eastwood type. And then after it stopped voice acting games again. You stopped having these big, like, over-the-top characters, and you started going back to, like, it basically brought back the Doom era again. Of, it's the
silent protagonist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I like the silent protagonist, okay, but it was never my... I always liked the voice protagonist. Even, that was something when people complained about Fallout 4 having a voice protagonist, I'm like, that's not even something that annoys me.
I think it did for me, but that's because I like to voice the characters. I can read and do all that.
Yeah,
I think it kind of took away from that. You know, again, that's a preferential thing. But.
Oh, and I completely get that. I could see how I wasn't like one of those things where people I were like, oh, I hate this, I don't like it. I understood why. For me, it was just like, I don't mind it. I actually kind of I didn't like that he would say something completely fucking different.
Yeah.
That annoyed me. It was like I picked on this dialogue option so that I could hear you say those words.
Why didn't you say those words?
Yeah,
right?
exactly, dude. I'm like, what? You're being a douche right now because now you just like I said something slightly salty, and you're over here just roasting this fucking person. It's like, bro, calm down a little bit. All right, Ghost, where the fuck did you go? I didn't have this much trouble with the Ghost last time. All right, I'm gonna get the Ghost. There it is. Where'd it go? Aha, I beat it down with my fucking fists. You can't say that, Ghostbusters. But, you know what's best about this, too? Shadow Warrior is the only one that got a sequel. Or, it got a reboot, right? It got rebooted.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the only one to have a 3D era game that's considered good. Out of all the build engine games. And that even includes the one that they came out with, like, last year. No, not last year, a while back. Like last year for the 3D era game, but they made a game called Ion Fury, which was like a huge success. It was this team wanted to make a Duke Nukem style game on the build engine, and they got money from 3D Realms to be able to do it. And they came out with this game. It was the best build engine game out of all of them. It's better than these other two. It has better gameplay. It shows that like they learned from time type deal. Well, another studio made the 3D version, like a kind of a tie-in sequel, and it's super mid. Like, which is kind of sad considering all of the build games that got a 3D sequel suck, basically. They all are basically ass. Like, this, Blood 2 is considered one of the most... It was shipped way before it was done. It was an absolutely huge mess. It was a disaster for Monolith and everyone involved. Then you have Duke Nukem Forever, which is literally iconic for taking longer than anything should have ever taken ever. Which, do you know the lore for Duke Nukem Forever?
I don't know the lore, no.
Well, it was supposed to come out, and then the guy who made Duke Nukem 1, these are just half-naked anime girls. Based? I guess.
Is that a problem?
Depending on their age and how mad the internet is today.
Oh, I wouldn't look. I didn't see them. I haven't seen them yet. Oh, I retract my statement.
Again, no way of knowing. Again, I just don't care enough. All right, I think that's good. I think I got the car in the right spot. I've done everything perfect. That's what my mama tells me. Not really. My mom would be like, "You suck at life, just quit." My mom's not mean like that. You see, you thought she was, though, and that makes you the monster. What I was going to say, though, is Duke Nukem, basically after Duke Nukem 3D, like, Duke Nukem ran that time period. Like, he was the king in the 90s, right? Everyone knew who Duke Nukem was. He was the guy with the attitude. He was awesome. Well, they didn't want to just bring out another game to capitalize on...
Be proud, Mr. Wu.
Oh, I forgot mirrors in the build engine were actually decent. Look how cool Lo Wang looks. He's all old in this one. Anyways. But they basically were like, okay, and then what would happen is a game like Deus Ex would come out, right? All of a sudden, Deus Ex is like the hot new thing. Look how cool of this open world design is and all this other shit. Wow, look at this. And then the developer of Duke Nukem Forever was like, well, I need to put that in my game. Because my game was the original game that lets you do everything. I was the original immersive sim. And it like became this constant. He was constantly evolving to the point that it was regression, that they never got anything done. And there was like a build at E3 that first showed, and everybody was excited for it, but then they postponed it, and they postponed it again, and they postponed it again, to the point that the game never came out.
Oh.
And when it did come out, it fucking sucked. Because it had gone through a new developer, and they basically took what... They basically took when, They basically took the game that was on hand, put a new coat of paint on it, and just released it. So, without really changing or fixing anything. I forgot to save. And here's the problem with build games: if you don't save, you start the whole level over.
Oh no.
That's part of the... But when Duke Nukem Forever eventually... So Gearbox is the ones who ended up finally putting out Duke Nukem Forever. And it's supposedly really, really bad. It's like known for its atrocity at existing. It's all just all the dick jokes and the sex jokes, and it's like got all the jokes from the old Duke Nukem games without all the charm of it, so it just kind of comes off creepy. And it's boring, which is cardinal sin of video games. You can't be boring.
No, I don't play games to be bored.
Exactly. That is a game I actually own, and I've never fired up. My buddy, when I first got it, I was excited to play because I like Duke Nukem 3D. And he fired up, and he played like 4 missions of it, and while I had a party at my house going, and he said, this shit's boring as fuck. And I was like, oh. And that dude would play fucking anything. So that was just kind of disheartening, to say the least. But
no kidding.
Yeah, it's a fucking clusterfuck. And then so basically and then when Ion Fury got its sequel, or Ion Storm, what is the first one called? I think it's Ion Fury and then Phantom Fury. So when Ion Fury came out, it showed that games can be built on the build engine and be really good again, and like it basically made the perfect build engine game. Then fucking out of nowhere, here comes Phantom Fury. Like, we're gonna make this 3D game. It's gonna be like Ion Fury, but modern. And it's gonna be tie-in, and it ends up being mid as fuck. And it's just so funny to me that they literally made the same mistake that every other build engine game make. It's just like poetic in a way. Like, could you imagine like knowing that all these other studios that had tried to adapt a 2D game to 3D made all these mistakes, and then you make the same ones, but 20-something, 30 years later?
That's really embarrassing, honestly. You know, like, I get making the mistake, early on, but after you've had all of this time to see, that what has worked and what hasn't, and then to turn around and do the exact same thing really shows a lot about what you truly what was truly important to you, at least. And it was because it wasn't. You could think like, oh, okay, well they could have cut it down or something, and then they're like, no, we're gonna go way ambitious for this game, way too ambitious, and it's like, oh, we've heard this before, over and over and over again, from these same fucking people who built and it's funny because like luckily it's different than the other cases where like Monolith made both Blood 1 and 2, right?
and they weren't given the money to be able to like truly do Blood 2 the way that they wanted to, so that's why it became a mess. 3D Realms had all the money that they wanted, and they just fucking went over ambitious with it. Phantom Fury, I don't know what the fuck was the problem there, because it seemed like they had the money to do the game. It seemed like they had everything they wanted, they just fucking didn't have any identity, really. They didn't know what the fuck they wanted to do, and it just was this mess. Like, at least... Oh, I'm dead. Damn it, I have to start over again. Yeah, dude, but like the thing that worked with why Shadow Warrior wasn't in the same thing is because Shadow Warrior kind of like quietly was forgotten about, right? And another studio bought the rights, and they basically just rebooted. It was like a reboot prequel type deal. It was a younger Lo Wang. He's out there cutting dicks again, but younger, and it just kind of does whatever the fuck it wants. It's a real interesting game. The reboot was fun. It was fast paced. It had it was one of the first games that really added in the, you know, when you hit shift in some FPS games and it's a boost forward instead of a fucking sprint. It's like a, yeah, just like a, I don't know what that's called, like a fucking shuttle forward or some shit. It's like you unlock wind god powers and all of a sudden you can fucking fly. So the first game to do that was Shadow Warrior. One of the first games that made it famous. And it just was, it's this fucking fun, awesome game, and it spawned 2 more sequels. So even, it's funny that this fucking, the probably the weakest of the 3, the weirdest and weakest of the 3 fucking build games, at least for the time, ended up being the one that lasted the longest.
Right.
Because Shadow Warrior just, like, when it came out, was always kind of the chaos one. It was a little monster. It had a little bit better gameplay than Duke Nukem. But, I mean, the dude's a fucking perv, dude. He's like, I want to see the panties. And he's like a little bit, it's a little bit racist. It's a little bit just all sorts of fucking weird, Shadow Warrior is. And that was the one that was brought back. And the second game's kind of mid. It's trying to be Borderlands and trying to be this and trying to be that. The third game, though, is probably one of my favorites in the series. The third game, Shadow Warrior 3, not this, like, because this one's not in part of the trilogy. This one's just kind of the old game that they pay homage to. But, God, is it... It's just so perfect that the whole series has something good. 2 is the weakest, but out of everything else, it's just like, when only one game's weak, like, it's still fun in its own way. That's a win, dude. When you didn't have a game that was so bad it killed your entire series. Because that's what happened to the other 2. The only thing Duke Nukem's been in since then was he was an unlockable skin in this in a game where you could play through the whole game as Duke Nukem. And like his whole bit in the game is, I'm not supposed to be in this game. It's pretty sad, to be honest. He's like, I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here.
Kind of cringy, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the game was pretty good that he was in, but like, it was fun. But the fact that he's not supposed to be in there, the game already had a good character to begin with. It was just like extra DLC content that was just like, oh, remember Duke Nukem? You remember the Gearbox and we own Duke Nukem? I was like, bro, that's your whole fucking life?
Oh, yeah. Like, oh, you can stop now.
It'd be like Mario disappearing for fucking 10 years only to show up in a fucking Sonic game as an alternate character to play as. Or vice versa. Same thing with Sonic, to just show up as the only... And, like, he's not even the main character. He's just somebody that you can buy. He's just the DLC you can buy and play as if you want to play through Mario World as Sonic. Like, oh. Well... How the mighty have fallen. Oh, how the...
I feel like I say that a lot now.
Oh, God, it's been so bad.
With games. Yeah.
And movies, dude. It's great to watch all your series die while you're watching them die. Painful. It's, I'm trying to think of, like, other game series that I was just, like, it was so sad to watch. Like, I don't really know of a lot of series that just fucking, like, brutally died in recent years. Seems like more
well, I can tell you one. The Dead Space series killed itself on Dead Space 3.
I like Dead Space 3.
Yeah, I did too, but apparently it wasn't... they didn't like it enough to keep it going, because it really did sort of disappear off the face of the earth.
EA wanted so much, wanted that game to make so much money. Like, if you were to see how much money EA wanted for that, like, it was unreasonable, dude.
Right.
Like, EA wanted, like, that game to be the most profitable thing ever, and it's just unreasonable for that game to ever have lived up to that expectations. I'm trying to think. It was something ridiculous, and that's why they added co-op in, which I think the co-op campaign is honestly one of the best things in that game, because if you play as, which the co-op's shut down now, but if you play as fucking the secondary character, you actually get all the...
and I can't remember his name.
You get all the trippy fucking visuals. You're the one going...
that was his... Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just...
That was what was happening to him during the campaign, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah.
And the thing about it was that I think it was perfect for the storytelling, which I think a lot of people... kind of overlook, because they're like, well, you're too much of a powerhouse in the third game. I'm like, yeah, of course he's going to be a powerhouse, and of course he's not going to see the visuals and shit, because he's been through this shit. This is his third fucking time dealing with these assholes. Like, you think you would be bad at killing them by the third time?
Right, he survived on a planet cracker ship, and then he survived on a space station, you know, locked in with these guys. He's fine.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
That's why that other guy's freaking out, because this is like his first time dealing with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
at this point, the Necromorphs were scared of Isaac. Like, that's just...
Yeah. And I got so annoyed when I listened to, like, reviews and stuff. I actually have a video on Dead Space 3. It's an old one. It's not the greatest video, and I'm gonna remake it one day. But I was so annoyed that everybody was so mad. Like, it feels like you're just overpowered, and it doesn't feel like a horror game anymore. I'm like, I played it both ways, both as me playing as Isaac and me playing as the other guy. And how do I drive it? I have no idea how to drive that thing. It moves, though. Oh, is it a gun? Oh my god! It's a gun.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a gun. I don't know what to do with it. But it's a gun. Well, I don't know what to do with that, but it is cool that it exists.
Oh, must be American made.
That was a good joke. Oh, must be American made. Yeah, I just didn't understand that people are like, oh, well, it needs to stay the same. Because there's, like, because of how the people got mad at how OP he was in Dead Space 3, they started looking back at Dead Space 2 like, oh, you're too overpowered in Dead Space 2. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I haven't played Dead Space 1, I'm going to be real with you. I played a little bit of it, and then I found out they were doing a remake, and I'm like, I'll just play that when it comes out. And the
remake is really good.
Is it? I want to play it.
It's worth a playthrough for sure.
Really? I played number 2, and I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to play something this cool again. 2 is, I think, one of my favorite games. Like, it's a perfect combination of action and everything.
2 is horrifying. Yeah.
And I started number 1 once, and it like people who say that the second one's like not as scary as the first one, I'm like, I'm sorry, the beginning of the second one is scarier than anything you could show me in fucking Dead Space 1. I'm sure there's scary stuff, but that fucking eye surgery and then just being left with the fucking poles.
Oh, that's brutal.
Dude, it is so fucking gnarly. That is such a gnarly fucking game.
Or the freaking daycare. That one messed me up.
Yeah, dude. And it's just it's so good. It's so fucking good. And I hate that people hate on, like, the first one, because they want every horror game to be slow as fuck and not action-packed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, I'm sorry, but like, what was that game? There was a game series where you were like a reporter, and you had a Outlast.
Yeah.
I hate those games. I played the first one a little bit, and I said, this is fucking stupid. Why don't I have a gun? Why don't I pick up one of the weapons? And I had a buddy who was like, well, it's not realistic to always have, like, a weapon on you. I'm like, literally, there's people chasing you around with weapons. I would have picked something up and tried to utilize it. At a certain point, you're going to defend yourself in these situations.
Well, isn't the whole premise? I've never played it, so I avoided it. I don't know why I never played. Just never did. But in the whole premise of that you know of this, you know, dangerous place. What was the reason for you?
Yeah, it was like you were investigating it.
Yeah.
If I was investigating, bro,
so
I'm at least bringing a knife.
Yeah. Why would you bring something to protect yourself?
Yeah, dude, it drove me up a fucking wall. I literally started playing it, and I could not get over how stupid I thought it was. Dude, I swear to God, let me platform. It was just so irritating. It drove me, like, there's no reason why I have to fucking crawl around with a camera. It's just, I guess it's just not the game for me, dude. Sometimes games are just not for you.
Yeah, I hear that.
I have played plenty of games that people say are the greatest things ever, and I just don't get it. It's not for me. I'm not having fun. I see no purpose in playing it any longer. That happened with both of Resident Evil and Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 5's fun, but 1 and 2, they make me a woozy.
You can't really play them if you're busy throwing up the whole time.
Exactly, dude. Or if I have a migraine and I just want to, like, end it all. I want to take a long walk off a short dog.
Yeah.
Okay, I made a video. The video Snail worked on with me, or he was, like, a part of, was the worst game he ever played, right? Which he said Fallout 76.
Okay.
What's yours?
Oh, the worst game I've ever played?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'd have to go back and look through. I don't know right offhand if there's any that strike me as the worst game. Oh. Hang on, I gotta look through my Steam library. I'm sure I've still got it. I know of one that started off good, and then the developer like just killed it and left it, and that made me sad.
Which one?
But it's a rather unknown game. It's Osiris New Dawn.
What's that about?
It's like a space sort of like you're on a planet and you are surviving and whatnot. Now I don't know if they've changed anything since then, but last I checked, they straight up killed their game. But now that I've clicked on it, because I haven't had it installed in like 5 ever, so it is now getting updates again. So maybe I need to go back and check it out. But let me go to the store page and I'll let you know. It's like a future space survival game. I do play survival games on my own time. You know, like the survival base building stuff. You have like planetary bases, pilotable vehicles, and controllable drones, which is all things that sort of got my attention. But if I had to say like worst that I ever played, now this is a hot take. It had to have been No Man's Sky when it first released.
That's not a hot take.
No, yeah, that's not a hot take at all. People now would, if I said, "Oh, it's now," yeah,
yeah, but you clarified when it first released.
Yeah, I had to qualify it there because I play it now. I have it downloaded and I like to do the expeditions and whatnot. But no, when it first released, it was just it was everything that it was nothing like what they had
promised,
advertised it to be. Yeah, no promises for Cap.
Yeah, that's that game was pretty rough when it first came out. It was nothing. There was nothing to do. I did think it was funny with bringing it back to Starfield, how everybody was like, bro, No Man's Sky can have you leave and enter planets. And I'm like, bro, in No Man's Sky, everybody just forget how No Man's Sky released?
Right. It was not great.
It was one of those things that everybody had. It was like hard rose tinting glasses, No Man's Sky. And, I mean, granted, there was 2 hardcore things working against Bethesda. One, people were mad at Xbox because of the Activision thing. By Activision. 2, they had just came off of Fallout 76, so they had a lot of goodwill to win back. But so they were fighting an uphill battle with Starfield to begin with. But on top of that, there was like people comparing it to No Man's Sky. I was like, I don't think you guys understand. This is just gonna. I was like, I remember telling people that were like, well, they're probably gonna be able to land the ships. I'm like, whoa, you need to dial it back. I'm like, we're looking at something that's going to be a bigger, a much bigger scaled Outer Worlds.
Right.
I was like, it's gonna be Outer Worlds with space battles. And more scale. That's all it's going to be. And people were like, no. There's going to be landing your ship. Did you not hear there's going to be ship crafting? I'm like, yeah, there's going to be space battles. They said that. But they never said you were going to... You were going to be like, just fucking bebopping your way into...
Must be American made.
You're not going to just be bebopping your way into fucking everything.
I think I had that expectation of sort of the seamless planet to space travel and whatnot and stuff like that because of No Man's Sky. But then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, yeah, they never even said they were gonna do that. Like that was
that was something they never said. And I remember like people were like, promise is broken. I'm like, they never. I was like, I've watched everything, they didn't say that. I mean, like there's stuff that the Starfield didn't have that they said it would, and then they had to backtrack on. Absolutely, they're call them on that. But like this random shit, like that makes no sense. That it was like people would say like going into a game, like that said it was gonna be a boomer shooter, and it's a boomer shooter, and they're like, doesn't it play like Call of Duty? Because it's not fucking Call of Duty. Like, any criticisms people had with the story being boring or whatever, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I was like, they fucking took the L on that, right? But but when it came down to like the nitpicky stuff, they're like, oh well, it's got the loading screens. I'm like, I'm sorry, do you want to fucking? I was like, do you want to fucking fly all the way to every location? Because that would be boring to me. Like, do you remember this is a Bethesda game? I was like, I'm surprised that they even got the spaceships to work, considering, like, even through the Fallout series, if you wanted a vehicle to work, it was a person walking underground.
It was a person. Yeah.
It was
you
a
know
hat.
the Fallout 3 DLC, that train. Yeah, it was a helmet.
Yeah, it's a fucking helmet. I was like, do you not realize that they've made this engine so much crazier? Like, I'm not saying that for, like, look at all, but, like, gameplay-wise, Starfield was, like, the best they had ever done.
Yeah.
And...
For sure. And I think they still have a lot of potential with it.
Yeah, and I think that they need a really good DLC or something to fix this, and I think they need to go back to their roots a little bit. Todd Howard's never been really the writing guy. So I don't see him as ever being the guy that's going to be like, oh, I'm going to write this fucking perfect game. He's always been the gameplay guy, so as long as he's there, I think they will be a... How do I get up here? I want this nuke. There's, you can shoot nukes in Shadow Warrior.
Really?
Yep.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, I haven't figured out how to use it yet, so I'll let you know if it's fun. That's the button. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's getting excited and having high expectations, but there's also unrealistic expectations, and I think Starfield suffered a whole bunch from unrealistic expectations.
Yeah,
like there was,
and I think Todd Howard's a little bit to blame for that. He did hype it up a lot.
Yeah, but that's his job. It's like,
yeah, I guess he did his job too well.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like at the same time, it's like, oh well, he said all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, but what game doesn't come out and say that it's not doing or it's not going to do that? Like being 100% real, 100% authenticity out there. I can't think of a single developer who hasn't done shit like that. Fuck, Naughty Dog pretended like they, even after the leaks, they pretended like they weren't going to kill Joel.
Yeah.
And that's
like, true. I didn't think about that.
And then they fucking false copyright claimed YouTube channels for even talking about it. Like, they went full, like, Gestapo on fucking every information coming out about...
Yeah.
About that game.
No, yeah, they were gaslighting their entire community.
Yeah, dude, and like Todd Howard just said 10 times the detail, best performing game we've ever had, and then people were like, "Well, I found these bugs." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you realize we're talking about Bethesda here, right? Like the fact that the game
it's part of the experience,
dude. If I'm surprised the game didn't like hard crash on everybody at launch. That was my bar.
That's what Skyrim did.
That's what all of them did. And it's one of those things that people have this, like, retroactive, where they're like, oh, games used to release completely done. I'm like, what? I was like, other than Morrowind? And maybe Oblivion? I don't know, I think Oblivion had problems. But even their old games, Arena and fucking Daggerfall, had problems at launch. I think Morrowind's the only one that was, like, solid, but Morrowind's the smallest game.
Yeah.
It's like real bite size compared to everything else. I haven't ever played Morrowind because I don't like the dice roll style.
I don't either.
If I shoot an arrow at something, it better be going in its fucking head if that's where I aimed. I'm sorry.
I think that's a fair statement.
And I know people that like were like, well, but it's all about the. I'm like, dude, you can go play your fucking turn-based games all day. That's cool. I'm not gonna take that from you, but it's not for me. Like, if you want shit to be like Persona, go play Persona, bro. Because there's no way I'm fucking living with this this grind, bro. You're on oodles of crack. You're on like a full crack diet is what the problem is. I was trying to think of another Todd Howard game that like Todd Howard, the one I think the worst he did was hyping up Fallout 76. That was like he worded everything so carefully and sneaky on that fucker. Like, you watch back, he technically didn't lie, but bro was definitely hyping up that game way more than it ever should be. He kept saying things like biggest map and best or most weapons, and I was like, it had all those things. And like when he was talking about the most or the prettiest map, honestly, I'm not even. I bought Fallout 76 at launch, so I'm kind of gonna hurt ex-boyfriend vibes on that shit. But I remember playing it and being annoyed that it was so empty, right? But thinking, how did they ruin... I was like, this map might be the best Fallout map ever created. There's just nothing to fucking do. And it sucked because it was so pretty. It was such a pretty fucking map. Like, you could tell that everything in the map was just so well made. And I wanted it... I wanted to just get lost in this world, and there was nothing to get lost into. And that is the biggest crime that Fallout 76 committed, is just not having anything worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it hurts my feelings to this day. I mean, now it's better. After Wastelanders, I went back and I played through the Wastelanders campaign, and that was fun. Honestly...
Have you tried out the new raid stuff yet?
No. It's been a while since I turned that game on.
I hear it's brutal.
Yeah, dude, I've heard a lot of good things. The thing too is the Fallout 76 community is fucking the nicest group of people.
Yes.
They want you to play the game. They're not dicks about anything. Like, when I first started playing, they were, because there was just a bunch of people that were really mad. And they kept nuking the game into oblivion. Like, that happened so many times. Like, you know, like, the first, like, 4 months that game was out, you couldn't play the game because they kept putting so many nukes on the map that they would crash the whole game for, like, a couple days. I don't know if you know the process behind that. There's like this whole chain of events that you could get a nuke and set off nukes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
I enjoy that gameplay too.
It was cool.
But I never used it on anybody.
I never got to use it at all because they kept crashing the entire game. Like, it was so bad when it first launched, dude. It was such a mess. There was nothing to do. I was just like... I was like begging for shit to do, dude. It just big sad game, bro. And when I went back after Wastelanders, I was like, at least they're doing the community justice or whatever. Still a bit fucking cringe, but dude, I fucking hear a door opening, and it's driving me nuts, dude. Oh. How the fuck do I get in there?
You're talking about hearing doors opening. It's driving you crazy. I'm on Stalker right now.
Oh, really?
And I was in one of those like, yeah, I was in one of those like making you go crazy sort of areas. And so I was like, hey, I'm hearing things I'm not supposed to be hearing at all. So. Because I was hearing like disembodied voices. It was great. You know, makes for a great time.
Stalker 2 looks really fun. And I have it on my Series X. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm ready for something that big. I keep telling myself I'm going to play a big game again. Oh, thank God for the fucking build engine doors. Little secret: if you fall or trick an enemy into walking under a door, or yourself accidentally standing in a doorway in a build engine game, it will kill you.
Really?
Oh, dude, the build engine doors are fucking savage. It was like a huge coding problem that doors will kill you in build engine games. Dude, there's gotta be a reason for this. If I can't... Hold on. Dude, that door opens. Why would the only door that opened be so high up? Okay. Odd. So confused. I've spent more time in games walking around in circles than I've done in anything else. Like, I don't know how I've managed to not lose my mind over the years.
It's just one of those, like, you just build up a tolerance to it because you've done it so often, I guess.
Maybe.
You're just immune to it now.
I don't know if I'm immune to it.
You developed an immunity.
I think I'm looking at this like right now, like I want to like just shave my head and then start selling my butthole on OnlyFans.
I mean, honestly, sounds like a profitable thing.
Come on now. I am a morbidly obese man. Emphasis on the morbidly.
Hey, all I'm saying is, if you know the Rule 34 has proved anything, there's a fandom for it.
You're right. Sonic fans are the scariest people to ever live. They honestly terrify me. There's a fandom that I don't understand. It's the Sonic fans. A lot of Gabians like Sonic. If you don't understand that reference, I would understand.
I don't understand it, actually.
It's about a lolcow named Christian. He's also known as the internet's most documented person. He basically, you've heard lolcow before, right?
Yeah.
He was the first.
Oh, okay.
He is the most crazy. He ended up having sex with his mom. That was... Yeah. But he was kind of like,
right,
somebody coerced him into doing it, and the girl's whole plan was to coerce him into doing it, and then using it to blackmail him into killing himself. So she was just as crazy, which is nuts that that sentence even exists.
Right. I don't know that I've ever heard that sentence before.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know that I'll ever hear that sentence again.
Her family was really wealthy, though, so they ended up scrubbing her name off the internet, basically. So wild. It's like there's no way for me to look at or to right now say I'm gonna go into Chris Chan lore and not spend the next 4 hours telling you about everything this fucking man went through, and me missing about half the story. That's how big this guy's lore is. Because it all started.
It would have to be its own stream.
Oh, there's no way I'm ever covering all that. It's a nightmare, dude. It's so much. It's so fucking much. I mean, the dude's still he streams now, sort of. I mean, they transitioned. But at the same time, they transitioned so they could have lesbian sex. That was the whole end goal of this whole thing. It's so confusing. The whole fucking Christian. It's one of those that about half the internet. Why did my wife text me? No, she's sending me her flight info. Huh. 20 hours is 8 o'clock, right? You know military time? Yeah. Wait.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 8 o'clock. Good. Awesome. So that means I'll be home at a reasonable hour so I can get up at 4 on Saturday. That's the fucking worst shift, is my shift right after I get off my second day off. I go to work at fucking 4 a.m. Well, I get up at 4 a.m. to go to work at 5. What do you do? You're a pastor or something?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Dude, hella fucking... That's pretty cool. You be all tight with God and shit.
Oh yeah, we have our conversations. You know, I have I'm not, obviously, not an average pastor. Not many of my colleagues do what I do.
Like play games and stuff?
Play games and do YouTube and, I try to change the narrative. Some people, I've often wondered if the fact that my game or my YouTube name is Revplaysgames, if that off-puts a lot of people. Well, I mean, I understand if it does, but
it doesn't even. When I saw your name in chat, I didn't put together that you were a reverend.
Yeah, well, that makes that.
Rev.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, I am a reverend. That's in my channel. I
mean, Oompaville, or not Oompaville. Wendigoon is like a fucking juggernaut, and he's pretty religious.
Yeah.
He rarely.
Oh yeah. And I do my best not to, you know, but I think that's more for if in the instance that like one of my youth or one of my gaming adults that I have in my church comes across my stuff, I don't want, you know.
You don't want to come off like me.
Saying it. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say.
I'm joking, dude. So here's the thing. You ever listen to Creepcast? So it's Wendigoon and Meat Canyon. So you know who Meat Canyon is, right?
Yeah, I know who Meat Canyon is. Yeah.
So Wendigoon's like your wholesome fucking southern boy that doesn't cuss. He's religious, real straight and narrow guy. And then you got fucking Meat Canyon, who is like wildly obnoxious. And they bounce off of each other.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
Sometimes you need that dynamic. You need your obnoxious asshole and your somebody to humble them back down to reality.
Nah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a fun dynamic, honestly. But yeah, I that's what I do. I enjoy it. Most of my day is spent sitting drinking coffee with older folk and talking to them about life, and I love that. Honestly, I love what I do.
So I am I was baptized, not baptized, I converted to Islam, right? Because my wife's family is Middle Eastern, and that's Like most of those countries are theocracies, kind of.
Yeah.
So it was one of those. It's just kind of like that's like my religion on paper. But before I had more of a other one. But I remember the most annoyed I was ever with somebody who's religious, right? Was I was going through like a rough time. I remember I went into a Baptist church in Utah. It was next to my house, and I just wanted somebody to talk to, dude. And this isn't like a critique on all religions. I remember this being just egregiously stupid. And he asked what I wanted to do, and I said, well, I do comedy. And he's like, oh, what kind of comedy? And I said, well, I've always liked George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Robin Williams. He's like, well, those guys are all bad. I'm like, what? And he's like, well, they cuss, and they do this, and they do that. And I'm like, well, yeah. I was like, that doesn't, I mean, I could still have this. I could still have a relationship with God or whatever. And then I could also do my art without, like, I could run the lines. And he's like, no, that's not possible. And I was like, okay. And then he asked me to leave. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, that's weird. I didn't even want to talk about that
That's
stuff.
very
I was here
weird.
for this other
Yeah.
thing. And I remember, I really didn't like that guy. So it's cool that you're a really nice guy. I'm just saying, like, everything
I
has...
spend. Yeah.
Go ahead. You were gonna say something.
I spend a lot of time, more time than I would like to admit, having to walk back or help understand or help to saying I'm sorry for the things that my colleagues, I say colleagues, I what they say and how they do things and their misunderstandings of how things are our scriptures, and forcing it to say what they want it to say and not letting it be what it is. And I think that I don't like hearing what he said to you, and I can go off on a full tangent with that, man. I tell you what.
No, I get
like
you.
That,
Dude.
that's yeah.
Well, and it's funny. Dude.
That stuff gets me going.
He like came from a he just had this whole perspective that was just weird, dude. Oh, he was like he like instantly kind of got a little bit like rude, and I was like, dude. Like,
yeah, almost.
I was like, dude. I was like,
almost looking down.
Yeah, he's like, kind of looking down on me, dude, and I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to. I was like, I literally just came like, you know, that like guidance, just needed to have a conversation with somebody type energy, right? And then to just be talked down to, I remember being like, because I've known pastors in the past who were really good guys, and like they were just somebody like, even if you weren't in their religion, they talk to you, you know. And I remember just this guy was like, I was like, this is like juxtaposed to everything I'd met beforehand. And that was my thing, is the fact that you do this, I think honestly makes you more grounded.
Must be American made.
And because I think one of the biggest problems with a lot of people who is their lack of understanding with how the world really works. And you have to get experience or be willing to understand. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you Dude, I figured out where to go. Without even... I couldn't figure it out in the walkthrough. I was getting annoyed because I couldn't figure out where I was without having to redo things. And I literally found out that there's just this room, and I just found it, and I honestly... Wait, was there nothing in here of importance? Are you kidding me? Okay, there was. I found the yellow key. We're good. We're good. I don't have to cry. Okay. We're good. Okay. But I don't even know what I was saying before I almost cried.
Oh, you were talking more about how knowing how the way the world works.
Yeah, I think it gives you a broader perspective. It's like the willing to listen, or to not like to listen, but also try to understand, even though you don't have those experiences. And it's like, and having these different outlets, because like, I think that video games can be a perfect use of escapism, especially for when you're in these situations. It's like take somebody who, for example, has like a drinking problem or something, right? Like the 12 steps are incredibly flawed. I think, like, I've known more people because the 12 steps were so annoying to start drinking. I think there is good in them, but I also think that the problem is you end up creating the most, like, because of the 12-step system being as, like, essential on the idea of, like, the faith and stuff, that you almost turn them into a one-dimensional person because of they're now addicted to this new thing. So, like, even, like, having something like an outlet like games or something, as well as going through something like that, I think more people who find more interest after they quit substances or something, they then they're a more rounded person, and they're not just, I do this now, and this is all I care about. Because I've known some people who went from drugs to being like the most obnoxiously religious person, to the point that it's like, even people I know that are religious look at them like, bro, you need to calm down, dude, because that's their new addiction.
Right. Yeah.
So you having like a well-grounded,
exactly.
Like, you having this well-grounded background of different interests, I think also probably helps you in your, I don't know if like it ever helps you in your stuff, but
I mean, yeah, in many ways it does. You know, part of my, so I was trained to do what I do. My denomination, I'm Presbyterian. They sent me to seminary. Well, they put me through college first, then sent me to seminary to learn, how to deal with, the life as a pastor, how to be a pastoral leader in a church, and that involves more than just preaching on Sundays. That means, how do you counsel people in the middle of crisis, and crisis counseling and stuff like that. We are trained in that. I'm not a licensed crisis counselor. My big thing is to send people to licensed ones, if that arises. But how do I, in the limited capacity that I have, you deal with that? So that's things that we're trained on, and so being able to listen to and hear the life stories of people and what people struggle with, and knowing what's going on in the world, I think is an incredibly important thing. Well, it's important for all of us, but really it's important for those in leadership positions and pastors. And I think pastors, I'm incredibly what's the word, I hold them to a very high standard, because I know the job that is required of them, because I do it, and I know the power of the words that they can say. And so often I hear some of the things that come out of pastors' mouths, and I the first thing I think is, man, that is so detached from, one, reality, but two, just the world, from people, from humanity in general. I don't know where you get that from, other than some hyper sense of self-righteousness, and that is something that drives me nuts. And so, and like I said, I think it comes from this idea that the world is bad. We can't be in it. No, you've got to be in it.
Yeah, there's no choice. It's not like you can wake up and then the world stop existing.
Right. And so it is just that's a rabbit hole. You talk about something I could talk on for about 5 hours worth of stream time. That's it. And that is something that I find very important, at least for me, to portray to others, is that I think in a time where a lot of Christians aren't even willing to listen to somebody and hear somebody, it's good to be able to show that there are those that will, and that there are people that care for and care about what Jesus actually taught, as opposed to this idea of Jesus they have in their head.
Yeah.
That Jesus hates the same people they do, and I think that's something it's important to me.
Oh yeah, no,
I didn't mean to.
No, you're good, dude. I find it really interesting because like that was something that always like bothered me. It was like all the there's a lot of people that like ignore the love in religion because there is a lot of like care and stuff in religion, and they like nah, we don't give a fuck about any of that. It's time to fire and brimstone. Did I remind you that there's fire and brimstone, and you're basically
right?
fucked?
This idea that you've got to yeah.
It's just
this get right or get get right or else because that's exactly how Jesus led people.
Yeah, dude, I remember that's what the dinner was about, bro. He was sitting there, he's like, listen, dude, there's one day gonna be this guy named Mussolini, he's gonna be based. I'm just kidding. Like, no, but it's like it's this idea that there's only this one option of like, oh well, we have to be angry at this because they don't have the same thoughts as ours, and that was like the complete opposite. Like that's why he didn't want, or he was willing to like die on the cross, was he didn't want to have any issues from the whole situation because he didn't believe in hate, Like obviously there's more to it than that, but it's still the sentiment of his love for everybody, and I that was something that I find good messaging in. I mean, and that's kind of like a thing with like that is really good about religion. And even there was I had a family friend one time tell me something that was like profound to me, that because the Bible was written by man and we are flawed creatures, that even the stuff that did happen are probably exaggerated, but it's not about the stories themselves, it's about the moral substance in the stories, because every story has a moral point. Like David and Goliath, it's about rising up above your challenges and never like feeling weak and unimportant, because there is a chance that you can rise above everything. It's like little stuff like that is just like, I've always found to be it's the moral fiber in a story that's the most important part. I don't know. It's that's interesting type stuff. I find it. It's like also another thing that I found really interesting about like the Bible and everything is the fact that like you can look at the Bible and the Quran because they are two of the oldest books. They're fucking old. Like the Bible's the oldest, right?
Islam and Christianity are sister religions.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So I'm glad you know that, because there are a lot of people who don't know that, and I have to fucking explain it all the time.
I've had to have that conversation more than once.
Dude, it's so
I had to squash some stuff. I live in southern U.S. if that tells you anything.
I do too. I live in I'm in Florida. I know you're in Kentucky, but I'm in Florida.
Yeah. Well, you're more southern than I am.
Yeah, dude. I live like small town Florida, and I moved here on purpose. Like there was every reason to move here, and it was like because I lived in the city, it was sketchy. Also, like you living in small towns, you have a better chance to provide your family with a better existence because it's not expensive. That was another reason, but. What I was going to say is I've had to explain people, and it annoys my wife when I explain it because I do the most simplistic way ever, and she's like, that's, what I say is like, so Judaism, that's base game, right? Christianity and all the other sects, basically, I'm lumping them all in. I know there's a lot of differences, I'm not that ignorant, but layman's terms, I'm, all the other sects are, DLC 2. That's the first DLC, right?
Yeah.
So Christianity's DLC 1, and then, Islam is DLC too. They both acknowledge what happened in the base game, but they add on to it. Now, you can argue which one's the better DLC all day, but at the end of the day, they're still DLC. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the way my wife hates when I do that explanation, because she's like, it's more complicated than that. I'm like, yes, I understand it's more complicated than that.
Yeah.
I was like, she's like, and there's more than that. I'm like, yeah, dude, I know there's DLC 3, the Mormons.
Is that a DLC or a mod?
I'm not sure on the Mormons. They're like, we get a planet. Jesus came to the U.S. and you're like, all right, buddy.
That sounds like a mod, honestly.
Look, you got a hat and some stones. I'm like, dude,
that was a mod to DLC 1.
That was mod to DLC 1. I mean, and then there's the people that are just like, well, you know what's more of a mod? The Jehovah's Witnesses.
What?
They're a mod. Yeah. They're a mod, bro. Okay, so the thing about, at least the Mormons, there's enough difference and enough lore there to where I think that it could just be a DLC, right? The Jehovah's Witnesses is we're not changing much. We just think the game's too fucking easy. I don't think you understand. The game's too fucking easy. So
dial it up to survival.
We have the super survival pack. Only 10% of players can finish this pack, and then they make it to the grand tier, and it's like, holy shit, bro. It's like, you guys okay? No birthday parties, okay? All right. All right. Well, we're good. I had a buddy that grew up Jehovah's Witness, and I had to go to the church one time because he was excommunicated, right? Because he had sex out of marriage, right? And the best way to get recommunicated into church is to bring people to the church, right? So he wants me to. All of us, his friends, were basically we'd go. We all said we'd take a turn and go in because it would help him. That way he could leave the church the right way.
Yeah.
And I remember when I went, it was I think it was a little before Christmas or Easter. One of the holidays, bro. And I remember, I fucking am in there, and I see the crackers getting passed around. Now, my mom, I wasn't I wasn't raised really religious. My mom was Catholic growing up, and my dad was Baptist. So, in order to not have issues, they just had Bibles and they read out of it, right? And that was my experience with the whole thing. It was like, okay, we read out of the Bible sometime, and that's good enough, because they didn't want it to ever be an argument of what church would we go to or this or that, and make a whole ordeal out of it. So then but I'd go to the churches every once in a while to appease one of my grandparents, whether it was my one side that would want me to go to a Presbyterian or a Baptist church, or whatever one that was popping up in Spring, or the little small town outside of my hometown, because it always seemed to have one small denomination that was different. It was either Baptist, Presbyterian, or something, and they would bounce between them depending on who they liked better as the pastor, right? Anyways,
yeah.
Anyways, not that one size fits all, but when it comes to Presbyterian and Baptist and stuff, they're a little more interchangeable. Not fully, but you know what I mean, right?
Right.
So then, if I went to that one, that meant that when I had to go to the Catholic church, that we had to be fair. And I always saw when they passed the crackers around, people would get a cracker, right? You get your little cracker.
Right.
Not at the Jehovah's Witness church, sir. I don't know if you know what goes on there. So, they pass the crackers around, but see, you're not allowed to have a cracker because you're not worthy of the cracker. So they have a giant plate of crackers that's getting passed around, and everybody's grabbing the plate and bowing to it and passing it to the next person. Keep in mind, I'm starving, right? And I look at my buddy, I'm like, and he's like, don't touch the crackers. I'm like, fine. So this whole nice plate of crackers gets handed to me, and I just have to watch it go by. They smell delicious, by the way. And I just was thinking, so nobody gets the crackers? So they made a whole plate of crackers that they're just going to throw away? There's this giant...
Did anybody get the crackers?
What?
Did nobody get the crackers?
Nobody. You're not supposed to eat them because you're not worthy of them. It's all symbolic.
What? What?
Yeah, dude, nobody gets
Why?
crackers. Nobody gets crackers when you're Jehovah's Witness.
We eat crackers in our church.
Well, yeah, but are you Jehovah's
Kidding.
Witness?
No.
Exactly, dude. You also probably get a birthday party.
I do.
Jehovah's Witnesses aren't allowed to celebrate birthday parties. For them or anybody else.
Oh, I just celebrated a 30th birthday not too long ago.
Dude, a 94 baby.
Yep.
Me too, buddy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude. October 8th.
Oh, nice. August.
Oh, dude, see.
August 1st.
Dude. Old son of a bitch.
I know. Falling apart.
I was wondering when you said Genesis, bro. I remember my aunt and uncle had the Genesis. Can I rocket jump? I'm going to save and then I'm going to try rocket jumping.
Yeah, it's my dad's, but he let me use it.
Yeah, dude. It was always somebody older in the family who had it. You know, it was like somebody else had it. And you were like, oh, I'll just use this. Like, I remember, like the Sega and stuff. It was always like it was at my aunt's house. So whenever I'd go over there, I'd get to play it because they had it for because it was like my great aunt. So they had it for their grandkids, which were my second cousins.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no rocket jumping in this game. I don't know why I thought.
Found that out the hard way.
Well, I also don't know why I thought there would be rocket jumping, considering rocket jumping I don't think was a thing until Quake. So I'm trying to do a rocket jumping on a game before Quake. I just really want this fucking nuke, and I don't know how to get it. But when you said the Sega, I remember they had the Sega, and that's why I played it. And then when I got the Xbox, I was like, holy shit, this is... keep in mind I was playing this game, which obviously looks really old. And then I was playing Sega games at my aunt's, and then I got this son of a bitch, dude. Or I mean, then I was playing Halo 2. Bro, I was broken. I thought that the graphics in Halo 2 were the most realistic thing ever made.
Right.
Little did I know that, like, now I can go back to that game and it looks kind of booty cheeks.
Yeah, now they've had a remake of it with improved graphics.
Yep. And when you flick back to the old graphics, and I love that they did that on the Master Chief Collection, because you can flip between the two graphics while you play. And literally you get in and you're like, oh my god, dude, I thought these looked so realistic when the game came out. I thought I was living in a world of realism. It's like when you watch...
I thought I was actually there.
Yeah, dude. It was like when you watch the old Spider-Man movies again and you realize that the CG looks fucking terrible. Like, because Spider-Man 1 CG is not good. I remember when the movie came out. Oh, dude. I was like, how did they make it look so real? How did it look so real? What am I living in? Is this another reality? I completely forgot what I was doing in this game. I've done all this stuff, but I feel like there was a door that I was supposed to open, and instead I've just been messing around trying to get that nuke. And I feel like that's been the wrong decision.
Yeah, last thing I remember was nukes.
Yeah, dude, it was the nuke. I see this nuke, and I want it so bad, but I don't know how I'd get to it, to be honest with you. Like, if I had to be really, really real with you, I come around, and there's just no way to get up there. Is there a way to get on top of the building? but that would be like map breaking. I don't know. I need to stop getting distracted by the stupid stuff in video games. Do you ever do that where you decide you want to find every secret in a game and you just spend way too long trying to find stuff and you're honestly ruining your experience?
Yep. I've done that with Fallout before.
Oh, dude. I feel you, bro. Dude, what gets crazy with Fallout too is it's like even like any of these RPGs where they have a big dialogue system. Is there ever times where you're like sitting there and you do the save before the dialogue? So that you're like, oh, what if I choose the wrong wrong person to be friends with here? Or what if they end up being bad? And then you'll go back and replay the entire quest over again just to see what you missed out on. Oh, God. That's another reason why I haven't played those games recently. Or any type of RPGs recently, is because I'm honestly scared to get back in that trap.
Yeah. Because that is a time sink.
Okay, that rabbit wasn't a demon. Sometimes when you shoot rabbits in this game, they turn into giant demons. Or at least in the remakes. Or reboots. Or whatever.
Oh, that happens here in Kentucky, too.
Oh, yeah, but those are just people that are dressed as rabbits. They're called furries. And you're not supposed to shoot them. My bad, bro.
Little bit about that.
So I had my Gat and my nightmares out, and furry just showed up. I didn't know what to do about it, so I thought they were just a giant demon bunny. So
my bad.
My bad, pimp. Dude, there is somebody on. So I have another YouTuber friend, and he added me to his Discord, like his regular YouTube Discord. And somebody had posted their video that they'd made, right? Or they were talking about a video they were currently making. Yeah. And I was like, oh, dude, do whatever you feel is necessary, pimp. And he literally commented back, I've never had somebody call me a pimp. I was like, bro, what? I was like, oh, well.
His whole world was rocked that day.
Dude, yeah, dude, he honestly hit it with it was like so innocent, bro. He's like, what do you mean, my pimp? I'm confused, sir. Kind sir, would you explain my pimp meaning to me, sir?
How do I portray the word pimp to you?
Like, bro, different eras, I guess, Dan. I was like a thing that I used to like. I still say on occasion every once in a while, but mainly because I have a coworker who like started like I used to say it in high school and stuff all the time. And then I had this coworker who says it, and I'm like, dude, I forgot I used to say that all the time. I'm bringing that. I'm gonna, and we say it all the time. It's like back for me, you know. It's like I'm like, yes.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, there are things that like that. I can't think of them right offhand, but there are things that I say all the time. Just I don't even know that I'm saying it. It just happens.
Those are the best times, dude. When you say something and people just look at you like you're crazy, and you're like, I don't think that's.
You have to watch that.
You haven't seen that? That's something you don't know? Oh, so I'm just a weird guy. My bad, dude. Sorry. I'm trying to think of another example of that. I said something that was a normal turn of phrase, and I can't even remember what the turn of phrase was. It was like... It was something that, like, I've said a million times that wasn't even something that was, like, my generational. It was, like, an old thing that was said. It was, like, an old little adage, right? And I remember I said it, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You haven't heard that before? It was along the lines of like disheveled. Cattywampus. I said cattywampus. Because there was like somebody stacked them. I'm like, why'd you stack this all cattywampus? And the lady working with me, she's like, what does cattywampus mean? I'm like, what? What do you mean? What does cattywampus mean? It's like, it's cattywampus. It's crooked. Why didn't you just say crooked? Why are you making up words? I was like, I did not make up cattywampus. You've heard that one before, right?
I have heard cattywampus. I've used cattywampus.
Dude, I didn't know people
You're
had
not
it
alone
used.
there.
I was like, that. I remember, and then like I made a joke about like, how don't you know what cattywampus is? Like, and then they looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, wait, you don't know what cattywampus? I was like, oh, dude, I'm just wasting shurikens on this fucking thing. Die! Thank you. But I was like, dude, why am I the only one who doesn't know or the only one who knows what cattywampus is? This is weird.
Turns out you dreamed that. You're the only person in the world to ever use that word.
Luckily, somebody else was there, and they're like, yeah, it means like crooked or disheveled. And I was like, thank you, thank God. I was like, how is this? I was like, how am I in this reality of not know, or that I'm the only one who knows this phrase?
That's like one of those twist endings, like the what was that Leonardo DiCaprio movie where it turns out he was in an insane asylum the entire time?
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island. Right, it's like that.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole time I've been crazy. I've been just saying shit like cattywampus the whole time. That is... So, what's funny, you look at my stream right now, well, that is just another naked woman, but this one right here, this naked woman, she is in 2 secrets in Shadow Warrior 2013. So, there's one where you find her in a... where you find her in a behind a waterfall, and then you go into a random room in one of the towns that you visit, and she is in a hot tub.
Really?
Yeah, she's la la la, and she's like bathing and shit. But it's funny because it's the same graphics of this game, so I'm sure sometime I'm gonna find that's her like being real and like bathing in something in this game. But until then, it's just funny that Shadow Warrior Shadow Warrior 1 has it already on a poster, and I'm already thinking of that callback. I've played Shadow Warrior, the reboot, like 3 times. I've played this game none times all the way through. When I was a kid, it was too hard, so I never finished it. I got a riot gun? What the fuck does a riot gun do? Oh. Is this the shotgun? It is the shotgun. What the fuck? It's a minigun shotgun.
Oh, that sounds dangerous.
That's beautiful. Like,
it sounds beautiful, but it sounds like dangerous to somebody that's on the other end of it.
There's got to be something behind this poster. There is. Ancient Chinese secret. God, I love this. Slightly racist voice acting. That's how you know it's a good game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Today I learned that that's how you know it's a good game.
I hear the oh, there she is! I found the actual one. They have the same thing in Shadow Warrior 2013. This exact same fucking... I have her in a waterfall as well.
No way.
It's the same thing, dude.
Oh, it is, yeah.
In 2013, it's the same girl. La la la. Oh, dude, I'm so that is such a good callback, dude. That's how you know that they had love for the game and they were just because they made a FPS game before called Hard Reset. Now it's not Ash's Hard Reset, but it's just a game called Hard Reset, and it's fun. It's pretty short, but it's a fun game, and you could tell that it was like the testing, the test run for a game like Shadow Warrior. But you can feel the inspiration so hard in that game to this, but just with their own twist because of Hard Reset. So they have all this inspiration from the original game, but they also utilize the fact that they've made, or they didn't make it, but that they made Hard Reset. Yeah, they did make that. They made Hard Reset, and they're like, how do we utilize this FPS game we've already made and all this stuff we already know into an iconic series that we know that there is a huge fandom for, even if they're older and they're probably, because you develop a game that has had a long time in the zeitgeist of just being perfect. Fucking that up will kill your game, which makes it scary for a lot of people developing. And that's like when people complain about Fallout 3. I'm like, bro, they were literally doing a game, and obviously they played it safe, because what would you want to be the studio that comes out, makes an entirely different Fallout style game, and then it being so ambitious that it comes out completely terrible? I know, I fucking wouldn't. That was
yeah, not me.
Okay. Maybe that did something? I don't know, dude. The puzzles in these old games just are their own type of monster. Have you ever played the Souls games?
Yes.
So
I've played well, most of them.
What was your favorite one?
I like 3 a lot.
Over Elden Ring?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I think I enjoyed 3 a lot more, but I did like Elden Ring. Don't get me wrong. I just think I have a soft spot for 3 because my buddies and I used to play the mess out of it. So there's a lot of good memories involved.
I think I'm a little biased because the first one I played was Elden Ring. That was the first one I played. I had no other experience before that, and then I bought all of them. And then I tried 1 first, and 1 is... I don't like 1.
Yeah.
I played 1 remastered, though, and I heard that's the worst way to play it. Don't really know either way. I just know that, was like, oh, my weapons don't last for shit in this game.
Yeah. I mean, 1 is... I like playing it just because... I actually started with 2.
So, the one that everybody complains
like
about?
Just to get... Yep. And so I started with 2 and then went back to 1 because, you know, I enjoyed 2. I'm the weirdo that didn't complain about it at all, I guess. But I didn't know what to expect either, so there's that. And so I enjoyed playing it, but again, I think for me it was just 3. I liked a whole lot about it.
3 is really good. I played a lot of 3.
Yeah.
I didn't ever finish 3. I can't remember where I got to, but I played 3's probably the one I played the most of. I remember getting pretty decently far in it. The only other game that I played close to as much on.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Oh my god, another naked lady. She's got much bigger boobs. She wasn't in Shadow Warrior Remake. Why did they? Do I have to kill her to get? Oh no, I probably already have glasses because I haven't used the ones I have because I don't know how to use them. Unless I'm supposed to kill her.
You jerk.
Oh, dude, she pulls out a gun, dude. Bro. Okay, so I just killed her for no reason. Well, that was rude of me. My bad, pimp.
Oh damn, I'm running into walls now. No way, what a cold.
So, that's interesting. I've gone through everything and done everything, and I hate when I get lost. And I murdered a woman who had no reason for me to murder. She definitely shot me with an SMG to kind of warn me to stop shooting her, and I just did not. That was... I guess I'm a monster, bro. I'd just be out here murdering women. My bad.
Oops.
Oops. Sorry.
Hate it when that happens.
I have a grenade launcher. See, I'm finding all these weapons, but I'm not figuring out where to go. I'm gonna look at. I'm literally looking at a tutorial now. You got the gold key. You got there. You get the riot gun. I did all that. I did all that. I did all that. I've literally done everything already. Everybody's already dead. I'm just at that sad place where I don't know where to go. Oh, wait. I think I know what to do. Never mind. I don't even need to see what's next, bro. Do you ever do that where you look up a tutorial and then you see something you've seen before and you're like, ooh, I know that spot.
Yeah.
And even if they don't go that direction. Oh, well, that was... Okay, so I did the right thing, but I hurt myself by doing it. And I found the silver key. Dude, I'm so good. Stop.
It's all in the reflexes.
Well, that's good. Yeah, dude, I have the silver key. I literally picked up the silver key, I think. Yeah, it says it. Oh, it must only open from the other side. That makes sense. Okay. That's done. Got it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, now we're cooking with oil. Only partially stupid. Ah!
For a second, I thought you were about to get taken out by that door.
Speaking of things I should not get taken out by, the game itself and save. Alright. Dude, this is just a blob. Can I kill it? Maybe not. What does that do, though? I keep a shooting and nothing happens. I got this, dude. Ah! I was doing the right thing. Wait. Let's try a different gun. Oh, dude, I'm so good at this platforming shit. Oh, yeah. And I keep collecting fortune cookies, bro. Dude, I'm so good. Do you ever just pat yourself on the back? Because you should. And I think everybody here should pat themselves on the back. Dude, you've had an experience tonight.
I know.
You fucking went through all sorts of craziness.
I know. I'm gonna have to like sit down and think about it.
Dude, you got like you're gonna go. You now know who Sam Hyde is. The other day when we when you were listening to us when we were talking about Review Tech USA. The funny thing about Review Tech USA is he was supposed to fight a guy named the Quartering. I don't know if you know who the Quartering is.
I don't.
He's like a anti-woke news channel type thing. He's like, oh, this is woke because Brie Larson's in it and Brie Larson's woke or whatever, right? It's like his whole grift. It's like his whole identity is literally and he was going to fight Review Tech USA. That was his whole thing. Was Keemstar was gonna set it up. It was supposed to be the big thing after Boogie and Wings fought. And ooh, I found a nuclear warhead. Oh, that's what that button did before. I completely just ignored it. Luckily, I died and had to go back. But they were supposed to fight, and Rich was like all talking shit was how he was gonna beat up the Quartering, and because he's the one who started all the drama with the Quartering to begin with. Well, what happened was he found out that the Quartering was secretly training with Sam Hyde. And yeah, so the person who won the first creator clash, which was all those YouTubers boxing each other, was the guy from Epic Mealtime, Harley from Epic Mealtime, and he trained with Sam Hyde's the one who trained him, which we didn't actually get into the iDub Sam Hyde thing. So you know how Sam Hyde trolled everybody at the TED Talk? Well, iDubbbz was on this I am now a documentarian arc, right? And he was gonna meet the real Sam Hyde. He was gonna show the world the Sam Hyde that no one else had seen.
Your training is complete,
I think I already know where this is going. What happened?
Well, Sam Hyde decided to make the whole thing a troll.
Yeah.
Like he had everybody in on it that was there, right? Like he had his girlfriend. That wasn't really his girlfriend, but she was just some crack whore. She was made to look like some crack whore that he was abusive to. It was like,
my goodness.
Dude, the whole thing was so over the top and so messed up, and you could tell iDubbbz is so uncomfortable. And it's just all a bit. None of it is serious. And iDubbbz was pissed because like the whole thing, even from the beginning, like the whole thing comes off as disingenuous.
Yeah.
Like you can tell there's ulterior motives, and iDubbbz is trying to get his because he's trying to get this edgy comedian basically, because he's trying to change his image at the same time. So it's like this whole thing that Sam Hyde knows going into it that the intentions aren't good to begin with.
Yeah.
And he turned it into a big troll, which made iDubbbz look like an asshole. It was just this whole thing. It was so funny. And then he had such a sore spot that he kicked. So Sam Hyde and his team bought like $10,000 worth of tickets to go to the first Creator Clash, and they were banned from the event when the event started. Which is he literally ignored. He gave him all his money back, and this is a charity event. You shouldn't have your personal beefs at this charity event.
Right.
Well, then the next Creator Clash, it was this singing YouTuber named Froggy Fresh.
Yeah, I've watched some of his stuff.
Dude, Froggy Fresh is honestly like a saint among men, dude. I love me some Froggy Fresh music.
I love his stuff,
dude. Dude, I can't find the video anymore, but he used to have one called "Why Do Muslim Women Dress Like Ninjas?" And I love that song. I also like the one that the one where he's just like it's like, oh, your boyfriend's a bitch. That's what it is. Cause your boyfriend's a bitch. He ain't shit. He can suck on this dick. That's classic.
Yes.
Dude. But anyways, so Froggy Fresh was supposed to be in Creator Clash 2, and he got kicked out because iDubbbz found out he was training with Sam Hyde. And
really?
Yeah. This is how salty he is, just because this documentary made him look like an asshole. Like, it was that petty, and the guy who he ended up swapping out for was bigger than the boxer that than Froggy Fresh was. So the guy ended up getting his ass kicked by the sub-in, which is just like piss poor planning. The event ended up losing like a shitload of money because like they ended up losing like they were like $200,000 in the hole, and iDubbbz had to do like a it was like a let's pay back the charity stream, which is a great business plan. So ancient Chinese secret. Yeah, it was like a whole shit show, and like literally a dude could have gotten hurt because iDubbbz has such a petty vendetta against Sam Hyde. And because like it goes into that weird online leftist mentality where a lot of them hate Sam Hyde, and it's like even when so the review Tech USA when he found out he was training with Sam Hyde, and also Sam Hyde's like a pretty decent boxer, and anybody who really trains with him has a chance to be good. It goes into this, Rich found out that it wasn't going to be just two fat guys fighting like the Wings of Boogie fight. This was actually one of them was training hard, and so all of a sudden Review Tech USA is out, and he no longer is doing anything, has anything to do with it. Such pussy behavior. And, like, this is Review Tech USA one time went into a mall, right? A random mall, and shouted, "The quartering is a bitch," or a big fat bitch or something. This is literally that type of tough guy behavior. But when it actually came down to, I missed the jump again. It came down to fighting him. He fucking pussed out. Which is so sad, dude. All because Sam Hyde was involved. The Ghost of Kiev. So, do you remember at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war when there was like the rumors of this ace pilot, the Ghost of Kiev?
Oh, the ace pilot? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, and people were trying to figure out if he was real or what was going on with this pilot who took out all these tanks. The dude was never real. It was Sam Hyde's fan base made up a story about Sam Hyde being the ghost of Kiev.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the ghost of Kiev was Sam Hyde.
I knew about the Ghost of Kiev stuff. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like, I didn't.
Yeah, it was. The Ghost of Kiev never existed. It was Sam Hyde's fan base. Again, every time you will notice from now, like it's gotten a little better because like some news outlets have learned who Sam Hyde is, so they won't run his picture anymore. But there'd be like a mass shooting or something, and the first suspect would be Sam Hyde. They're like, we have a picture of the active shooter, and it would be a picture of Sam Hyde. Same thing would happen with like Boogie 2988, but like Sam Hyde, like the difference between like somebody like not Boogie, Wings of Redemption. So Wings of Redemption has been put in a lot of the same situations. The difference between Sam Hyde and Wings though is Wings of Redemption like hates it and like doesn't want to be sucked into this type of bullshit. Sam Hyde though, he's like fucking who cares? It's funny.
He eats it up. Yeah.
Yeah, the dude's on a different level.
What have they done? Your training is complete.
I mean, to have that level of non-fucks give it is awesome. Super commendable. It's like this ability to there's people who like hone their craft or whatever, and I respect comedians like that, but there's also that other type of comedian who's just like just fucking way too savage.
Yeah.
I must seek out the Master Leap's advice.
And I respect those. I mean, to have that willingness to not give a shit what people think about you is so cool. I mean, I'm not saying that like it would be cool to be able to do shit like that where it's like, oh, I don't care. But there's a part of me that I know would care a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like,
it for me it'd be kind of hard to separate, I guess.
Well, you would then go and then give a sermon why you should be nice, and you're like, weren't you the guy? Weren't you?
Wait a minute, weren't you? Weren't you just thrashing somebody on the internet? Yeah.
Man, weren't you the guy that was just shitting on everybody? Like, no, I don't remember that.
I guess I was.
I guess I was. It was me. You were all a part of my little ploy. This all was a grift. I was the ultimate grifter. You never saw it coming. Could you imagine, dude? That's how I feel like some of the.
Oh goodness.
What are those evangelicals guys?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Those evangelical guys.
Yeah, that's just 100% already that way. Yeah.
They're like,
The Lord said I need another jet plane.
Yeah, dude. Those guys are savage, bro. They're on another level. They're like, you know, I don't need a congregation. I need a TV station.
I know.
That's.
And then then they make all these promises and break people, literally.
Oh yeah, dude.
Money and spirit.
I mean, it's a little wild that they can just like convince that many people into buying their bullshit when they're riding around in jet planes. That's why I think the show Righteous Gemstones is so good, because it doesn't insult religious people. I don't know if you've ever watched Righteous Gemstones.
I have not. What's it about?
So it's about kind of like, it's basically a mob show, but they're evangelicals. So they're like this powerful evangelical family. So, or like not, I keep saying like super pastor family. Not evangelicals. Isn't that a denomination? And I'm just like smearing a denomination right now.
Evangelicals work. They're really their own type of Christian.
Well, they're one of these super churches, right? And the whole show is about them. Like, they used to have amusement parks and all this other shit. They were like wild, dude. And the whole thing is about like the family taking over. Eventually, he's gonna take over the family business of running this giant fucking super mega church, and they're all scumbags or idiots. And it's Danny McBride. I don't know if you know who Danny McBride is.
Not right offhand, no.
So, you ever see Pineapple Express?
Yes, I have seen that.
So he was the dude. He was Red, the drug dealer, the one that had like all the guns in the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that guy, he's actually what most people say he's a really cool guy. But he so his first, when he was a kid, he used to like Chevy Chase movies, and he was like, it's crazy how people are willing to root for a douchebag. So him and some other people started writing, him and like some of his friends started writing scripts where the guy was just intolerable. Like this, he plays this character, always plays a character of just like the most awful person in a room. But he's so like, he doesn't think he thinks he's the hero. So every story is about this perspective of, you're looking at the perspective of a guy. Like, one of the most famous shows he did was Eastbound and Down, which is one of my favorite TV shows ever made on HBO. It's just so good. It's about a baseball player, and he's, like, addicted to steroids, and he's living with his brother-in-law, and he's a PE teacher now. Like, the whole thing is just him being this god-awful person. And he's kind of used that same character in almost everything he's done because he writes the stories for himself to be that way. And you somehow are rooting for his, whatever awful person he is, you're rooting for him. And that's the same way this show is. You don't want them to succeed because they're scumbags and awful. But you also get attached to them. And you want to see where they go next.
Yeah.
And it's got the guy from Pitch Perfect that's like the villain in the first movie. He's also from Workaholics.
Yeah.
So he's in it. He's Danny McBride's younger brother. Who's an idiot. And then it's I don't know who plays his sister, but John Goodman's the dad. Which John Goodman's great in everything. It's just such a great show, dude. It's just this fucking wild family that cares more about their wealth and influence than they do actually about the religion they preach. Which kind of is what those people are.
Yeah.
It's also got Walter Goggins is in it. And he's like,
oh really?
Yeah,
gotta play the ghoul.
Yeah. So he's in it. He's worked with Danny McBride before on a couple different. He was in the show Vice Principals, which Vice Principals is kind of a harder watch because they are a lot more mean spirited. Like the whole Vice Principals, they're mad because they thought they were gonna be the next principal, and they hire another lady. And this other lady, they're just pissed that she got the job and not them, and so they're trying to ruin her life, and get her to quit. And they like burn her house down in like the third episode. Like, these guys are awful. Like, it was one that I hadn't watched it, and I loved Eastbound and Down, and I saw it on there, and I wanted to watch it with my wife, and she's like, these guys are gross. Like, these are evil people. And I'm like, yeah, this one's a little more mean-spirited than Eastbound and Down was. Like, Eastbound and Down, he was a lovable idiot asshole, right? Like, these guys literally burned a lady's house down because she got a job they wanted. So, and then we both watched Righteous Gemstones, and that one's a lot more fun to watch. Because their hypocrisy. And it also, like, again, Danny McBride writes from a way that it doesn't ever feel... Like, because he grew up in the South, and his one thing that he wanted was to never portray... He didn't ever want his characters to portray like they were belittling people of the South.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of stuff does. So, the most awful character always in his stuff is him. And that's something else I always appreciated about Walter Goggins, too, is, I don't know if you ever watched him in Justified.
I have not, no.
Justified was kind of like, he was in the show S.H.I.E.L.D., and then he did some other stuff, and because the people who worked on S.H.I.E.L.D. Ended up being the same people who worked, who made Justified, they wanted him for the part, or to play one of the villains in the show for, like, he was just supposed to be there for the pilot. And he said that the only way he would do it is if it was his character and not a portrayal of the South that was bad. Like his character had to have more depth than just being a bad, like, white supremacist guy. You know what I mean? Because he didn't want to... Because a lot of times they just portray the whole South as, like, you know... And it's like, his character... He doesn't really... It's almost like he's bought into this white supremacy thing, but he's not that way. He just sees it as a way to control people. Because he's like a villain and he's charismatic. So he sees this white supremacy thing as a way to be charismatic and, like, rule over people type deal. And his character ends up being, like, the perfect dichotomy to the main character of Lawless. Because the main character is, I can't remember the actor's name, but he was in The Mandalorian. He was the sheriff of that town who's wearing Boba Fett's armor.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
But you know who I'm talking about. He is the main character of Justified. And it's just so good, dude. It's like it's probably my favorite TV show ever made was Justified. It's just like because it's all about this one marshal and how he grew up in Kentucky, in the backwoods of Kentucky, and this guy he used to work with the mines at the mines with is Walter Goggins, and that's like his biggest antagonist is also a guy that used to be his best friend. And it's just all this different moving parts and stuff, and it's brilliant.
I have to check it out. What is it stream? Is it streaming on anything?
I can check right now.
Do you know?
I'm not sure. I know I watched it on Netflix a long time ago when I watched it. Justified, not Law. I looked up Lawless. I know. Oh, it's on FX. So it's on Hulu.
Oh, cool.
It's on Hulu. They came out with some new episodes from like there's like a new series of what he's doing now. Like I haven't watched any of that, so I don't know if that's any good. I don't think Walter Goggins is in it, and so that kind of makes me not want to watch it. Because like I said, the most interesting thing is him and the main actors, like dichotomy between the two as friends, enemies, whatever. It's so good. It was something that hooked me in right away. Back to the walkthrough. I hate when I get stuck and don't know where to go. You kill all the guys and then tell me what to do. Oh. That's the puzzle. I thought I tried. I thought I already tried that. I guess not. So that did something. Ooh, there's an open wall upstairs. Oh, nice. No, there isn't. I don't know what that did.
Oh. Did you get a chance to check out that video?
Which one?
My newest video?
No, dude. Speaking of that, we can watch it right now. I would.
Oh goodness.
Oh, we can do that right now. I mean, let me just save real quick. I can't waste the fact that I had to use a walkthrough and then. All right. Quick game. Yes. All right. So we're gonna pull up this. We'll go here. Boom.
Right now it's sitting at like 1 of 10, so it's been a pretty good video for me.
That's good.
Yeah.
So let's go to videos. I guess I'd watch 4 minutes of it somehow.
Oh. Goodbye. Hey, wasn't it that Confucius?
Oh. Oh, the short. That's why. So this short tags into this video.
Yeah.
That's
Fellow
why
that
it's
said, "He who seeks revenge digs 2 graves." I have no idea how he managed to play this I've been mod
Oh,
in using the shorts 7th as a way century, to but by golly, send people he to hit my the long nail form. right I on know the it doesn't
head.
necessarily work all the time, but
Well,
I'm making them for Instagram. Why not?
yeah, dude. I mean,
You know,
I
because
already like your
revenge
editing.
is the cause of all my problems in today's episode. Well, as you can see, our quest for revenge turned into a real feces
Yeah, that
and
was-
fan
Snail worked with
situation.
me on
I
that.
had to show them the
I was gonna say something. I forgot.
business end of this flamethrower, and as you can see, this guy in particular is looking a little crispy. Hey Arthur, looking good, buddy. Love the suit. I don't know what happened to this guy. He's just sleeping. Wayfarer, Nelson Command Center here. Shift yourself up to my room. Got a proper
it
crucial
showing on
job
the
for you.
screen? Oh,
I think my
dude,
stream
it is
just...
not, dude. It is not. Hold on.
Oh, that's good. I didn't know if my stream was messing up or what. I'm getting the loading sign on my...
No, dude. It was all on me, bro.
Keep it hush. Mum's the word.
So what happened was I forgot to mute the, or not mute. Oh, dude, I'm frozen. It's not responding. Not receiving enough video to maintain. I think we're doing good. Hold on, I'm back. Maybe. I think I'm back. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. I've seen you now.
Oh, yeah. I'm just making sure that it's not crashed. Alright.
I've stashed me a radio in my gaff for privacy. Once you get...
I'm going to skip up to where I haven't seen it.
Alright, I'm on it.
Get to it.
Talk to Gaunt or don't talk to Gaunt. As Rev contemplated what he should do, everybody took the time to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so you can watch me stand at the top of the stairs deciding what I should do with this next part of the quest. Nelson's been in touch, says Black is trying to flee the city. I'm going to stop him.
The fuck? I told you before.
Go on, I just spoke to patrol. Syndicate and forces are coming in on all sides.
Fuck. Events, get everyone ready. Oh, it hurts me to say this way further, but Black's
All right, got to intercept Thomas Black's train. But you know what that means? I've got to go somewhere, and I got to go somewhere fast. So, oh my goodness, look out your window. There's another rascally rabid raccoon. So while you dealt with that rabbit and raccoon situation, I've made my way over to the canning factory. As you can see, we've already...
I like your editing, man. You do a good job. My stream's, like, fucking crashing out for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that, but I like your editing, buddy.
I appreciate it. I'm trying. We got a greeting party, and we aren't lacking in the bullets department, and we aren't lacking in the radiation department. So, good stuff. I'm punching this one. Hey, how'd you like my nail glove? Only losers use shotguns. See, what we're doing, Arthur, what we're doing is we are demoralizing them by telling them they're losers for using shotguns. Then they don't fight as good. Door controls. Hello. Goodbye. Gunther McPunch can punch things.
That was such a good bit, dude. I loved that hello goodbye. That made me laugh so hard. That's why that's why I commented it, dude. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
that is so clean.
Into oblivion, but he hasn't learned how to see in the dark just yet. And by Gunther, why? Oh, I'm so glad I removed those chains. Joke's on you, I eat shotgun shells for breakfast. Without any milk. I'm on a choo-choo train. This choo-choo train, is it moving?
I used a SpongeBob edit on one of my videos recently.
Did you? The choo-choo train's moving. You just wait till I learn how to aim. Only losers use shotguns. You want a train cleared, use a flamethrower. Everybody, it's in the books. It's in every textbook I've ever seen. Okay. Did you get a guide dog to take you here?
I do think you should turn the game volume up when they talk. So
Okay.
if you you use the trim tool, right? What I would do,
I do. Yeah.
I would turn the game audio up a bit. You can always turn your headphones down so it's not as loud as in your ear. But I would crank the game audio up a little bit because that is something that you can't hear. Because I don't know what he said.
Okay.
I mean, that's something... I'm so bad with remembering to do that. And also because I use my stream clips, that's why I went to the review format and not this. And this isn't advice for you. But it was so that I didn't have to focus on dialogue. I think it works better what you're doing here with Fallout. I think that what you have here is great because this feels not like a Let's Play. Which is a huge problem for a lot of videos that are playing through a game. So I like...
Yeah, I was trying...
This is all great.
Go ahead, sorry.
This is all great, dude. This is fucking all good. It's just, that was the only gripe not even gripe. It was the only advice I could give so far because everything else was fucking amazing.
Well, thank you.
You know what would fix this too? It wouldn't even be a setting on your end.
What?
I would turn their voice acting up in the settings.
Oh, and just in the game?
In
I
the
can do that,
game,
yeah.
so that when it comes out crispy. And then if it still doesn't sound good in your final edit, what I would do is I would find this scene on YouTube, download just that clip, and layer this. I would mute it on your thing, and then put an overlay on, and cut the audio out on the overlay, and just use the audio from the clip, so it was higher definition audio.
Okay.
Because I'm sure there's people who have playthroughs with different dialogue choices in this game, right? On YouTube, I feel like enough people played this.
I'd imagine as much as uploaded to YouTube at every second.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's
I'm
somebody
sure
who
it's
has
all loaded.
something on that. Because I had to do that on. Hold on, I'll come back to this. So you're about to see garbage real quick. It's good. The video is good. The fact that I didn't have a capture card yet is the only part that was bad. Where the fuck is it, dude? There it is. So
area, and that is just kill everyone. Just bring death to 2003's Judge Dredd.
Bleeding heart liberals, time to dispense some justice.
So that clip, the reason it's so loud is because I had to pull it from somebody else's video. Because I was, I didn't have my capture card at the time to play my games that I had on console, and I was using my phone screen to film this, right? And audio coming off of the phone mic is fucking awful. So I used somebody else's thing, used my footage, and cut out the sound bite. So that is one helpful thing that I know that I've done. Again, it's not like the biggest gripe.
What am I to do? Stick behind him and let him get himself killed? Taking all the vagabonds with him? Or someone else?
What are you suggesting?
Look, Black's an evil bastard. There is no denying it. But he understands how the world works. He sent me to give
Yeah, that sound was really crisp. He came through. My stream's lagging behind a little bit. That's my fault.
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. I figured it would be. And that's the reason it sounded so crisp was I purposely went and got it and then turned it up so that it hit with the Bleeding Heart Liberals thing so hard. Because I thought it was a funny line and I really didn't know how to start that video any better. That's also one of the first lines Judge Dredd opens in the game, while you go and shut down a protest and arrest everybody.
Oh, yeah. It's Gaunt's attitude of revenge at all costs that has gotten us here. I know there are plenty in the gang who are sick of this endless fighting. What if we pursue a ceasefire instead?
Peace between the vagabonds and the syndicate.
Think about it. If we keep our respective territories and stop sacrificing every young person on the altar of violence, we could achieve so much more for Bromley.
Now that's the thought.
Hello. Don't look in that train. Hello, Aisha Hall. Fine, don't talk to me. I'm a person. My name's Gunther. I like to talk. Talk to me. Jerk. Oh my goodness. She's wearing ice cream on her head. Ma'am. How do you not fall over? Yep, that's me.
You don't look like much.
Hey.
I suppose at the end of the day, neither do I. You know where you are? Wayfarer?
Your office.
You know what this place used to be before the world burned down?
This one's for you, Snail. Somewhere for Canadians to hang out.
I like that you shouted out Snail there. And that it's a Canadian thing. The easy kick the dog moment. I like that. Throw some. I know you're not throwing slide at Snail, but it's. I love making fun of him because he's Canadian. So it's one of my favorite things.
Right in the world. Tickets, pounds, shares.
That's a view.
Whatever you call it, it all has the same power.
Arthur,
the power to own people's very soul.
All I see is your cheeks.
But he was a traitor, and I paid him for it. And that very knowledge ate away at his soul, the guilt consuming him so utterly that he became my pliant puppet.
He's right there. Yeah, you're a twisted bastard.
But it doesn't work on everyone. Some people have desires that go far beyond money. Young Gaunt, for instance, I would never have a hope of buying it. And I get the impression you're not so easily swayed either. What's your fare, Wayfarer?
I just want to do what's best for those I care about.
Interesting. I have a proposition for you. You join up with me and perhaps we can both profit greatly. Not just in cash, of course, but power, prestige, control.
Surprisingly, I had to cut a lot of dialogue. through a lot of
And
this.
welcome
to
another round
Just
of
because
Rev sits
it
here and
drags
decides
on.
what he-
Well, it wouldn't. I don't think it would have dragged on as much as it's like so quiet. That's I think.
Yeah.
Like I said, the only gripe. I mean, it's a good video though.
wants to do. Will he, A, join this guy, Thomas Black, B, stick with the vagabond, or C, ensue chaos regardless? I'm not here to become your dog, Black. I have a counter proposition.
I think would have worked better, like, because I like that A, B, and C thing. Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe cut the dialogue in half and then make jokes about him yapping in British or something. And then say what it boils down to is, I mean, that's maybe that if because you said you were worried about the dialogue lasting too long. Maybe do something like that to cut to that.
Yeah.
Again, it like sitting and watching somebody's stuff and criticizing it is a lot easier than actually going through and doing it, you know? So it's just afterthoughts that could maybe help. So again, don't take these to like heart or anything, because at the same time I do still find it interesting because I'm getting the dialogue at the same time. So there's that double-edged bullshit.
Right.
Intriguing. Tell me more.
Stamping out the vagabonds will cost you dear. No matter what resources you pull together, this constant feud is ridiculous. Trading blood whilst the real enemy profits overall.
The real enemy?
Me. The gentry. They always want to be on top, but the people are rising against them.
This is all too true. London is a boiling pot right now.
He was also just really quiet. Thomas Black was.
Oh,
the
no.
entire
He
time.
sounds really quiet. So it's like,
Yeah.
because he's got that.
I think that was a mixing. Yeah.
What's his?
That was a mixing thing for the mod, I think.
Oh God, what's his name? Clive Owen. He's got a Clive Owen voice.
Yeah.
It's oh, Cumbria, it's all too true. London is a boiling pot right now. It's all real grumbly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what are you proposing we do?
Imagine what we could do if we stopped going for each other's throats and started working to raise our stations in life. For now, I propose a ceasefire with established and respected areas of control.
This is most interesting.
So I am gonna do so. I'm gonna show you somebody real quick. So this guy does sometimes does playthroughs. Sometimes he just does like videos where he plays through the whole game or whatever. I'm gonna go find one that's I've used a lot of his style and my stuff and how I do my stuff, but I also do mine way different than his at the same time. But I found his pro series. How long is it? 19 minutes. I don't want that one. What is the Pro Shadow Warrior long? 14 minutes. This is good.
Okay, kids, this is gonna be a fun one. I get to play a game I like, but also I get to hate it because the designers were diamond hard dicks about it. I've been playing Shadow Warrior since I was way too young to be playing Shadow Warrior. It's one of those old FPS games where you run fast, hit hard, and if it moves, kill it as fast as possible. Because while your enemies are a little stupid, homing missiles are foolproof. You start your game up right, but I'm awesome, so obviously we're putting this on the highest skill, and in all honesty, I've never even played most of this game on this skill. Usually I go for Who Wants Wang because I'm 12.
Who wanted some wang?
No, but seriously, it's not like in Doom where the monsters respawn every 30 seconds on Nightmare. Coincidentally, I bind the medkit in my inventory to one of my mouse buttons because this game can be a little bit punishing.
Better than acupuncture.
But you see what I mean about like why I thought of this video is the similar beginning to yours. You had some funny clips at the beginning. I think there was just space, the longer space in between.
Yeah.
And I think, But like all these old games, they can be conquered if you're willing to be a badass ninja, like Lo Wang. That's the thing everyone should want. How badass? Well, in Lo Wang's dojo where you start the game, if you toss a shuriken at the gong behind the door, a secret opens, revealing that Lo Wang keeps a nuclear warhead in there. You know, in case he needs it. Lo Wang, a man with a Chinese name, lives in Japan and works for Arachizilla, and I think he lives in Japan. The first level is called Seppuku Station. Hi, Randy Pitchford. I'm blaming you for all the dickish parts, so I kinda have to talk about the racial humor in this game, where Lo Wang says things with an accent that...
Row your boat gently down to the stream. Whoa, I think my dinghy hanging out.
Most of them don't make me cringe anymore, but that one still gets me. If you're offended by this, turn his speech off, because this game still kicks ass, and I can, with all honesty, say that this dumb 90s shooter had no effect on my views of Asian culture, because anyone who would take any of this seriously needs to reevaluate themselves as people. The developers at no point were trying to make an accurate representation of anything, and were purposefully going over the top in an homage to cheesy martial arts movies they'd seen. Instead of cheesy horror movies they'd seen, cheesy action movies they'd seen, more cheesy horror movies they'd seen. But, you know, you could always make the character young and into comic books, because pandering. Nah, kids, I don't hate those Shadow Warrior reboot games, but that always bugged me. Anyway, let's slice two motherfuckers up with a sword, which is how this game opens.
Worried about YouTube banning ad?
Well, you see what I mean? Like, the quickness is what really works with that. And when he does have dialogue, it's prevalent, like really important, crucial moment. I think there's obviously creators in the FPS space that I think are that are bigger and have more, but I think his style is something that
Zilla sends his regards to Wang. You're no mess with Lo Wang.
I just like his voice.
So Lo Wang worked for Arachizilla, and Zilla wanted to take over the world, so Lo Wang, not really wanting that to happen, because it really...
Yeah. He does less dick... So my humor's more like dick and ass jokes and like gay jokes and shit. His is more just like a slight sarcasm. It's like everything's like a very northeastern sarcasm.
Tanks the market for assassins when everyone's dead. Well, he quits, and Zilla sends 2 weak-ass zombie ninjas to try and kill him. Yeah, not happening. But don't forget the 50 more ninjas, suicide bombers, ghosts, and killer fish. This secret right here with the grenade launcher, what you really want to do is pop off a grenade or two into the window across the room, so you can kill these guys and then go in there to get a second Uzi.
Be proud, Mr. Wu.
I know what you're saying. All you have in this first level as far as weapons go is a sword, your fists, shurikens, a grenade launcher, and 2 Uzis. That just won't do. So you go to this secret and get the riot gun, a 4-barreled shotgun that...
Oh, Jesus, all the weapons are in the first level, and I missed them all. I think I found the secret rocket launcher, and that was it, dude. Well, I mean, the Uzis are right in front of you, but you can kind of see he has so this is different than his main videos. His main videos he still goes through a game, but he does his stuff episodically, but not episodically, if that makes sense. Like, so if you go to his playlist, and this is what I tell people who are doing like let's plays and stuff, don't ever name them like episode 1, episode 2. But you look at his he has a Stalker series. I didn't watch any of those. I was gonna play Stalker, but I don't know if I'm going to now. But he does it seasonally, right? So, he's on season 6. I'm doing that same thing with my channel because I really like that setup. That each year you do a different season. My first season has like 50 something fucking videos, but yeah, he's got a pretty interesting catalog. I mean, even his new stuff. I'm not doing that one. Like, if you were gonna do a mod roundup, he does like cool roundups and stuff. But let me go. Let's go Falling Ice, since I've already watched all that one. Well, I don't want to watch the whole video. I just wanted to go into the beginning because he does really. I don't know if that's actually the title of the first episode, because I bought this game, but I haven't actually checked it.
Adventure, mystery, murder, functional alcoholism, Hard-boiled gumshoe, Mike Thane, while investigating the disappearance of a dame named Alexia Price
Oh,
while
it is.
drinking grain alcohol and smoking Chesterfield cigarettes.
Ugh. My head. What time is it?
Time for justice, Mike, and for the smooth, relaxing flavor found only in Chesterfield cigarettes. Brought to you by the Cancer King, who's been insisting on these ad reads to increase profitability. That's right, 9 out of 10 Cancer Kings recommend the barely filtered taste of Chesterfield cigarettes.
I mean, I don't smoke Chesterfields because it isn't the 1950s and my humors are balanced fine.
Please refrain from improvisation during the ad read.
Can Mike unravel this conspiracy before...
That's it. He has so the whole bit of Civvy is so he's a prisoner in an underground dungeon. So who's forced to play FPS games. So that's like the robot guard. There's also a racist character named Cancer Mouse. Yeah. So like he hasn't had Cancer Mouse on in a while. Let me see if I can find a video of Cancer Mouse. I'm trying to think of one where Cancer Mouse showed up and was like really fucking racist. I'm just gonna look Cancer Mouse. Cancer Rat, whatever. Alright, here's the compilation.
Rex, we are the Rex, celebrating everyone a birthday bash.
Civvy?
It's your birthday today. Take it out.
Yeah. No.
Picture the typical Skaven. They have no concept of honor, no shred of empathy, no idea of courage, no
USA, who's irradiated fur is slowly killing me. CANCERMOUSE, Cancer Mouse. It's Cancer Mouse, everybody.
Hi, Civvy. What are you doing today?
I'm playing a shitty movie licensed game, Cancer Mouse.
That sounds fun, Civvy. But today I have a very special message for all the kids out there.
Oh yeah, I always like to be educational on this show. We do this for the kids.
Okay, kids. Today I'm going to talk to you about stranger danger.
Oh yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, we're going to talk about stranger danger. And white genocide.
God damn it, Cancer Mouse. Get the fuck out of here. You're not bringing that bullshit onto my show. This is a happy place.
And white genocide. But yeah, so he's got all these wacky characters, right? But
yeah,
and I see that overlay in your stuff, and I think like because pacing's something everybody has a problem with when they start out, and it's something I still have a problem with, but I can see a lot of that cool clippy humor you have could work in a slightly snappier format.
Yeah.
Because you already kind of make similar to his Pro series, his Pro, Postal, Pro, whatever, because it's almost Let's Play styled, but it's also elevated itself to almost a review.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, like, my stuff, I don't even remember the last one I made. What's the fucking last video I made? I don't even know if it was any good. Oh, Daikatana. And John Carmack came into the industry and brought Doom to the scene, and then Doom 2. Two of the greatest FPS games of all time. And the most innovative
Dude, it wasn't as poppy when I made
games of all time. It's not just that they made FPS games what they are today, but they also pushed gaming in a much more broader direction. And they wanted to keep going with that with the game Quake, and it's iconic. Quake changed what games could be. It showed through this little corner in of creative chambers. You get in these issues where you're
that's
God, I just wish incredible, and it's amazing. But when you go forever, I'm over here staving babes, and you're over there besmirching my name. Hey, wait a minute, that's not.
See, you idiot, this is what happens when you take forever to actually get to the topic you're trying to get to. Just talk about the game. Oh, backstory this, backstory that. Then you have to bring up this idiot, and then we have to hear about him being a pervert again.
God, I just wish you two would just leave me alone. But fine, we'll get right into the game.
There we go. That's all I wanted was my characters. So I have two characters.
Yeah.
I have an overly sexualized Cortana, and then every once in a while I'll bring Duke Nukem in. And I have a couple other characters I've tried. Those are the two that seem to get the most recognition. But that video I made like 3 months ago. But it came out because I schedule my videos so far in advance. This one I actually put out early though. This is one I
Take a deep long look at.
So this one I've already learned how to do better mic stuff because I have a lot more practice now.
This man's face right here. Look at those gorgeous eyes. You need to know one thing about him, and his name is Himothy. Well, not really. His name's Sam Marshall. But that doesn't matter because this guy is him. He was born him. He is being.
What?
Are you using a quadcast mic?
No, I'm using a fucking iPhone mic.
Really?
Yeah, I mean my stream mic is completely different than the one I use for my videos. I record all my videos.
Okay.
I do all my videos on my phone.
Like I can see, because I record my videos with a quadcast, and I saw it. It looked like it was mine in the stream video.
This is a quadcast. Yes, I forgot that's the new one I bought. I got it for $65 from Walmart. It was on sale. So I was like, I'm picking that up because I was using this before. This thing weighs like 47 pounds. It's the blue. Fucking. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's just not great. And this quadcast mic was on sale, so I had to get it.
Him, and he is gosh darn Himothy. And why you might ask? Why? That's because this guy.
It elevated my audio a lot. So.
Oh yeah. I need to learn how to edit on PC, but I just don't have time right now. Like, and also my PC fucking sucks. So I'm gonna download probably CapCut and then learn to do more on the PC. It's just, it seems like whenever I sit down at the PC, I end up streaming. But you can just see in this video compared to the one that came out this week how much better that editing is, and more like your style, the snappy edits and stuff. Like
guy is the proud leader of one DOS Man Games, under which he assembled a team of apps.
But like I that's what I noticed because like some of my newer videos have that same type of editing, and I really liked your snappy editing that you had in that video. It was really good, dude.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that.
I mean, the fact that I was getting, like, I had the comparison to Civi, which is one of my biggest inspirations, is instantly a win. I think.
Well, heck yeah.
I think if you just, like, keep grinding. I mean, that's all this is about, is just grinding. Eventually you might have something that pops
grinding
off.
out, yeah.
I mean, we're gonna ignore that one because, but since I started doing the video game review stuff, I've had some decent popularity, but nothing crazy. This one fucking did way better than I thought it was gonna do. This is just a stream clip. So, the reason I'm doing those now, easy content, and it brings eyes on my channel. So,
right.
When I got that one's been doing better, it's caused all of these videos to do better, including this one, which is garbage. This was just a really bad video. My Monday videos are either really good, like I have one in here that
goes
I'm
up.
fucking really proud of.
Well, Frankenstein Defoe was having himself a nice afternoon walking under a bridge next to a river when all of a sudden little Emma Stone, who was with child, appeared falling down from bridge into the water depths below, washing up to his fine little footsie-pootsies.
One could even surmise that this could be the most opportune moment for someone to fall off of said bridge and then wash up to a man's toesy-posy, being that he is the most advanced in his field. But one thing you should know is this man is crazy evil mad scientist. What does this mean for the woman and child, you might ask? One might be pondering for long.
Yeah. And this is, there is an edit in this that is fucking insane that took me so long to do.
moments wandering deep down in the side of the crevices of your mind. But one logical man would understand that when you have woman and child and your opportunities and you are a mad scientist, the only one logical thing to do. Take her head, crack it open like a walnut, pull her brain out, and put the baby's head in instead, of course. You might say that might do diddly-doodly squat, but you'd be wrong. Add a little science, a little witchcraft, some electricity enough to jump a Honda Civic of 1995, and then you have life, glorious, glorious life, which effectively puts you on the exact same level as God. But not everything is turtle butts and wagon wheels for this little scientist man, because now he has to raise this abomination. But that's the meat and tacos of it all, isn't it?
Replacing the brains edit, how long did that take you?
Oh, dude, like 30, 40 minutes, an hour. I don't know, it took me so long, dude. That was such a hard edit. Like, again, I edited everything on my phone. So...
Yeah.
To get that... Where is it? Right here. I'm gonna mute it. But, so... The thing that was the hardest with it was... Oh. I wish I could go frame by frame. I worked so hard to make it look flush, to try to make it look where you didn't notice there was a line.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really tough. And then I didn't want to, like, clipping through anything. So, I wanted it to look smooth. So, the way I did it, I'll go line by line. I have it, that brain actually moves in different, when it goes from the, woman brain to the, or from the baby brain to the woman brain, there's like 4 different transitions there of the direction the brain's going, but you don't really see it.
You don't see it, yeah. I didn't notice it.
Yeah, so it goes up, so I have to go, so I go straight up, clip, move over to here, clip, and then move up, clip. Because if I go straight across, so you can go up, and if you, so if I would go straight up, it like ended up being weird. So hers, yeah. So it was so fast, but it goes up, to about here, and then it angles slightly. It like kind of slowly arcs this way. You can't really see it quick, but it doesn't go just straight up. It goes up and then angles slightly because I knew if I went straight up, it was gonna cut into the other brain leaving. So I needed to buy myself a few seconds. It was such a nightmare, and you can see a little bit of the line tearing here. But, and the way you have to do this is I basically just cut their head at a flat. These are 2 different. This is the same picture, but I basically just overlaid the same picture twice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I just cropped one picture all the way down to the top of the head, and then one picture I just cropped the top of the head out, and the same thing on this side. And then the brain is just the same brain that I pulled. I just had a PNG, and then I just layered them on top of the brains, so that when I pulled the head off, the brain was already underneath there. But the video then goes to not... it's just clips from like gory scenes of games or some sexualized scenes of games because the movie's kind of has a sexual nature.
Yeah, right.
And this video has like 85 views. Not great, but it's honestly doing better now than it was when that video was sat at like 10 views for like a week, dude. And you have no idea how pissed I was. Like, not really mad, because I don't really care that much. But I thought I put a lot of effort into that video. I thought the jokes landed. But that'd be the break sometimes. Sometimes, like, one of the most fucking weird videos to ever pop off, dude. This one. I think I talked... I don't know if I said this before, but the game Eat Lead. I think when I asked you, because your Discord name.
Yes. Yeah, because my Discord name.
This video did, like, wildly better than I thought it would do. Because I always said that my thing is, as long as it hits or gets close to 100 views, or hits 100 views, not gets close, hits 100 views, I consider the video a success. Because I'm still pretty small. So, oh yeah, I still have this video up, but this video sucks. It's such a bad video. A lot of.
Oh yeah, that's
a lot of.
Partially why I left the Helldivers 2 community, YouTube stuff, because it was, they don't really appreciate that sort of editing, it seems like, at least in my eyes. Because like if I do a lot of like, I had a lot of like stratagem challenges, like where I only used one stratagem the entire time. That was it. Couldn't use my weapons or anything. I did one where I only ran around with a shield backpack. That was fun.
Yeah.
But like it like they didn't want that sort of, because I had this whole like storyline and edited, and like the PNGs and whatnot, sort of having conversations and whatnot. It was I had a lot of fun with it, but it was just like, I expected it to do better than it did.
Oh yeah.
And
I 100% feel that, dude. That's kind of why I stopped doing the retrospective RPG thing, because I feel like my comedy doesn't land for that too. Because I make so many crude jokes and I say a bunch of weird shit, and it seems like, well, and sometimes like even though you do a video that's like perfect, the thumbnail's perfect, like look at this thumbnail right here. Like, that is the best thumbnail. And I'm being fucking egotistical on this, but I don't care. It's the best thumbnail I've ever made. But it's also, I think, the best thumbnail anybody's made for the game 13. It's just, it incorporates the comic book. It's perfectly styled. Right. It's gorgeous. This thumbnail is fucking gorgeous. 50 views. It died. It was dead on arrival. And I thought that was actually a pretty solid video, but I mean, sometimes in like this Fable video, I was worried because I played all 3 Fable games and I had 3 videos that were going to eventually come out. And when this first Fable video dropped, the video didn't get any views. So I redid the thumbnail, did that, which I don't know how I could do a better Fable thumbnail. And it still didn't do good. And I said, what am I going to do? Make another thumbnail? Rename it for like, the 8th time. So it was just like, well, it's dead. Another one that like, but what was crazy about the Fable one, right, is then when the second Fable video right here did gangbusters. Did great. Was a really I had a lot more fun. There's armor that you can get with Fable 2 in the DLC where you can play as Master Chief. In Master Chief's armor, but it's like fantasy styled. So I played through the whole game and I kept making a lot of like sexist Master Cheeks or Master Queef or all sorts of jokes like that.
Right.
It ended up doing really good. And then like my Fable 3 video, which honestly, I think the only reason these 2 videos did really well for the same reason. I somehow pissed off the fan bases.
Well, hey, negative interaction is still interaction,
It's
right?
still interaction. You are 100% right. And that's, this video was just kind of one, I did it and it was a throwaway. And it's not good. In fact, like, it's a mess. But I mean, all I'm doing is ranting about how shitty the game is on PS5. But this is the video that made me keep doing YouTube. Because I'd hit a point where I wasn't getting great views. I would get like 5 views here, 10 views here. Sometimes I'd get up to like 30 views. I think I had one video hit 1,000 views. I had 2 videos hit 1,000 views. And they were like early on. And then I just couldn't recapture that. I couldn't recapture that. And I still haven't captured that 30,000, but or this 30,000, but this one, and there is, where's that piece of oh, these two videos were like early on in my YouTube career, and they both ended up doing really good. And I'm like, okay. And then I didn't have anything even get close to 1,000 views after that.
And then this video, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm not good at this. Because I was doing daily news content and just kind of slopping things out, and nothing was landing. I just kept doing every day. I had to make, my thing was make a video every single day. Didn't matter if it was just quick, low effort. I had to make a video every day. And I made this one because I was pissed. And I feel like I was rightfully pissed because the game is fucking dog shit on PS5. And because of this, I did, it started doing so well so fast. And there's a couple reasons why I did really good. One, it pissed off PlayStation fanboys. Two, at the beginning of the video, I accidentally say the wrong date for the movie. So people commented a lot correcting it, even though I put in the description the right date. It was just a mess. It was I accidentally combined the book and movie in my head, and I said the movie came out in 1969. So a lot of 1979 comments. So that's why it did so good. And then this was kind of the same deal. I was pissed about the Wolverine links. These are all so different than the content I make now. Because right about a year ago, I decided to start making retrospectives because I wasn't having fun with the content I was making. Kind of like you were saying with the other thing. And I've actually seen better growth. So you'd think after a video like this, you would get a ton of growth, right?
Yeah.
And I did get growth. Like, it pushed me... I definitely, like, I mean, it was substantial, like, in a quick burst, but I've lost a lot since then, too. So, there's a lot of people that boosted there originally, and then kind of left. So, I kind of wavered around 100, 200 subs at this time. Over the rest of my experience of, like, these other videos... all these my like reviews that sure some will get like 36 views, but then like this video I probably got like 4 subscribers from, and I only got 133 views on it. The same thing with Forgive Me Father and stuff. It's like these oh, that was another one that pissed me off. I think maybe because I used this image at the beginning, it fucked up. But there was a couple here that I was just like so upset about because this was every week. So you look at that was a stream clip. That was the first time I tried stream clips and they failed. But also I didn't have streaming set up that was really good. The PC or the laptop I was using would always crash partway through the stream. So this was my test run for that. But this was a week that hurt my fucking feelings, or a few weeks. So I went from having consistently over... There's one video in this whole section from... Like, if I was going week to week, it started... Where was it? Here. And then every week... It was like over 100 views, which is my goal with every video, right? A real low goal, but I was... And then I used to do bi-weekly with game reviews, and I couldn't keep that up. So then I went to weekly with this one, and then it was just like... This one would kind of hurt my feelings, and then I was like, okay, that's bad. And then I went back up to good, right? And it dropped again. And then I was like back... 3 weeks in a row, and then I hit this downslide. Metro happened. Resident Evil gives me a headache. I had terrible with Resident Evil. I was like, oh fuck. This video didn't do good till like a month later. It like then got views, but it's still not doing really great. I worked really hard. Like I didn't work really hard on the video itself. I do talk a lot about just nothing, but you have to play this fucking game 3 times to beat it. Near Automata. Then Dead Island 2 was like, yeah, I'm back, dude. And then it was like good. And then it fucking
I plateaued so hard. This one I coordinated. So you know how some people are like, oh, always coordinate your stuff with like big events. The problem that can also happen is everyone and their fucking mother will make a video on the same thing you're making a video on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think happened with this one. Everyone made a video on this. And they all put the $1 million flop or $100 million game or all this other shit about it. And mine was just more of a like glazing because I love this game. And this was stream clips, right? But then I get to this is my collaboration video with a bunch of YouTubers Love Bad Games collab special. The thumbnail's not great, but I originally was supposed to have 10 people in the video, which is much easier thumbnail. How the fuck do I do a good title with 9 people? And I went with this. It flopped. Sucks because a lot of people did really good clips for it. I really enjoyed making the video. But then it was just like fucking hurt my feelings mode. Vanquish only got 14 views. And I blame it on this picture of Shinji Mikami. Because it's so hard to put Shinji Mikami on a thumbnail without him looking like a fucking doofus. Then it was just like Dead to Rights. I even name dropped Mr. Beats because I had a skit where he kidnaps me and holds me hostage. Then this game I worked really hard on. Flopped. That I had fun with that video, but it flopped. VHS 2 flopped, and I actually worked really hard on that video making it look like a VHS tape. This one I was lazily made it look like a VHS tape. This one, each different section of the movie I talk about is in a different style of analog camera editing.
Yeah.
And flopped. But that's kind of like how it goes. And then I make like a random video about fucking Oompaville's candy being good. Does good. And then so this is mainly what I was saying about this wasn't really about my channel, really. It's just like kind of telling you that like you really don't know what's gonna hit and what's not. You don't know what people are gonna give a fuck about. Like,
right.
This video has a bunch of funny. This video right here, the Richard Simmons one, I literally dance around in clothes. Or I do workouts in clothes that don't even fit me right. Like, I thought that like if people saw this shit, they would fucking like it would do good. And a lot of people I know who watched the video said it was like, even Snail I think commented on this one. Yeah, dude, Snail thought this was fucking hilarious. He messaged me and was like, dude, that video was amazing. And I was like, oh, cool. And so I got that initial boost from people that like I know, like not just people I know, but like Snail commented on it, and then like one of my people from like my streaming when I stream, who shows up on my streams, and I got these early comments and like those likes, and then the video fucking cratered. And this is like all like weird. I filmed it like a JonTron video, and nothing, dude. No info whatsoever. So you really like, some people say like a good thought is like if your video gets a lot of comments early, it might, or gets comments early, it might be, or that's a good sign it'll do well. No, doesn't always work that way.
No.
That's why like my first advice to you was just not to give a shit. Like, care about what you make, have it be fun. You like, as long as it's something you want to listen to and you want to rock with, put that out. No matter what anybody else says, what matters is your opinion on the video at the end of the day. Because
right.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think for me, you know, thinking about that, because you've said that to me, and I've been thinking on that a lot, because it has been like you've said, it's really sucks when you put a lot of effort into something and it just craters. But I will say that I've enjoyed making them more with the freedom of knowing it could go off, it could not. It's not really a matter anymore, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think for me, what's important, it really isn't even if it blows up or not. I think what's become more important to me is it watchable? Is it quality? I think is where I'm at, you know, because I can't control what the algorithm's going to do or what people want to see, but if somebody were to click on it, you know, will they find it to be of great quality? I think is where I'm at right now.
I do think if I could give you some advice on your thumbnails, other than just the pointing thing, put something on, like this one. I can see the British flag and the Fall of London thing's good, but I don't know what this is telling me. You know what I mean? Because I'm just seeing like the back of a head. Like that the scarred British guy. I would find something in there that you could like utilize like a famous British person's face, and then do the whole pointing up at them, and like you could pull references from the video. Like I don't know if you make any pop culture references, but I do really. Or just use like a funny looking British person to have them staring back at it. Just something to like pull in, because that's the only thing I can't ever tell. Like this one's good, but your headspace wasn't great on that one. If you had like your face the way you did,
yeah,
but I don't know how. I mean, your channel's so new, and it's still like not doing bad. Like you're still starting out, but for what you're making, just starting out, dude. Like you're fucking leagues better than where I was at. Like you just heard my fucking my mic popping from 3 months ago, and I've already learned how to get away from that. And trying to, anyways. Again, I need to probably do my voiceovers here at the PC so it sounds better. But one of those things. I'm still. I mean, that's kind of the game, though. Because then again, you could have like fucking people pop off all the time over the most garbage content. I mean, again, this guy exists and makes money on YouTube somehow, and I don't fucking know. Like, I hate him so much. He's so garbage. Like, let me guess. 1, 2. Okay, so you only, wow. Only 2 videos in the last week that he talked about Xbox being dead. So, usually he runs about 4 a week. But, like, his whole channel is just fucking boring. It's so boring. He just sits there and fucking yaps about bullshit news, and he's always wrong about everything, and yet he has 240,000 subscribers. He gets, on average, probably 10K a video. Or probably more. Probably 20K a video.
Oh, is he like one of those confidently wrong guys?
Always confidently
like they
wrong.
Probably know they're wrong, but they say it confidently, so.
I don't even know if he knows he's wrong or not. He's just so fucking ingrained in being a PlayStation fanboy that he doesn't understand that he's just an idiot. It's like another guy that I don't understand how people watch, because like, and the sad thing, how did I fucking do that? What the fuck did I do? Okay, I'm retarded. I hit a key that made this whole YouTube page full screen. How do I undo that? What key does that?
I don't know.
F5 brings it F5 brings it down. Okay. Turn on, no. Dude, what the fuck did I do? Okay. F11 is where I hit it. So, this guy, Young Yam. Talk about a fucking boring dude. Like, he's not even somebody I can click on their channel and get any good resources from. Like, even for, like a funny, like, fanboy clickbait video. Like, I'm just gonna play a little bit of this, dude. It's so boring. I don't understand how anybody fucking watches this guy, but he's at 1 million subscribers. He is so boring.
Video game ratings boards do some dumb crap, but this right here just might take the cake. Many of you may know about a game called Balatro. It was recently nominated for Game of the Year, and I think aptly so. It is by far one of the most addictive games I've ever played. It is essentially a roguelite that utilizes poker hands in order for you to score points, but you're not actually playing against players. This right here is the launch trailer, and this shows you.
Yeah, just that was fucking how long? 30 seconds? We're at 34 seconds, bro, and I just want to go to sleep.
Was it 30 seconds?
Yeah.
I felt like it was so much longer.
Yeah, dude, that's all of his fucking videos. And yet, this video probably got like 58,000 views. Who the fuck is watching him? Like, it's so boring. And
so this is obviously not a traditional news.
He's like a voice actor. He's like a mid voice actor, but it's always like he's like done the type of shit where he's like, when he got Fallout 76, he got the Super Edition or whatever that came with that bag and shit. And he talked about how they sent it to him and it was so nice. And then once the backlash came in where everybody hated it, oh, well, now he hates it because it's anti-consumer. It's just like, whatever the popular take is on Reddit, he'll cover it. And it's boring, dude. It's fucking boring.
Oh, that's wishy-washy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's all of the news channels are gonna be wishy-washy, right? They're all gonna be wishy-washy.
Yeah.
It's whatever talking point and whatever side of the argument you're on, you're going to have to defend that side consistently always. And so you're gonna be wishy-washy and annoying because you're trying to appease your fucking fans. Which, when you're not making content that's evergreen content, you know what evergreen content is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever you're making like watch and throw away content, you just kind of are shoving things out, and then you can always redraft your opinion later because half of the people who didn't watch that last video. Because it's almost like you're needing a new group of people every time. But it's not a new group of people. It's just, you're trying to you're always trying to be on the first to talk about whatever this is. And then after it's done, nobody cares anymore. Nobody's going back through Young Yaz videos and watching Microsoft game plans. Our Game Pass plans are a mess. 5 months ago, nobody fucking cares. Because that news literally doesn't matter anymore. Todd Howard responds to Starfield paid mods backlash. Nobody cares about that anymore.
Yeah, it's ancient history.
It's ancient history because that's his content. Nobody cares. And it's like, but I mean, it works for them. That's what all these drifters do. It's like, it's such a fucking boring, fucking sad type of stuff. And I am going to be putting content out like that because of that thought process right there. The whole let these videos die, like,
I'll just show on stream what I'm doing. So, like I said, I schedule all my shit way out because I don't. Before I had a baby, or my wife had our baby, I did like 3 months of content ahead of time. So if I ever ran out, I could have content for like a couple months and then it would be done. So I am up through January 31st. Again, I'm falling behind right now. So I'm about down to like a month. So I need to make like 3 videos this weekend, but I beat 3 games, so I'm okay in that regard. But you look at
right.
So that's the last video that came out. No, that was the last video that came out. No, that's the last shit. Okay, because I have some that come out almost daily. But these are all. This is stream clips. Our Friday is going. Or I guess tomorrow is going to be my Christmas special, which is a video game review. And then it goes back to just fucking slop that after people watch it, it's going to be done. Maybe it'll hit some stuff if are these 2 guys get in a drama, or if somebody really wants to looks up this manga. Maybe I'll pop into the feed, but doubt it, honestly. And then it's back to a game review. Then slop, which I need to add more slop in here. And then I'm out of slop. I have more stream clips. It's not like it's... I have them. I just need to fucking clip them. And then I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weekly videos are up and ready to go. After my... So this... I think this is the end of my... Yeah, so this is the end of Season 1 for me. This Quake 4 is underrated. And then I go to Gears of War. Boom, boom, boom. And Doom mods. But last month I've done a lot of work in getting all these clip episodes out to see how they'll do and bring me subs or whatever. But I don't know. It's all just fucking rolling the dice and hoping it works out.
Yeah, I'm starting to gather that it's not that way. there's a lot of effort put into it, but then at the end of the day, you are rolling the dice. So, and I need to do what you do and just have videos made in advance, because it happened this week. I ended up catching something from somewhere, and I didn't have a voice, to record, and so I need to start putting out more, and having them scheduled.
Yeah,
because I don't do that.
Yeah, it's super beneficial, dude. It's like really, really probably one of the most useful things is being able to have that shit. So if anything happens, you have a video coming out always. And another good thing about that is if you can get a couple of videos done in like a day or something, then you can just be like, boom. And I don't know how many videos you're releasing a week right now, or if it's just kind of sporadic.
About 2, a Monday and Friday.
You're doing a Monday and a Friday. Maybe what I would do is schedule out like a bunch of shit for like, I would go. I don't know. Monday and Friday is pretty good. That's what I did at first. When I stopped doing daily, I went to Monday and Friday. I originally just dropped back down to Friday, and then I added in my movie reviews on Monday just because I was like, there would be weeks where I wouldn't make anything because babies take up a lot of time.
Right.
And I was like, dude, I need to not get rusty, so I was just kind of shitting out a Monday movie review. Usually I don't put in effort like I did on that Poor Things video, but I had an idea.
Yeah.
I was going to run with the idea. There was nothing that was going to stop me from not doing that idea. And it was a fucking long day, and I put off all my other projects that I needed to get done just to do this random fucking weird edit. And, sometimes they don't work. There was my I put a lot of fucking effort into another video I put a ridiculous amount of effort into was it's gonna take too long to find it on Studio. My Dusk video. Where is that fucking piece of shit? Right here, Dusk, 36 views. I'm not gonna put the volume on, but I fucking worked so hard on all this editing to make it look scary and creepy, and I made sure to find the clips and make them all look authentic. I got myself with different filters on to where it looks like you don't know which ones are the clips, and some of them you know it's me, but it's also just like I think worked in really well. And I put a lot of effort into making all these clips mash up, and like I try to keep a good amount of me, like this clown is me. And I originally did this, so the other one I did was more my type of style, and that video did good. But I put it in this whole long, and the thing that the bit I was doing for this was a very long intro by an annoying Lovecraftian terror, was just monologuing. Like, over monologuing, and then me and Cortana show up to make fun of him. And the video literally starts with the end boss fight, because it's Neurotothotip or whatever. And the whole bit is just we're making fun of this idiot. And every time the Lovecraftian being speaks, the intense music comes back on. So it was this whole bit. And bro, it was oh dude, why is cap locks always on? Somebody commented and I didn't respond. Always respond to all the comments.
Oh, I do my best.
Even if they're annoying, sometimes say something just to get them annoyed a little bit more. Like, sometimes high road them and stuff. That way they comment a bunch, or argue with them on, if they say you're wrong or something, just argue with them for the sake of arguing. The reason for that is it's good for the algorithm. Because I've had videos that shouldn't have done as well, like my Another Crab's Treasure video. There was people who said there was people who said that I didn't deserve to have an opinion on Another Crab's Treasure because I didn't play it as a Souls game. I played it as a game where I ran around as a crab with a gun on their back. And people were like, well, you just played with the gimmick setting. And I'm like, yeah, that's the reason I played the game. I was like, I wanted to play as a fucking crab with a Browning strapped to its back. That looked fun to me. I didn't want to play a crab Souls game. I wanted to play a fucking Browning simulator. And that pissed people off. And so I argued with them in the comments because I thought it was funny. And this video, the first day it was out, did not do well. The second and third day didn't do great, but there was a couple people who saw it and were very, very mad at me. And let's go to this comment section. Where's the person I farmed? Right here. This is the person I farmed. I farmed them because they were psychotic and were of course the gun has an effect on the story because you don't spend the intended time on actually playing the game with it. The game is part of the story. I had critiques on this narrative as itself because I thought the writing wasn't great. It pretends to be a very deep Souls-like game, but reality is just kind of there. The gun would not have changed that. or playing it the intended way would have just made it longer. You know what I mean? So that was I just spent this whole time arguing with him, which is I didn't like that. Oh, that's my own post. That's why I didn't like it. But that right there, that right there got this video, I think, way more, is because it became this argument with this person, which is awesome, fantastic, even makes me big happy. Yeah, because you got to remember, you're not winning anybody over. It's rare. It's very rare you'll have that argument or you'll have that thing where somebody will be won over. I think I can think of 2 times where the person actually like bounced over to my side. And one time it was somebody said like, "This is unwatchable" or something, and I said, "Why?" And then they made, well, if you don't have enough realization to figure it out, then or self-awareness or something, right? And I said, I was like, I'm new at this. I honestly want criticism. So if you have actual criticism, let me know. Again, I'm also was using it to lead to more comments.
Right.
But also,
yeah, you were spurring the conversation.
But also, if they had actual constructive criticism, I can internalize that and utilize it moving forward. And then they ended up having actual criticism. Basically, too many sex jokes too often. Fair enough. That's a honest criticism. And I've already been trying to adjust that too, to where it's not as in your face. But, anyways, Rev, I think I'm going to get off for the night, dude, because it's 4 a.m. here. And I know it's 3 a.m. where you're at, dude. And I didn't realize it was this late. And I'm like, fuck, dude. Basically, I stayed up to where if I was opening at my work, I would fucking basically get showered and get ready for work. Which means
I hear that.
My day's probably shot tomorrow, but whatever. Not worried about it.
That's all right.
Yeah, dude. I have the day off. Time. I can go to sleep and sleep in. But I'll have to have you on again. We probably won't do it this late, or not like this late starting, but like stay up this late again because my wife and daughter come back, and that means I'm going to be on a better schedule again.
Absolutely.
But we will do this again.
Whenever you want me on. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. You're really interesting. Don't ever be afraid to message me or whatever.
All right.
Catch you later, bro.
Have a good night, man.